So this is day 2, part 2 of the trial day 2. So, Director Cosmos, a new possibility has been presented by the defense. They are claiming that you were this third person.
Forgive me, I'm so sorry.
So, the great pioneer of space development is revealed to be just another fabulous cur. I only have one question for the likes of you. Shall I send you off quickly? Or very quickly? Whoa! The evidence doesn't lie, Director Cosmos, so don't try to talk your way out of this.
Fine, I'll tell you the truth. It's all just as you say, Mr. Wright. It's true that I was there in the boarding lounge. I got there before Detective Arm, and when she arrived, she fired warning shots at me. I was afraid people would mistake me for the killer, so I escaped the control room.
Okay.
I then went past the elevators and all the way around to boarding lounge 1 again to go behind Detective Arm. I came up behind Detective Arm and pretended to be the second on the scene.
What a troublesome old man you are, with such convoluted deeds and thoughts.
I see. So then, are you still insisting that you did not kill the victim?
Of course I am. When I arrived at the lounge alone, I saw the true killer. The great Yuri Cosmos was a history-making witness.
Hold it!
Now hold on just one moment. We just proved a few minutes ago that the third person was Mr. Starbuck and Miss Aura Blackwell, so was you. No, it wasn't me. I saw the person as well. If I were the killer, why would I lie to cover for Starbuck? I would just leave him to take the fall.
That is an excellent point.
All I wanted to do was to protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for a third person.
Well, it makes some sense if he told those lies to cover for Mr. Starbuck.
Still, a lie's a lie, Athena.
So, Director Cosmos claims he's not the culprit, but where's the proof?
I just remember. I have an alibi. Miss Blackwell said that she saw the killer at 10 a.m., correct?
Yes. And?
Well, I was on the 4th floor helping with the evacuation effort. Ask any member of the staff you'd like, they'll corroborate me.
The director is not fibbing to the court for once. I confirm that he has an alibi for the time specified. So, you're claiming that Miss Blackwell saw the killer commit the crime first at 10 a.m. and that you arrive at the lounge after that?
Yes, and I believe the person I saw is the same person that Miss Blackwell saw. Although it was pitch black, so it was more of a shadowy figure than less of a person. And I couldn't actually see their face, but it was definitely the silhouette of an earthling.
As long as he has an alibi, we can't very well claim Director Cosmos was the killer.
No, we can't.
Then again, maybe we don't need to yet. I wonder if he was really covering for Mr. Starbuck. Your Honor, the defense moved to have the director testify about the person he saw.
Okay, very well. Director Cosmos, your testimony, please.
What I really witnessed.
As I tried to...
Oh, wait.
As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer inside fired a gun at me. I hid to avoid getting shot, but when I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. I was near the elevator side door and, well, the launch pad number 1 door. No. And the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer. Wait, something's wrong. So you were shot at by the killer as well, and then they disappear? Yes, though luckily no harm came to my glorious body. Unfortunately, the bullet hit Terran's oxygen tank. I know because I heard a pang. That must have been the sound of the tank being ruptured. Wait, but I thought the bullet hit this metal! That was Detective Arm's bullet, remember? Oh, right. What a mess this is turning into. So, let's see. Director Cosmos is claiming that when he found Mr. Terran and his killer, the culprit shot a 10 caliber bullet at him. Right, but it actually hit Mr. Terran's oxygen tank and ruptured it. And then the killer disappeared and the director went into the boarding lounge. When Detective Arm caught up and fired those warning shots at him, judging by his medal, it looks like one of them almost took him out too. Good summary, but that doesn't explain where our mystery killer went. Director Cosmos, I was wondering if you could elaborate on when the figure disappeared. I'm ashamed to admit I tried to hide myself when I was shot at, but when I peeped back into the lounge, the real killer was gone. I rushed into the lounge straight away to investigate, but what I found was Terran with a knife in his chest and Starbuck out cold on the floor.
So we have a culprit who vanished from a scene that has no escape route.
Vanished without a trace. It's truly like one of the great mysteries of the cosmos.
Silence!
A riddle of the ages, indeed. But I would rather know how a fibbing leech such as you can be lauded as great.
A great man is always misunderstood in his own time. But he must remain true to himself, even if those around him don't understand. Wow, that might be the first true statement he said all day. But how do you suppose this person managed to vanish so suddenly?
Simple. Because it was Spaceboy himself. When he was spotted by the director and Aura, he quickly feigned unconsciousness. That would certainly take all the mystery out of the idea of a vanishing culprit.
I want to raise an objection, but I don't have any counter evidence. Director Cosmos, when you saw this person, did you also see Mr. Starbuck on the floor? No, because it was dark as a black hole in there. I didn't see Starbuck until the other person vanished and I entered the room. That wasn't exactly helpful.
I'm prepared to accept your surrender, right, Dono?
I can't find any holes in this testimony, but I can't give up. Mr. Wright, why don't you let me help? While the director was giving his testimony, I detected a cacophony of discord. Which means he's hiding his true feelings from us, huh? This just might help us find out what happened to our vanished killer. That would be great, Athena. Let's see what you can do with him. You got it, boss! I wouldn't want to miss this chance to delve into a great mind. Yuri Cosmos, prepare to hand over the secrets of your heart to me. Opening widget. As I try to enter the lounge, there's the launchpad door on the left and the control room on the right. Oh, the true killer's inside fire a gun at me. Angry, scared, and sad and shocked. Okay, that makes sense. I hid to avoid getting shot, turning back. But when I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. I was near the elevator side door. At the launchpad number 1 door. For some reason, he's sad.
Got it!
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be afraid of the launchpad door. The great Yuri Cosmos? Afraid? And what basis do you have for that outlandish accusation? Whether I have any basis or not, you seem quite distressed by it. I'm most certainly not. Director Cosmos, there's something about the launchpad door you're not telling us, isn't there? Wow, he's speechless. It's like you hit the nail on the head, boss. Dizzy. It's working, boss. One more punch and it'll be a knockout. There seems to be one more emotion that's at odds with his testimony. Go get him. Okay, back in the Matrix it is. Time to pinpoint our way to victory. And the control room should have been shut tight to the killer. The launchpad, okay. Why was he still angry? I hit to avoid getting shot. He was angry. Maybe that's the contradictory evidence. No. When we view your emotion alongside your testimony, we found the unexpected emotion. Wait a minute. There really isn't anything strange here. I don't know, but I think maybe we made a mistake, Mr. Wright. I think maybe you're right. Let's take another look. There must be an unexpected emotion here somewhere. The absence of emotion when the guy vanished. Let's try this. No. Got it! Yeah, the absence of emotion. You must have thought it was very strange that the killer vanished into thin air. I did! That kind of thing just doesn't happen usually. And yet, at that time you barely registered any shock at the occurrence. What? Why are you... Ngh. I can only think of one reason as to why you weren't surprised by the killer's vanishing act. You must have had a good idea of where they went. Isn't that right? What? No! Of course not! That's preposterous! Only I can enter the control room. And the area beyond the launchpad door was filled with smoke, making it impassable. And as for the sudden door... I was standing right there. So there was nowhere for the killer to run to. Maybe or maybe not, you went into the room to check on Mr. Starbuck and Mr. Terran, yes? What if the culprit took that opportunity to silently slip out through the sudden door? I highly doubt it, as you recall right after I entered the lounge. Detective Arm came rushing towards it herself via the southern hallway. Anyone trying to escape through there would have been caught by her. And yet, the director wasn't surprised the killer vanished. So you're absolutely sure there was no escape route for the culprit to use? Confused? I'll just input those two pieces of data and... Yes! Just what I wanted to see. Noise level 70%. Presto changeo! Less discord! Looks like we're on the right track. Okay, thanks, Latina. Now to make sense of what we learned. Director Cosmos wasn't surprised that the culprit suddenly vanished from the lounge, which points to the possibility that he knew where the killer has escaped to. Furthermore, talking about the door to the launchpad made it uneasy. In In other words, he's probably hiding something about the launchpad 1 door. When we put these two pieces together, only one solution to this puzzle comes to mind. Director Cosmos, did the real killer escape through here? Through the launch pad? That would be the,
Take that!
The culprit went through the launch pad 1 door to escape, didn't they?
Yes! I mean, no! Disaster to starboard! We're going to crash into an asteroid! Yo, 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 yo.
A master tactician you are not. But the area beyond that door was filled with smoke, wasn't it? True, but this is still the only logical answer there is. We can't just figure out what the director is hiding about the launchpad number 1 door. We should be able to to iron out the logical inconsistencies.
But that door requires fingerprint recognition.
Only Starbuck, Terran, and I have access.
I don't see how the killer could have opened the security door lock, do you?
That's an easy one. The killer was right there in the boarding lounge, meaning there's a way he could have easily gotten past that security lock. Come to think of it, we did examine the prints on the fingerprint recognition device. I propose that the killer use this person's fingerprint to get past the security lock. That would be Starbuck, because that was his only fingerprints.
Take that!
That's...
Mr. Starbuck was lying unconscious there in the boarding lounge. Anybody could have easily gotten past the security lock by using Mr. Starbuck's prints. And actually, Mr. Starbuck's prints are exactly what we found on the device's screen. Looks like he does have something to hide about the launchpad door. And I'm betting it's got something to do with the culprit's escape route. But I don't have enough information to see the whole picture yet. Judge ...
You know, something just occurred to me. Would you like to hear it?
Huh? Yes, by all means.
There's a security camera in boarding lounge number 1. Right?
Right. The one that recorded the victim and the defendant. What about it, Your Honor?
But if the true culprit escaped into the launchpad number 1 door, then that might be recorded on the security footage as well. Then the mystery would be solved. What do you think of my logic?
Phoenix ... Black Will ... Yeah, I mean, they need to tell the judge that the data has been erased. Right past that, like, it's like the feed got cut. Even the audience ...
I hope you didn't strain your faculties too much for that, your boldness.
I beg your pardon?
Look, if we play the security footage beyond this point.
Oh my! The footage cuts off!
The camera was running on backup power, but apparently the power cable were damaged. Most likely by the after effects of the explosions. There is no footage after this, be it of criminals or space aliens.
And I thought it was such a good idea too.
Just because your grandchild isn't watching from the gallery, it doesn't mean you should try to show off too much. Grandpa boldness.
Prosecutor Blackwell, how did you know about my grandchild?
I think his grandchild just learned a little about the harshness of the adult world. Setting aside the issue of grandchildren, I'd like to have the witness continue. Director Cosmos, could you tell us more about when you entered the lounge? If I must. Okay, so I hid to avoid getting shot. He was only scared. You only sad. After the killer vanished, I went into the lounge, still being scared. Info update. Detective Arm came by. But that's when Detective Arm appeared from the elevator side door, and he was surprised. And then the detective shot at me. So you see, the killer could have only escaped to the launch pad, right? So this is the
Got it!
Yup. Director Cosmos, why were you so surprised when Detective Arm found you, and again when she fired? Isn't that a bit natural? All natural? Cosmos ... Sadly, even great men such as myself have ordinary human feelings. Our bodies are bound by the forces of gravity and emotions. Even a great man such as myself experiences surprise on occasion. Yes. I'm sure you do. But my real point is not the fact that you were surprised, but rather what you were surprised by. Pardon me? First, you were surprised when Detective Arm found you in the lounge. And just after that, you were of course again surprised when she shot at you. But considering what you were surprised about, a strange phenomenon occurs here. Director Cosmos, what is strange about your surprise reaction is the fact that you were surprised twice, not surprised by something else. More surprised when she came. Sure, you were surprised when Detective Arm shot at you. That's only natural. But the surprise you felt when she found you in the lounge was much greater. Ah! The fact that you were more surprised by simply being found than by being shot at suggests to me that you were conflicted about whether it was you, about whatever it was you were doing there. The enemy has acquired a new weapon. Commence operation. Hide under your desk. Yo, whoa, 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 whoa. Please tell me I finally sunk his battleship. Noise level 30%. Boss, I'm getting less Discord now. That must mean he really is hiding something about that launchpad door. And whatever he's hiding most likely has something to do with the killer's escape. I wonder what it could be. If he was doing something suspicious around that door, maybe we can spot some change between before he came to the room and after. Detective Fulbright gave us a photo taken after the crime. Let's run a comparison. Let's see. This is footage of the door before Director Cosmos arrived. Oh, fuck, I just realized. And this is how the door looked after the director entered the lounge. When I compared, I knew something was off about the door. I thought it was the airlock, but what I needed to check was not it was the security footage. The latch was turned horizontally when Terran got out of the launch pad with Starbuck. But when we investigated everything up until now, the lock is vertically now. This is how the door looked after the director entered the lounge. Hey, look at that. There is a change, something definitely different. Director Cosmos. What is it? What have you two been up to over there? Finding the answer to what you were doing when Detective Arm found you, that's what. And what that answer lied clearly in this footage. All we have to do is compare it to the photo that was taken during the investigation. Don't be ridiculous. If you really do have an answer, you would have pointed it out already. He's asking for it. This is what changed directly after the incident. Here, this one.
Take that!
The answer is this knob. Ah, that's... Your Honor, please take a look at this footage.
Let's see.
Take a look at the knob next to the launch pad door. As you can see, it's horizontal.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
However, when we investigated the scene of the crime yesterday, the knob was vertical.
And what does that mean?
It means that sometime between before the director arrived and after, someone turned this knob. After the scene was discovered, you were the only one who could have turned the knob. Come on now, Director Cosmos, let's hear what you have to say. What were you trying to do by turning that knob by the door?
Fine, I admit it, Dizzy.
You're right, I did turn that knob. That knob is a safety lock meant to keep the launch pad in place. I was afraid there would be more explosions, so I wanted to move the launch pad away. You wanted to do what? Hey, didn't Ponko tell us something about how they prepare for launch? She said that once the launch pad's fully assembled, it's moved to the launch site. It disconnects and then go to the launch site. But the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to be disengaged first. I guess that clears up what that knob is for. Oh, so if the killer escaped into the launch pad 1 corridor, maybe they were transported along with the launch pad to the launch site? I don't think so. The launch pad number 1 door corridor was filled with smoke. I don't think they could have escaped through that corridor. So then, where did the killer escape to? That would be the art museum. Because I'm pretty sure that, yeah, they both move. I guess there's still more things we have to uncover. Director Cosmos, I request that you tell us about moving the launch pad in more detail.
Fine. But listen carefully, for I'm about to give history-making testimony.
Alright, info update. Happy and sad. I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. I feared there might be more explosion. So I had to cut the launch pad loose. Angry. Surely the only escape the killer had was through the launch pad 1. Why would he be angry? Info update. But that area was a sea of smoke. Confounded. Where on earth could they have gone? Why would he be angry? Okay, let's pretend. I'm gonna point to Happy.
Got it!
I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. You make it sound like you were reluctant to do so, and yet when you did it, you felt some joy, as if you were very pleased with yourself. How do you do it? How do you know everything as if you were there? Pretty impressive, isn't it? This is the power of analytical psychology. So, care to explain why you felt joy when you disengaged the safety lock? When I think back on the facts we've discovered up to this point, I have to believe that you were trying to fulfill some hidden agenda. How do you know about that too? Because I'm more or less of a pro at guessing. But you have no proof that I had a hidden agenda. And even if I did, I would never, ever tell you. So there. I know they say people regress as they grow older, but you, sir, you take the cake. And how could you doubt a man with such great intensity, intelligence, and integrity.
Integrity.
Silence.
Oh, lean on the bench.
You? A man of integrity? Don't make me laugh.
Prosecutor Blackwell, what came over him all of a sudden?
You've spotted nothing but falsity since you stepped up onto the stand. You're not the kind of man that will be glorified in the annals of history. Not for greatness, anyway. Unless you consider greatest bare-faced liar an honor.
Liar! Oh, his words bite harder than his blade.
You moved Launchpad 1 after the explosion? My, how naive you are. You fail to realize how even the facts themselves have betrayed you.
You know, just a thought, but modern English can be your friend, you know?
And here's the thought for you. Immediately following the bombing, Launchpad 1 was on the boarding lounge 1 side. The police confirmed this on scene.
What? Liar! So that means the director didn't move the launch pad?
Curse my judgment for calling history's greatest liar to the witness stand. Let's leave him to indulge in his lies and war games to his heart's content.
Liar! But it doesn't make sense. You can't deny that someone turned that knob. Once the safety lock was released, I'm sure the pad must have went somewhere. If we chase down the truth of this issue, we just might find where the killer escaped to. Ah!
You're sure it must have went somewhere? We just might find out? Your arguments are nothing but conjecture, bluffing, and wishful thinking. Stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is. Or are you not man enough to, boy?
Gah! Talk about hitting below the belt. Young'uns these days. I don't understand it. I'm sure Director Cosmos must have moved the launch pad. The knob was definitely turned after he came to the launch. But the launch pad is right where it's supposed to be. Ah! Wait a minute. Maybe I have it all backwards. What if the director turned the knob not to move the launch pad away, but to bring it back to where it was supposed to be?
What are you blathering about?
What if the launch pad was at the launch site before the incident? And then after the incident, Director Cosmos moved it back to its usual spot. All you have to do was turn the knob to call the launch pad back, and it would be right where the police found it. Ah! He cut the tip of my bang.
Han!
You made it sigh like Mr. Star... Oh, you made it sigh like Mr. Starbuck. Okay, so that was... Was what I said really that off base?
It pains me to have to explain how wrong your logic is to you. However, our great liar turned the knob only after he discovered the crime scene. Indeed, the pad existed beyond the launch when our astral wanderers made their escape. A fact that has been recorded for posterity on filmless film.
Alright.
So, to reiterate, stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is, boy.
Ah! Get a grip, Mr. Wright, and focus. We know the launch pad must have been moved. But our deductions and the actual facts of the case are in direct contradiction to each other. Well, maybe the two astronauts never actually boarded the rocket. This footage could be fake, taking his body double after the incident or something. On second thought, that's too far-fetched even for me. Never actually boarded the rocket? Hey, wait a minute. Maybe, just maybe, huh? Prosecutor Blackwell, what if I told you that the true astronaut never boarded the rocket? They never set foot inside the launch pad area, but instead went into another place. And what if when the director moved launch pad number 1 back, it was not from the launch site, but from another place? What would you say then? Cut the existential bull or I'll cut you.
Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself at once.
I know I'm right. It was all the other way around from the beginning. Very well, Your Honor. Let me explain. Director Cosmos' reason for moving Launchpad 1 was to hide it, to switch it with another place, to trap the true killer. To switch it. Because he wanted to switch it with some other place.
I'm sorry, but did you say switch it? But what could he possibly have switched the launchpad with?
The museum. Oh, you'd be surprised, Your Honor. All it takes is a little thinking outside of the box, and the answer becomes clear as day. This is what was switched with Launchpad number 1.
Take that!
Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. In the past, the Space Museum used to be Launchpad number 2. It has all the same features as Launchpad number 1, and can even be moved to the launch site. Meaning, the Space Museum and Launchpad number 1 can also be switched with each other.
You can't mean...
The rocket the astronaut boarded was not the one in Launchpad 1. It was the one in the Space Museum.
What?
Balderdash! But how could he not tell the difference? Like, Terran and Starbuck have been probably to the museum so many times. Like, oh, I'm entering a fake rocket. Look, there's something on display. Yet, it's the only explanation that accounts for every riddle and inconsistency. This is how the Space Center was just before the incident.
I see Launchpad number 1 and the Space Museum has already switched places.
That's right. And with the two switched like this, the astronaut entered the Space Museum from boarding lounge number 1. This allowed the true killer to enter Launchpad number 1 from boarding lounge number 2 and set the bomb on the rocket. Come to think of it, the door to the Space Museum from boarding lounge number 2... Welcome, welcome. There's Punko. The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Exactly. Anyone could pass through the door to the Space Museum. There's no fingerprint recognition system on that door. In other words, with the two launch pads switched like that, someone other than Mr. Starbuck could have easily planted that bomb. Gah! After setting the bomb on the rocket, the culprit snuck into boarding lounge number 1 and waited there, concealed, in order to kill Mr. Terran when the two astronauts emerged from the Space Museum. Oh, I can even see it! Okay, I just noticed there's a number. There's a number on the floor and it says 2. So that was probably another clue that it's actually Launchpad number 2. Recall that Miss Blackwell, Mr. Starbuck, and the director all saw as a suspicious figure, who we can suppose after killing Mr. Terran, made their escape into the Space Museum. After that, Director Cosmos switched the two launch pads back, without realizing the killer was inside the Space Museum. Then he went through the hallway to the elevator. The killer then left the Space Museum and made a clean getaway.
Right, Doc. I see you know how to handle a sword and handle it well. Perhaps I should call you Swordsmaster Bluff.
I'm a seasoned warrior who has cut down many a prosecutor.
Silence!
But unless you can prove your theory, it's no better than a rusty sword.
But that's right, you have no proof I switched the launch pads. Somebody needs a better anger management counselor. If the launch pads really were switched, there might be a record of it somewhere. At this point, launch pad number 1 and the Space Museum were switched with each other. So the corridor beyond this door should be the one that belongs to the Space Museum. Yeah, you see? On the Space Corridor, on the Launchpad 1 corridor, there are number 1 on the floor. Just realize. This is an image of the Launchpad 1 corridor. Do you see anything different when we compare it to the security footage? That number on the floor. Well, what do you know? It looks like we have proof after all, Prosecutor Blackwell.
And this is just another bluff.
Oh, don't worry, it's alright here. Right in this footage. Proof that beyond this door is the corridor to the Space Museum.
Very well then, answer this for me if you would. What in this footage proves that the corridor belongs to the Space Museum?
The number right over there.
Take that!
There's a 1 on the floor of the Launchpad 1 corridor. But take a look at the floor on the corridor in the security footage. You see the number on the floor behind the astronauts? It doesn't look like a 1, does it? That's because what you see is actually part of a 2.
What?
Why is there a 2 and not a 1? That's because the corridor you see is the one to the Space Museum. Gah! Oh. And so that means the corridor in this footage was not filled with smoke. Well, yeah, you can see the corridor is not even filled with smoke on the camera footage. Like, why are they saying, oh, it's filled with smoke, filled with smoke? No, it's not. That's right, because the explosion didn't occur in the Space Museum. The explosion occurred in Launchpad number 1 on the side opposite the Space Museum. And now that we know the 2 astronauts escaped from the Space Museum, the mystery from the previous trial of how they got down the ladder is cleared up. Mr. Turan, carrying Mr. Starbuck, simply took the elevator from the upper level down to the middle level.
Just incredible! The 2 launch pads were actually switched. But you would think someone would have noticed an event of this magnitude.
Everyone was down in the basement shelter when the launch pads were swapped back. There's no way anyone could have known what was happening on the surface. Noise level 0%. Info update. So now we see that beyond the launch pad number 1 is the Space Museum. Bye-bye. No more lies, Director Cosmos. It's high time you told us the truth. Yark! My honor, my glory, everything is slipping away. Time to deploy my ultimate weapon. Galactic engine ignition. What? My Segway is going haywire. Ah, I won't stop. Whoa. My stars, I'm losing my stars. My stars on my uniform, my glory. Whoa. Not that way. It's going outside. Ah! Yeah, he lost all the stars on his uniform.
Bailiff, on your steed and after that witness.
Yep, now he's starless. except from the one on his medal.
I see we managed to retrieve you before you came to any bodily harm.
Director Cosmos, you admit you switched the launch pads.
I admit it's true. I switched launchpad number 1 for the Space Museum. It's good to hear words I can believe for a change.
Before you do, Your Honor, 2 things. First, we don't know if Mr. Terran had prior knowledge of the switch. As for Mr. Starbuck, he was unaware of his surroundings thanks to his medication. Either way, Mr. Terran would have realized the instant he stepped into the Space Museum that it has been switched with launchpad number 1. So my first question is, if the Space Museum was perfectly fine, why did Mr. Terran feel the need to put on such a dramatic display? As for my second question, I would like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the 2 launchpad to begin with.
Please,
I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. I'm pleading the 5th. Well, I will say my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. So it has something to do with the incident of 7 years ago. Hey, sorry. So it really has something to do with the incident of 7 years ago. The director is terrified. He must have one heck of a reason for not wanting to explain why. Probably not a good time to try to pry it out of him, huh? Excuse me, but would you mind if I picked up my stars? No, you don't deserve them. Without my badge of rank, I'm nothing.
I don't see why not, Belief. Help the director retrieve the stars.
Okay, now he's got all his stars back.
It appears the possibility of a culprit other than the defendant has presented itself. Mr. Starbuck, is there anything you wish to say?
I don't get it.
Don't get it? What don't you get?
Director, why did you do all that? From the very beginning, you never meant for the launch to go ahead, did you? You tricked us! Mr. Starbuck.
Starbuck, my boy, I'm sorry. I can't tell you the reason why, but I have to do it to protect the Space Center.
Director! Will I ever get the chance to go into space again?
Yes, of course.
I won't rest until it happens. Now we see a picture of 7 years ago with that's probably the Hat 1 mission. We see Terran, Starbuck with his old haircut, Cosmos on his Segway. So yeah, basically the reason why the Segway went overdrive is like there's a little red button encased into glass, and basically Cosmos just smashed the glass to press that button, and that went very, very fast. Made him lose control. Then we see Ponko with bandages, and we see Aura of the robotics lab putting her hands on the head of Plonko, and we have the other woman who I suspect is Athena Sykes' mom.
I will get you into space again, my boy.
Then the dream is still alive.
Silence!
Black. You're not going into space, Starbuck, but prisoned. I won't have it any other way. Why are you so hung up on him?
Yes, I accept that the launch pads really were switched. And if there were a third person at the scene, I suppose they could have escaped. But I have yet to see proof of this third person's escape via the Space Museum.
Oh, that's a good point.
Arg, he's right. I don't have any proof.
Starbuck, you will spill everything you know.
What? Me? Ah, I'm losing oxygen.
Where did you get those bombs? Tell me now! If you don't, my blade shall feast on your blood.
God! If I'm going to die, I want to die in space. That way nobody can hear me scream. Not even me. I have to do something.
Solomon Starbuck! Prepare yourself!
Alright. Now, you know violence isn't the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell.
That annoying, cheerful laugh. It can't be none other than Fulbright.
Champion of righteousness, Bobby Fulbright, here, in justice we trust.
Detective Fulbright?
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lawyer. I hope I'm not too late.
I don't believe we had an appointment.
I tried to hurry, but I ended up helping a little old lady across the street. And there I have to break up a cat fight. I tell ya, justice is sure is a full-time job.
Was it a fight between cats, or... why are you here again?
Because the defendant isn't the culprit, and I came to make sure that justice is served.
I don't have any idea what you're talking about, but Blackwell da. Fulbright. I always thought you were a bit touched in the head. But have you finally succumbed?
No, because it looks like you've succumbed to this phantom of yours. Open your eyes and let the evidence of justice uncloud your judgment.
What evidence? Come to think of it, he did say something about finding us some evidence.
Thanks, you two. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm going to work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you.
Oh, I didn't think he was serious, though. So what is it, Detective? Is it something that you will prove Mr. Starbuck innocent?
It is indeed. Have a look at this.
The lighter. And there's some blood on it.
What's this? A lighter?
That's right. A lighter thought to have been used by the culprit, no less. The Space Museum cleaning robot picked it up. It has the victim Clay Terran's blood along with his killer's fingerprints on it.
What? Gah!
Order! Order! Detective Fulbright, can I assume that the fingerprints don't belong to the defendant?
You bet, Mr. Starbuck is totally innocent.
This is it. This is just what I needed. Lighter added to the court record. So, the lighter found on the floor of the Space Museum, the true culprit's fingerprint are on it in the victim's blood. So we need to compare the fingerprints. Your Honor, this is decisive evidence that supports the defense's earlier claim.
Explain yourself, Mr. Wright.
With pleasure, Your Honor. Recall where this lighter was found. Based on what we can extrapolate, that after the killer murdered Mr. Terran, they escaped with lighter in hand into the Space Museum, where they dropped it. The switching of the two launch pads occurred. Then finally the killer left through boarding lounge number 2 and made their escape. Meanwhile, Mr. Starbuck was found in boarding lounge number 1 after the murder, a fact that Director Cosmos has testified to. Therefore, Mr. Starbuck could not have possibly been the one to drop the lighter there.
Silence!
But the defendant had free reign of the area until Director Cosmos appeared. Could he not have dropped the lighter in the Space Museum during that span of time?
Objection!
You would like that to be true, wouldn't you? But Director Cosmos testified that right after he saw the mysterious figure with the lighter, he went into the lounge and found the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. In other words, Mr. Starbuck wouldn't have had the time to double back to the museum. No, Prosecutor Blackwell, this lighter could only have been dropped by the real killer. Most importantly, Mr. Starbuck's fingerprints were nowhere to be found in this lighter. I think you understand what this means, don't you? This piece of evidence unequivocally proves that Mr. Starbuck wasn't the culprit.
Yeah! This does indeed appear to be decisive evidence that proves the defense's claims.
As for the remote switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, you can assume it was planted by the killer on the unconscious Mr. Starbuck.
No! There must be some mistake.
Frankly, Prosecutor Blackwell, I've been worried about you. You've been chasing this phantom for 7 whole years. I understand your urgency because tomorrow...
Silence!
Fool, Bright, you promised never to speak of that.
Huh? Tomorrow? What about tomorrow?
Given the body of evidence, I think it's safe to say the defendant is innocent. In light of the fact that it was impossible for him to have committed the crime, a few unanswered questions remain, so I look forward to seeing what you two uncover. But for now, this court finds the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, not guilty!
Wait, is it over already? He gives a thumbs up. Athena's happy. Yeah, Solomon, Blackwell is not his usual self, where he usually doesn't give a fuck. He's leaning against his own stand, but right now he's like lower his head, like in defeat. And Phoenix is not even celebrating; is just like standing neutrally. Yay! We did it, Mr. Wright! Looks like we pulled it off somehow, huh? With some help from Detective Fulbright. Mr. Wright, Miss Sykes, thank you, and please thank Apollo for me too. You all the best. Oh, I wish we could tell Apollo about Mr. Starbuck's verdict right now. Yeah, me too, but that's going to have to wait.
Now that the verdict has been reached, I would like to bring today's trial to a close. Court is adjourned!
Objection!
Yeah, the mystery is not solved. Like, I understand that the Solomon is unequivocally innocent, but it's too late to object, isn't it?
It simply isn't possible. Something's wrong.
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you dissatisfied with the verdict?
Fulbright! What were the result of the fingerprints analysis for the lighter?
Huh? The results? Well, I was in a hurry, you see, and then there was that cat fight, and well... Aww. I kinda got carried away when I heard the prints weren't Mr. Starbuck, so I stopped there.
You have yet to read it?
Prosecutor Blackwell, can you read out who the prints belong to?
Upon thorough analysis, the fingerprints were found to belong to Athena Sykes. So says the report.
What?
What? Huh? Me?
Order, I say! Order! Miss Sykes, tell me you have an explanation for this. We just finished proving that this lighter could only belong to the killer. So finding your prints on it can only lead us to one grave conclusion.
I don't know how they got on there, but I know I'm not the culprit. This can't be happening. We build up our argument piece by piece, and I don't think any of our reasoning was faulty. So how could it have been How could he have led to this? Lighter updated in the court record. Evidence found by Detective Fulbright. It has Athena's print on it in the victim's blood. Ah! What have I done? Please forgive me. I'm sorry.
Order! Order! Detective Fulbright, stop your crying!
What in the world is happening here? It's like the world's gone mad.
Order! I said order! I will have order! Don't make me come up there!
It's getting louder.
That's it, everybody out!
Confusion spiraled into utter chaos. After all we fought for, the truth has turned cruelly on us to accuse Athena of the crimes. Somewhere, somehow, everything had gone terribly wrong. We had stumbled over the edge of reason and into the jaws of a twisted darkness. That's the end? That's how chapter 4 ends. Oh my god. The cosmic turnabout. Yeah, what a fucking twist. Didn't expect this. Save your current progress? Yeah, I mean, shit. Now we're jumping into chapter 5 already. Damn, continue to next episode? Yes. Turnabout for tomorrow. Athena Sykes. No one can escape their past. A drop of blood. A young Athena Sykes, drenched in blood. Shocked, traumatized. She looks back. She sees a blade, a katana on the floor, drenched with blood. The sins we've committed, and the sadness we've caused. You see the blade being held. A young Simon Blackwell slashing. It's all black and white. There's blood on him. That's the crime that he was committed for. He was accused of killing somebody. Now he turned his back on the victim in the middle of the ocean of blood. No matter how far we run, our past remains as ever present as the moon in the sky. Now we see Apollo in the middle of the decrepit courtroom that was bombed. He's clutching something on his fist, looking at the sky, partly cloudy, with his only functioning eye. He's looking at the moon. Okay, we can see the full moon in the clear sky. It looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. So yeah, it's one of those occasions when we can see the full moon during the broad daylight. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on in hope for tomorrow. December 20th, 1:23 p.m. Write Anything Agency. So it's right after the end of the trial. They took Athena from the courtroom, straight to the station. She's probably being questioned at this very moment. Now we see Apollo and Athena smiling in black and white, and then they disappear, and it fades to a colored agency. So yeah, now the agency is empty now because there's only him and Trucy left. He's the only lawyer. After this past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. But now Apollo has gone off on his own to seek his own truth. And my pursuit of the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be. There's Trucy, ...
It's even quieter in here than usual.
Yeah, it seems so empty too.
I just don't get it, Daddy. All of your reasoning during the trial seems perfectly solid.
Yeah, and I still believe it was. At least based on what we know.
But now Athena is the one who's being accused.
We see the Space Center in black and white. During the trial for the bombing and murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center. The lighter used by the real culprit was found. This lighter proved the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, innocent. But Athena's print were found on it instead. And she was subsequently arrested for the murder.
But Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make any sense.
No, none of it does. I've been racking my brain, but I just can't figure it out. Ah, where's the flaw in my reasoning? What have I got wrong in this case?
You know, Daddy, if Athena was here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking. She would be out there doing something. You are going to defend Athena, right, Daddy?
Of course I will. And thanks, Trucy. I needed that push. Trucy's right. The trial's tomorrow. There's no time to waste. If I'm going to prove Athena's innocence, I'd better get out there and find some evidence.
Up we go, then. We're on the hunt for evidence that will prove Athena's innocence.
Great! But before we go, I better tidy up the evidence I have on hand. Unnecessary evidence left at the office. So let's see what do we have left. So I have the autopsy report, the Space Center diagram, the murder weapon, the door lock, the security camera video, the pamphlet, the Hope capsule, Aura statement, and the bloody lighter. Athena's probably still in the middle of being questioned. So Trucy's right. The thing to start with is talking with people at the Space Center. Alright, let's move. We can go to the detention center or the entrance. Let's go to the detention center first. Oh, we have nothing to do here. Alright. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center. Entrance. Oh, Yuri's here, of course. Director Cosmos, do you have a minute?
Fuck you, boy!
Galactic Scooter, full speed ahead! Yeah. Director! He scooted away.
His expression changed the instant he saw you, Daddy.
Well, yeah, I dragged his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today. What to do?
I still can't believe Apollo really left us.
What's so sudden?
Maybe he got tired of being in my system for my magic tricks.
I don't think it's your fault, Trucy.
But I made him clean the toilet a lot. And I made him go boring than the newspaper. It was my fault, I just know it. Oh, Apollo.
I really don't think it was your fault, Trucy. But I didn't realize Apollo was wearing so many hats around here either. Any ideas?
How could they suspect Athena? It's just ridiculous. It Must be some kind of conspiracy.
Conspiracy, huh? Well, it certainly is some kind of mistake, that's for sure.
First of all, we have to bust Tina out of the detention center. Then we have to chase down the people who framed her. We'll sneak around the world from Kiev to Carolina with the fuzz hot on our tail.
Isn't that exactly the same as the plot of the movie you watched the other day? From Kiev to Carolina. What is she talking? Okay, so this is a reference to a movie that I didn't watch. I don't know if it's Jason Bourne. The fuzz, hot fuzz on our tails. Oh, boarding lounge unlocked. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center, boarding lounge. We were here only yesterday. Oh, hey! Starbuck! You've been released, huh? Yep, and I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You've given me a second chance to fly into space again. I can't thank you enough. Except... What's wrong? I thought you'd be happy to be acquitted. As I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes. Oh, you saw Tina. I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And then, you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday. Yeah, that sounds like a Tina. I can just picture it. When I saw her eyes, they were red and swollen from crying. She's gotta be suffering. She must be so worried. And yet she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile.
She held back her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. Oh, that's so Tina.
There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then they can put me in prison instead. I don't mind. We can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck. Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm going to give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted, just like I did for you. I know she'll be alright with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Apollo is a fine boss to look up to. About the murder. I still can't believe Launchpad number 1 was switched with the Space Museum. What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing? I haven't the foggiest idea. So there never was going to be a launch that day, not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew. I imagine he must have. Surely he wouldn't have noticed when you went to board the rocket. It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. But I guess that's about how it goes, where you're worth less than the space debris.
Is he going to be alright, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole.
Well, that's just how he is. The murderer. Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murderer? Not really. I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all. Yeah, I guess that was a little too much to hope for. Hey, I heard something from the police though. They said they never did find a 10 caliber gun down that trash chute. Just as I thought. The culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped.
So, was the person you saw holding a gun, Mr. Starbuck?
I couldn't really tell. But it wasn't a Tina, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female, tall or short? I can't even tell you that much, man. I'm so useless. When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see. The door? Ah, yes. As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape.
the door to Launchpad 1, right?
Yeah, except
Yeah, right now the door leads to the Space Museum.
You mean the Launchpad and the Space Museum are switched right now?
Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court.
So they're recreating the Oh, I see. They're recreating the conditions, huh? I would like to see what's beyond that door now. Mr. Starbuck, could you open this door for us?
Sure, just let me have my print scan here.
There you go. Yeah, you see there's a number 2. Switching the launch pads. Do the launch pad get switched back and forth a lot?
Well, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad number 2, they used to switch the pads around at times.
But these days, Launchpad number 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right?
Right, because quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money.
I hear you. Times sure are tough.
Daddy, let's go check out what's up beyond that door.
Sure, let's go.
Hey, why don't I come along? I can show you around.
Aha! Okay, now we see the other side. There's a leaf here. I wonder what these dead leaves are doing here.
Maybe they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes?
There are
a lot of trees around the Space Center.
She's right. It's a modern, state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees. But I don't know. If they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes, wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on.
Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor, and they came in that way?
Not everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know. There's a panel here. This is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh?
Yep, but this one doesn't require fingerprints verification. Just hit the button and open sesame!
So when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either?
That's right, Trucy. Just like how the culprit didn't need scan their prints when they escaped back out of the Space Museum corridor into boarding lounge number 2. Launchpad number 1 door lock updated in the court record. The biometric door lock. Print authentication isn't required from the launchpad side, which would make sense because it's the art museum. Originally, you don't need biometric to get in or out. So if they're switched, you need one to get in, but not to get out. I don't see anything else that jumps out at me. And I imagine this corridor is built exactly like the Launchpad number 1 corridor. Let's check the... Only the prints of Director Cosmo, Starbuck, and Terran are authorized, equipped with backup power. Pre-recognition attempts are recorded via security camera. Oh! Starbucks prints were found on the scanner read after incident. Can we present him something? Oops. Do you know anything about this piece of evidence?
Nope, sorry, I'm also useless.
No, it's alright. There's no need to get all depressed.
Clay always used to cheerfully greet me in a loud voice.
He did vocal exercise every morning, sometimes until he was hoarse, right?
Exactly, you could always hear him even through the wall.
Hey, wait a minute.
Did you know Clay?
No, but like attracts like, as they say.
Okay, let's go back to the entrance then. Ah, December 20th. Cosmos Space Center. Entrance. And he's back again. Ah, curse the wretch who sullied my good name. Reverse course and full speed away. Director Cosmos, wait. And he bolt.
I handle this, Daddy. Take that!
Ah, the mobility system has been compromised. True C's knife throw was a direct hit to one of his tires.
And the streak continues!
Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what tricks he's been practicing. My dear old battleship, we fought many a skirmish together. It has been an honor.
Daddy's gonna blow that thing up!
Nah, I bet all that button do is make it go haywire again. Very well. I surrender as a prisoner of war. I expect to be treated honorably. Okay, we can talk to him. Switching the launch pads. Director Cosmos, when you were talking in court about switching the launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. Yeah, he did. I would like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with.
Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent.
Well, we'll say my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed and I've been taken prisoner. Oh. Level 3. Sorry, I got a phone call. Yeah, it was a number I was not familiar with. There was a little exclamation mark on the... Like, it wasn't like it was, red saying that it was a scam or a bot or a survey. It was none of that alerts, but it felt like weird. So I decided not to answer it. Bon. No, so a level 3 Cyclock. No secrets, huh? I beg to differ. Looks like I'll have to undo his Cyclocks if I want to get to the bottom of this.
Take that!
Behind the switching of the launch pads.
I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the two launch pads.
I refuse! You can't make me! I can't hold out longer than anyone! I hope I never get like this when I'm old. Now let's see where to start. This is how you explain your motive for switching the launch pad. You did it to fool the bomber, to prevent the bombing, to save the astronaut. Yeah, he said that he did it to save the astronaut. Thanks to your switching the launch pad, the astronaut escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket far away from the actual explosion. My astronauts were raring to go on an authentic adventure in space. How do you propose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing? I agree you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into the space museum. You figure you could fool Mr. Starbucks once he's been drugged with his medication, but Without the help of this person, it would be impossible to pull your plan off. Who was his accomplice? There's Honko, Klonko, Aura Black Wheel, Candace Arm. Who could have drugged maybe Terra? No. Probably Terran was in on it. Let me try. No, let me say first. I don't want to. Just want to make sure, because I don't want to burn. I don't think I've waged any of my life for that. But let's see.
Take that!
Oh, Terran. You must have gotten Mr. Terran to help you. Arr! He stole the tranquilizer from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. And then, with Mr. Starbuck in the days, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum. Someone else, please, this poor prisoner of war. Whoa. How is he able to spin around like that? Okay, that's one down. If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch? If I could have done that, do you think I would have gone to all that trouble? I guess he must have had a compelling reason why he couldn't call it off. But how did you know to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident? Well, that's because I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure my astronauts' safety. But it was just a warning. It could even have been a prank. Why did you believe in it so completely? Because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days. Oh, I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. And besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone. Yes, that's right. The bomber contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication system, you see? AKA a regular old telephone. It's been a while. Planning another launch? I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call. The bomber said it's been a while. That was enough to make you take the threat seriously? Perhaps Director Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in the bombing once before. Maybe. The culprit in the current case is the same person who was involved in this incident. The courtroom number 4 bombing, the Hat 1 miracle, or the Hat 2... No, the Hat 1 miracle. The Hat 1 miracle. That epic story of survival. People across the nation know it now as a heroic tale of bravery. But in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by our current killer, wasn't it? Very few knew about the previous plot, so when the caller said it's been a while, you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real, and it wasn't a prank. Go! Didn't anyone ever tell you to go easy on the next serviceman? Yes. That one miracle was really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight. Oh shit. That must be the woman we haven't put a name on. Sabotage? Murder? So this is the ugly truth behind the Hat 1 miracle. I let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught and that the case was closed. Huh? Wait a minute. The murder at the Space Center 7 years ago. This must be the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit. Who was the culprit of the murder? Convicted of the murder at the Space Center 7 years ago is chasing a phantom he saw back then. We're talking about Simon Blackwell?
Take that!
Simon Blackwell, the murder suspect in the case that happened here 7 years ago. The place and time of the two incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same. So you thought that he committed both crimes? But while Prosecutor Blackwell was behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. Realizing that, you were shaken. It meant the true culprit's been running free all this time. Oh, how do you keep seeing straight through me? Woo, 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 woo. Unlock successful. The reason why Director Cosmos won't talk about why he switched the launch pad is connected to the truth behind the Hat 1 miracle. The sabotage and murder that happened at this space center 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding. If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch the launch pads. Fading to black and white. We'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago. 7 years ago? You mean the so-called Hat 1 miracle? The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered outer space, then the troubles began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme. So Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered.
Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind that exciting story of space terrorism.
All that in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You could even smuggle a withered old leaf through these checkpoints. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy.
A spy? You mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country, carries out dangerous missions, and always gets the girl?
Someone's watching way too many late-night movies. Well, I guess if we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material, it's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all. Make no mistake, there's cultural rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction. 7 years ago, we got a call before the launch warning us of sabotage. The same memo as this time. Yes. And here I thought the perpetrator had been caught, but it looks like I was wrong.
Prosecutor Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think?
Aren't ninja and spies basically the same thing? But there's a good reason we failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. Government officials were too embarrassed to admit that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy. Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation. They did indeed, and then to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story. And that was the Hat 1 miracle, wasn't it? But then 7 years later, the same MO, advance warning of sabotage. That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. Just like 7 years ago. 7 years ago, the spy gave you advance warning of their plans, just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pad, wasn't it? That's right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, the murder, and they said, "You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?" I immediately thought of the calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. We won't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor. It was quite a moving speech, actually. I could have written myself. Moving? Really? Maybe if you're really inspired by political talking points. But I knew the truth. We have been warned, which meant that the danger was very real. And I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads and staged the moving rescue scene. It was a stage. First, I snuck into the center the night before and switched the launch pads. That way, the astronauts would go from boarding lounge number 1 to the Space Museum. Then, I put a closed for repair sign at the door to launch pad number 1 and boarding lounge number 2.
You did that so normal visitors would enter, right? What else did you do?
I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Terran.
But you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it. Why?
Oh, he already been through enough, and he's no good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. My plan went well, until...
the murder. Clay's murder, huh?
Clay's murder.
After the culprit made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one would find out, but after all that effort, Terran is dead, and the Hat 2 is destroyed. And the Hope capsule, which has returned to us only recently, was also lost in that blast. Huh? My home, the center of the cosmos. My beautiful cosmos space centers down. Whoa.
Wait, what do you mean by the Hope capsule was lost in that blast? I thought that the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Terran. It had just been brought back. It had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with asteroid samples inside. So, what kind of samples are they? What's in them? This is a flashback.
The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back the day before Terran's murder. The capsule was being held in the safe in Launchpad 1. But I gave it to Terran before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. The idea was that, with it safely in Terran's possession, he could make it look like he rescued it during the staged miraculous escape. But our precious research material ended up lost to that explosion anyway.
Oh.
But I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe.
You misunderstand. The launchpad explosion wasn't the one the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence. At the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence and was blown to smithereens. No. Yet another casualty of that blast. Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pads.
What? How?
The police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard my battleship, atop of my advanced communication system.
A wire on that phone?
Yes! A wire on this very phone I'm holding right now. I use this phone to give instruction to my staff about the launch pad switch. Just to the few select members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of launch pad number 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them amid the confusion.
And planted the bomb then. Yes, if they were tapping your phone, they definitely could pull something like that off. So you really think the same spy is behind that incident and the one 7 years ago?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Then the spy must be the phantom Prosecutor Blackwell has been chasing.
Flashback Fulbright. But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I've been on for the phantom of 7 years past continues even still. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center too.
So if we can find this phantom...
That's right, we can clear Tina's name. And then there's the matter of Prosecutor Black Will too.
What about it?
Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as in the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Black Will is innocent. That's still an if, though.
I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without handcuffs. But if we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in.
It's all over for me. Spin, spin, whirl, whirl, I'm done for. Center of the cosmos is doomed.
You think he's going to be alright, Daddy?
Well, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there he can spin with. Which reminds me, I would like to delve a little deeper into the Hat 1 mission too.
If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. There's a Hat 1 exhibit there. Oh, don't mind me, I'll just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfold. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
It's like he achieved spiritual enlightenment or something.
I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go visit the Space Museum. And he's still spinning. Alright, let's go see to the Space Museum. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center. Space Museum.
Let's see. Where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago?
There, that's the Hat 1 exhibit. We can see a jacket just like Clay's. It's been torn on one side. And then there's the case, astronaut suits cased in ice. Not ice, in glass. And they're white instead of orange.
Oh wow, look at that photo of the team.
Yeah, we see the picture over there. There's Clay, Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, Aura Black Will, and even Ponko. But I never seen the woman on the right before.
Everybody looks so happy, well, except for Director Cosmos.
Well, let's check out on the newspaper article too. Hat 1 launch imminent. Oh, there's a photo of the Hope space probe. And there's a katana and some sort of no mask. No theater mask. There's a scroll of a crane and a rock. Black marble with yellow. I guess it's only natural it doesn't talk about the murder or the sabotage.
They already were keeping it a secret, just like the director said. Daddy, take a look at that jacket.
Must be the Hat 1 team's uniform jacket. It's the same design as the one Apollo was wearing, the one that belonged to Clay.
Actual jacket worn by Hat 1 team members, it says.
Not a replica, huh? I wonder if it was Mr. Starbucks. Hat 1 exhibit added to the court record. Newspaper clipping, a photo of the people involved with the launch and a jacket one of them wore. Hello? Question mark. Oh, Juniper.
Hello?
Oh, Miss Woods. What brings you here?
I heard Tina got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here at the scene.
You must be so worried, but rest assured I'm going to do my very best to defend her.
Tina's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her.
Huh? You mean the Cosmos Space Center?
What? You didn't know? She used to live here when she was a little girl.
She did? No, I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much about this place. Miss Woods, could you tell me more details? Tina in the Space Center.
Tina's mom worked here.
I knew it!
If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that.
But why was a psychology specialist working on a space research facility?
I don't really know, but I do know that she lived and worked here, so Tina lived here too.
So it was far from Tina's first time here. I wonder why she didn't mention it.
She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her.
Sad memory. A sad memory. Can you tell me about it?
There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago.
The same time frame as the Hat 1 launch?
Tina's mom in the robotics lab. She was murdered. What? After it happened, Tina stopped coming into school.
Poor Tina. And all this time, she never let on at all.
I was so worried about her. I came in so many times hoping to see her. But I never saw her again.
They're looking at the rocket. Now we see a young Juniper with her Temis school uniform.
After a while, we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years. And so the first time
you've seen her in 7 years was during Professor Quart's case?
That's right, and I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person, so cheerful and happy.
Peace! Young Athena. What was Athena like as a child?
She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's completely different from the Athena we know now. I can't even picture it. She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotion.
Because of her power.
When she went to crowded places, she would get dizzy from all the emotions flying around.
It must be hard to hear people's heart as well as their voices. Oh, she's wearing some sort of special headphones with antenna.
She always wore those big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research.
Huh, I wonder what kind of research it was. Like the antenna looked like bunny ears.
Because of her special ability, Tina couldn't handle being in school very often. And I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories. Sounds like Tina's mother played a big role here at the Space Center.
Let me check something. I'm curious. Okay. She's not wearing the headphones anymore.
Oh! Daddy! Show her that picture!
Atta girl, good idea. Picture? This? Miss Woods, could you take a look at this for me?
Oh, look! There's Tina's mom! The woman on the far right, the one in the kimono, that's Dr. Metis Psych!
Athena's mother's murder. Did it by any chance have any connection to the Hat 1 launch?
What? Why, yes it did! As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch.
Just as I suspected. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. So this is the murder Director Cosmos was talking about. Does that mean that the crime Prosecutor Blackwell was convicted of is the murder of Athena's mother? There's a chance her death is someone connected to the current case.
There is?
Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods, and please try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Athena. We've got our plates full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it all in before the day's through.
The detention center first, then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over. All right. Going straight to the detention center. December 20th, detention center visitors room. Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer, fancy meeting you here. Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. Here on business? To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted Tonate, the one behind the courtroom bombing incident. He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about that case. And what he was saying, it was so incredible, I just have to come right over to hear more.
Incredible? What was he saying?
Why don't you hang around and hear it for yourself? Really? Us? Are you sure? Ha ha ha! I give you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now. So the detention center, it's not Athena's who's coming, it's Ted Tonate, and he's wearing his visor and he's sweating bullets, and he still talks through his text-to-speech equipment.
You! What nerve you have to come here. You're here to laugh at me, I suppose.
Like I'd waste my breath on you. Yeah, he's wearing also his goggles. After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospitals.
Violence, no. Question, okay.
No violence? Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attack him. Fine. Then just answer me this, Mr. Tonate. What is this truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up?
No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed Detective Arn, there was another person in the room.
What are you talking about? Who else could have been there?
I saw it, I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed.
What?
I don't know who it was.
But that's who blew up the courtroom!
You expect us to buy that?
Easy there, Trucy. I don't see any Cyclops. So I guess he must not be lying.
Pardon me, I got a little carried away. But I'm telling you the truth, I did not detonate that bomb.
And there you have it. We can't exactly ignore his claim, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We're even analyzing the bomb itself, or what's left of it. Oh, we see the fragments. There's 7K, 6B, 11A, a piece of cover for light, some red, blue, and yellow gasket, a chip, and a piece of rock that looks like one that was at the Space Center. The black marble yellow. We haven't found any new facts yet, though. Wow, they laid it all out piece by piece.
Oh, look at all those beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them.
Uh-oh, looks like his geek switch has been activated. Phony Fenty bomb added to the court record. It was found in boarding lounge 1 and detonated in courtroom number 4. Fragments are being analyzed. 2-page worth. Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special brand of questioning. Okay, let's see here. So this is the bomb that was shown on the first case. And these are the pieces. So here's a piece of the frame, piece of the wire, piece of the... Wait. If the piece of the middle is the cover that shows the number The crack doesn't fit what's on the screen. And there's still that piece that was found in the Space Center. Anything but that. I'm afraid I have to be off now, too. I was just about to question Miss Sykes.
You're going to see Athena now?
That's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go. Ha 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 ha. What bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after her questioning is over to see her.
And after we came all this way too, well, I guess it's back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab, Daddy.
Alright, sounds like a plan. Let's move to the robotics lab. We've never been there before. So this is Aura's workshop. What is she building? Judgatron? It's a giant mecha. A giant robot. JT/02. She's building there's a giant boulder on the ground with a chain. Is that supposed to be a weapon? She's building an evil robot. Well, it's evil because it has a frowny face on the face. Like the head look like a rocket. There's triangular yellow eyes that look like frowny eyes. As is painted in green and purple, who are classical, typical DC Comics villains. And yeah, there's some boxes in the back, a lot of wires. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center Robotics Lab.
So this is the robotics lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge.
Yep, it's just above the boarding lounge. And where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. This is where Tina's mother was killed 7 years ago. Huh. Speaking of someone who works with robots...
Daddy, look over there!
This is probably Aura. Oh, there's another part of the lab that we see, and Apollo's here. It's all in pink. There's a chair that's inclined, like they would do some experiments on the human. There's a computer desk with a giant flat screen, pink, with little post-it attached on it. There's a pink chair. And then we can see the window with the emergency ladder over here. Now we have Apollo, who's holding some sort of satchel bag with the GAXA logo on it. So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? So he's been interrogating Aura, and Konko is here as well. What voice did I use to Aura? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Aura Blackwell, I wonder what they're talking about. Well, come to spoil our fun just when I was enjoying our alone time. Juicy and Mr. Right. If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own. All I respect is, and I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab. Well, this is my lab, so you'll need my permission if you want to do any snooping. About what happened? I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director. And suddenly Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed. And they all leave happily ever after. Ha 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 ha!
Daddy, say something to her!
And I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court. Am I right? the princess, huh? Guess she's talking about Athena. Of course! Athena is innocent. She's hugging her ray gun. Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo? I don't know yet.
Apollo, could you?
What's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate? Apollo ... I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? Phew! All this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to see something, Uncle Junk. Clack, 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 clack. Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sickbay? Mr. Terran, that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay because of the jacket. Maybe Apollo's possessed by Clay's ghost. Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran. Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran. I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her too, of course. A robot that can see ghosts? Yeah, right, and I'm a spirit medium. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena, no matter what you have to say about it. How perfectly foolish! That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago. 7 years ago. Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago? Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or do you just want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask for in return? I would like to hear about that incident too. It will help me understand the current case better. Apollo knows about that case too. Well, if you're the one who's asking, Apollo, come on, Nakajunk, you tell the story. But Miss Aura, that's private information. I'm gonna remove the clearance out of your circuit. If you don't talk, I'll just have to make you talk. Yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me. I am ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to impart all available information.
Whoa, what a magic trick! He's like a completely different robot now!
The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much younger then. Yikes! Better watch what you say if you don't want to get recycled, Conko. And then our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Meta Sykes. Okay. She needed a psychology to input feelings on robots, or personality, or something that would look like feelings. Interesting. Heart? Robot with hearts? Can you even make such a thing? Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. The two navigation companions created by Miss Aura and Dr. Metis transcend humans. Ah! Karate chop to the head. Metis. She just glanced over at her desk. Oh, there's a picture of Metis. Nobody could continue Metis' research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now, the two navigation companions are all that are left of Metis here on Earth. So Plunko and Clunko. The robots are all that's left? Isn't she leaving out a very important someone? Like Athena? We built the ultimate creations together. But now she's gone. I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robot almost as much as he loves her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. Oh, da. What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay. I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat. Miss Aura, would you like a tissue? Now! Keep your trap shut, hunk and junk. Clunko and Punko.
Clunko is an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sides. You should treat him better.
What does it matter? It doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body. Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The program Metis wrote runs on a separate mainframe. As I say as I'm mingling inside his head. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. Their bodies are really just peripherals. So, I can do anything I want to them. I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor thing. But why are you people looking into such an old case now anyway? Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case.
So Daddy's going to find out who killed Dr. Sykes too.
I'm sure you're aware of who Metis' killer is. Yes, Prosecutor Blackwell, or so it seems. That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it? I can't say anything for sure right now. But that's exactly what I would like to hear your side of it. To help me be sure. Dr. Sykes and Simon. I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court. Ah, Prosecutor Blackwell's forte is infamous power suggestion technique. He learned it from Athena's mother, wow. Exactly. And he was oddly serious about it, rather than the teacher-student relationship. He treated her more like how a loyal samurai would treat his sovereign, or daimyo, or whatever the name is. He seems more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me. He even got along well with that miserable little princess.
Why do you call Athena the princess anyway?
Well, she is Metis' daughter after all, although she's nothing like her. Besides, yeah, Metis is my queen! And Athena is the little princess. Doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around? Now I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into Aura yesterday. It all makes sense now. Open the hood. So the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then. What does it settle? None of your business! Just forget you heard anything. Huh. How long are you people going to hang around in here anyway?
What? We came here to take a look around.
And you need my permission and you don't have it. You think you can just walk in and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant! And she clutches the robot's neck And he acts as if he's choking. The face turned blue. We're not the police, so we don't have one. Then get out! Now! Clunko, show them out. Certainly, Miss Aura. Brrr. I'm gonna swing my arms like this, and if you get hit, it's your own fault.
Ouch! Don't push!
My apologies, I'm just following orders. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ah! December 20th, Cosmos Space Center. Entrance. What a way to get shown out.
The nerve of that woman! What's with that horrible attitude?
I guess that's just how she is.
And why was Apollo going along with her?
I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes.
Oh, I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious and edgelord like that.
I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky? I mean, he's kind of dorky, but
I'm going to keep an eye on him.
Hey, wait, Trucy, come back! The investigation! Nah, fuck it, I never needed her anyway. She's gone. What should I do now? Detective Fulbright is probably still questioning Athena. Guess I'll go back to the office. Alone. I'm gonna try my luck anyway. No.
Unfulfilled.
December 20th, writing anything agency. Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. I guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. Fade to black. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And then, for a while after that, she was always by my side. Now I'm getting all sentimental. I must be tired. Huh? There's something on the floor. What's the letter doing here? Oh! Hey, Nick, it's been a while, huh? Miss me? I know this handwriting. Maya!
I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have been really something, although weird as part of the course with you.
I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details.
I would love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of the difficult parts of my own training.
She's gonna be a medium master, just like her mom! Yeah!
So instead, think of me as you watch those Still Samurais video I sent. I'm sure they'll cheer you wide up. Yours truly, Maya Faye.
Good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. Yeah, there's a picture of her. This is from the first. This is an image of the remake of the first trilogy. Like, this has been rendered and clean and everything. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, she's a spirit medium. This Magatama I use on Cyclops, Maya is the one who gave it to me. Actually, it's Pearl, but detailed. But I wonder how this letter got here.
Mr. Nick?
Ah!
Pearls! She's all grown up! Oh, that's so cute. She's like 12-year-old.
It's you, Pearls.
Yay!
Okay, I was taking a bite. You know what? I'll take a bathroom break. Be right back. I'm leaving you with Pearl's team. Okay, I'm back. Okay, I'll try to make different voices because it's not obvious because I wanted to do a baby voice for Pearls, but now she's all grown up. But if I give an older voice, it looks like sounds like Juniper Woods, just like Maya sounds like Trucy. I want to make a difference between the two. Like Maya must be like a grown woman now. I don't want to make her sound too much like her old sister, so let's see.
Mr. Nick! Mr. Nick!
Okay, I'm gonna give her. I'll keep the baby voice for Pearl. So now Maya and Trucy.
Mr. Nick! Mr. Nick! Mr. Nick! Mr. Nick! Mr. Nick! Okay, okay. Okay, Mr. Nick! Alright, okay. Burger! I could go for a hamburger. I could go for a hamburger. I could go for a hamburger. This is Daddy. Okay. How have you been, Mr. Nick?
This is Pearl Faye, though I call her Pearls. She is Maya's cousin, who is also a spirit medium. A very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old, but Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. They have? You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you?
I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked.
What? They forgot to unlock the door and she does the same old thumbnail biting. And looking both sides instead of only in just right direction.
But I can't believe there was such a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different.
She's even further off on the details than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on.
Huh? Oh, I knew that! I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick!
Pearl's errand.
Did you read the postscript on the letter?
There's more? Oh yeah, here it is. P.S. Postscriptum.
I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office. So Pearlie said she would come help you. Isn't she sweet? You better thank her.
Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls.
I'm gonna clean your room. You won't even be able to recognize it. What's with all this, the magic prop shit? Let's throw everything in the garbage. There.
Maya and Pearls, thanks to these two, I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls.
Now that I'm here, I'm going to whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all.
I'll need to talk to Prosecutor Blackwell if I want to learn more about this case. With the trial still going on, they must be holding him down at the detention center. Okay, can I go to the detention center now? Yeah, basically I just came back just to have a little cameo, nostalgia time with Pearls. December 20th, detention center, visitors room. Alright, are you done? Look who's here! I wonder what they're talking about. All this time you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray. Huh?
I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls?
Prosecutor Blackwell, he's on the other side. Of course, he's a convict. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Horace here. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. When there's no tomorrow? What is she talking about? The trial?
We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down.
All right, fine. I see you're just not going to listen no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care. Oh. Wow, I could cut the tension with a katana. Hello, Blind Pizza Guy. How you doing? All right, we're already on chapter 5, but the trial on chapter 4 isn't complete. But we managed to find the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, non-guilty, and that's pretty much why there was a separation between chapter 4 and chapter 5. But it's still the continuation, and we found out that this crime is related to the incident of 7 years ago, the one where Simon Blackwell was accused of committing murder. And we're starting to believe that he was innocent as well. So yeah, he says he's chasing a phantom, like he's obsessed about this trial, like he's still like looking for the things of the matter. So here's a little bit of the changes that we found. So we discovered remembered on the okay, I'll need the evidence to remember. Okay, remember at the lounge on the main building of the Space Center, the door that goes towards the launch pad corridor, there was some sort of knob that was vertically. I haven't figured it out back then, but there was two details that I missed on the security footage camera. The first one was that when Terran come out of the corridor with Solomon unconscious, the knob was horizontal back then, and there was a number 2 on the floor of the corridor. And we figured out with our evidence, like the knob is used to move the launch pad towards the launch site, or they can be swapped with the Space Museum. So the number 2 is on the floor of the Space Museum. You still there? You still following? So basically, what Cosmos was hiding is that he took the bomb threat seriously, and there was never supposed to have a launch. You're very interested. Okay, you're following. You're following. Okay, so we figured out that the launch pad were swapped. Like the astronauts were nowhere near the explosion. Like there was a bomb on the rocket, and since the launch pad are similar in design, that would explain the inconsistency of Terran carrying the body through the ladder. Because the elevator of the Space Museum was working. So he just had to take the elevator that took care of it. But doing that made a little brings another questions like, wouldn't he be knowing, like, as soon as he entered the launch pad, he would have figured it out right away that this wasn't the launch pad number one, this was the museum, right? Oh, what's this? I don't know why Automod decided to they switched them out and put the other launch pad there because it looks like the one, but that's not that one. I have no idea why Automod blocked you on that sentence. This is weird. Yeah. So yeah, Cosmos did the little switcheroo to protect the astronauts because he wanted to because he was taking the bombing very seriously. Right now, we haven't figured out who the culprit of the bombing was, but Fulbright came in and found a proof. We found the lighter. Remember, like Aura Blackwill saw the culprit with the knife and a lighter. We found the lighter. It has Terran's blood on it and fingerprints that wasn't Solomon Starbuck. And since he was unconscious, basically that proved that that single piece of evidence proved that he was not guilty. So the judge declared that the defendant was not guilty, but after thorough analysis, we figured out that the fingerprints that were on the lighter were belonged to Athena. So now she's arrested, and we're gonna save her in court. And now we're Phoenix is alone. Like Apollo is doing his investigation on his side as well. Like we're working not for the same cause. Since he's doing his own solo investigation, he kind of picked up on what we know on his own as well. And he seems to be taking the side of Aura Blackwill a lot since they share something in common. Because, yeah, we figured out, like, Yuri, yeah, it was easy to drug Solomon, but to do his little switcheroo, he had an accomplice, and that was Terran. Terran was in the know, so that's why it didn't matter if he entered the launch pad. It was a space museum, like, it didn't care. So basically, they didn't trust Solomon Starbuck because he cannot keep a secret. So that's why Terran stole the drugs from his mentor and drugged him. When he was drugged, he couldn't tell his surroundings. Like, it was similar enough to say, okay, we're going to space, but he was too drugged to figure out, hey, this isn't the launch pad, this is a museum, what are we doing here? And they tried to make it look like an heroic escape. So they tried to turn the incident into their advantage. The plan was to make Taran looked like a hero, like he would save Solomon. And nobody would have figured it out because everybody was on the bomb shelter. Like the launch pad was, when the launch pad were switched, there were no witnesses because everybody was at the bomb shelter. Right now, we're still figuring out who the culprit is. Did we found new evidence? Oh yeah, we figured out that the Hope capsule has been destroyed during the courtroom bombing. So that was the part of the mastermind. Like, those were lost. This is the lighter with Athena's fingerprint. There's the exhibit with a jacket. And we found the picture of, the bomb that detonated in courtroom number 4. We figured out that, let's see. Yeah. There's a tear on one of the jacket that's on display. It probably belonged to Solomon. There's a picture of the Hope capsule being programmed. There's a katana on display. There's a no theater mask of a woman who was as an ornament on the wall next to a scroll with a picture, a drawing of a crane. And on display, there's a weird rock that I cannot identify. It's black and marble with yellow. What I figured out is when we when the police investigated the fragments of the bomb that blew up during courtroom 4, one of the pieces that was in the bomb was the same marble black and yellow pattern. I have no idea what this rock is. It's probably the moon rock that was stolen and the moon rock that was destroyed. Probably like 7K is probably the asteroid fragment that we're looking for. We haven't figured it out yet. Right now, every piece has a serial number. Like there's a microchip that's called 11D. There's the frame, the door where it displays the number, it's 6B. The light on it, it's 11A. And right now, the mysterious stone is called 7K. So this is what we figured out so far. We haven't had the chance to talk to Athena. We talked to Aura. We have confirmed that the person that was on the photo during the Hat 1 exhibition was Athena's mother. Her name is Dr. Metis Sykes, and she's a doctor in psychology. And she and Aura helped build the robots who were assistant navigator back then. Klonko and Ponko. The wiring and the programming and the AI was basically Aura's design, and Metis was part of building hearts for the robot. So basically, it's like they're basically like a creation, like the hearts of the robots. It's like the same relation as Luke Skywalker has with C-3PO. Like they're related in the same manner. Like Athena is related to Klonko and Ponko the same way as Luke Skywalker is related to C-3PO. And Widget as well. So they have the same program. And we haven't had a chance to talk to Athena, but yeah, the murder that was 7 years ago was Athena's mom. So Athena was a witness to her own mother's murder. Simon Blackwell was there, and that's who they thought committed the crime. So, like, and we have a testimony from Juniper saying that when the Athena that we know, the cheerful, positive, always showing peace sign, she was nothing like that when she was young. Because when she was young, she was introverted, secluded, and also when she was young, she couldn't control her power very well. Like, the ability of her of hearing other people's feelings and voices of their hearts was overwhelming when she was walking in crowds. She couldn't go to school every day. She was a kid, she was wearing special headphones designed by her own mother to suppress some of the noise. And she was part of, she was living at the Space Center probably because she was helping in her own way her mom's with her research because she could pick up, emotions. Like she's an empath. That's basically what she is. Right now, we're at the detention center, and we're in front of Blackwell. Trucy is with Apollo because she's worried about him, so she's keeping an eye on him. And we receive a letter from Maya Fey saying that she thinks about us. She's in the middle of her training to become a master medium, and she sent pearls to help clean the office. So right now we saw pearls for the first time. It was so beautiful. You missed that. So Black Will, right to know. It looks like Fulbright saved your case in court this morning. What? Oh, yeah, you did. You bounced back to business quick. Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me, but it was the just thing to do. But, as a result, Sykes Dunno was arrested. Was that the just thing to do too? Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do? Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence. I wouldn't take this thing so lightly if I were you. Right, Dunno? This is blade-proof glass, right? 7 years ago. Prosecutor Blackwell, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for somebody you called the Phantom of 7 years past, aren't you? You villain! Where did you hear about that? This glass is absolutely positively blade-proof, right? No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single... Oh, wait, maybe I did. Whoops! Ouch, at least it wasn't my fault. Blackwell, ... He looks angry as shit. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sides, did you? Guard! The guest is leaving! Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases. Blackwell, ... I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was, without question, me. Yeah, he's referring to Dr. Sykes as his mentor because he was studying psychology under her. His power of suggestion came from her. I stole Sykes Dunno's mother away from her. I destroyed her life. Prosecutor Blackwell. Guard, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you. And he leaves. There he goes. No! We have upset Prosecutor Blackwell. Now what are we going to do, Mr. Lawyer? There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you a little more about that old case? Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know? The trial 7 years ago. Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted? Not at all. The police called this incident the UR1 incident. Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kinda like if you read Mr. Lawyer were to kill you. You're red, Mr. Like if your red Mr. Lawyer were to kill you. Like as if Apollo would kill me. I don't want to think about that one. Not one bit. There were two decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very quickly. Two pieces of evidence, huh? What were they? Let's see. The first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime. The only one, huh? Ouch, that sounds pretty decisive. Could you show me that footage? Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have it with me right now. I guess I'll have to see it some other time. 7 years ago, video added to the court record. Video showing the corridor to the crime scene. Blackwell was the only one to pass through at the time of the crime. What was the second piece of evidence? Oh, this one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. Okay. Okay, so now we're looking at Simon holding a bloody katana. We're having an arm on the table at the robotics lab who has some blood on it. This is Punko's arm. Judging by the color, since Punko is orange, and there's also bandages on it. So, yeah. The way he holds up the blade, it looks like he's examining the blade, like he's the one to pick it up. See? There he is, at the crime scene, holding a bloody katana. It was the victim's kept on display in the room. She had a thing for Japanese culture. Wow. It'd be hard to explain this one away. Katana added to the court record. The weapon used in the murder 7 years ago, it belonged to the victim. The victim's blood was found only on the blade. Only on the blade? What about the pool of blood? Usually when you kill someone with, like, 3/4 of the blade is stained with the blood. If it's a slash, all her blood will be on the floor. Are they saying that the blood on the floor is not even hers? That only the victim's blood was found on the blade? Who took this picture, detective? My nephew got a toy one from somewhere, I can't remember where yesterday. I was explaining to him what a katana was. Oh, okay, nice. The incident happened the day before the Hat One lunch. A reporter who had come to do a story on the lunch was in the room across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took. Photo of the crime scene added to the court record. Taken inadvertently become conclusive evidence at Simon Blackwell's trial 7 years ago. Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd, he's definitely hiding something. Yeah. Let's see what else we have. I don't see the floor. But it's in front of the emergency window. We can see the thing where they stock the emergency ladder. Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he? Yes, and I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches. Oh, that's what they're saying. He's to be executed tomorrow. Oh. What did you just say? Execution date? What? Did I say something? Oh, never mind me. You didn't hear a thing. Injustice we trust. Huh? So he was given the death sentence? Yes, he told me not to tell you people, actually. I made another whoops. But I guess there's no sense hiding anymore. His execution date is tomorrow. What? Tomorrow? No. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. That's what she meant. But what if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago? Oh, then it would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackwell would be executed tomorrow under a false charge.
But that would be unthinkable. We have to do something right now.
I want to do something. I really do, but you're a lawyer. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision.
No.
Why?
Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of a fight?
You saw how he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him.
He's ready to take the fall. That's what it is. Like, he feels someone responsible and he's ready to... if he's anything like a samurai, and if he treats Metis Sykes as his mentor, he failed to protect her. So if she dead, he feels like he should die too because he cannot live with the shame. So it conveniences him to be convicted of the murders. Like, it's okay, I'm gonna die anyway. But for some reason, he's not like a real samurai, or else he would have committed Sudoku. He would have committed Sudoku right there and then. I know what I said! It's not a typo. Yeah, he would have committed Sudoku. Yes. Uncooperative when he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit? This isn't right. I can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow. What's this?
Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. Fulbright here. What? What's happening? You've got to be kidding!
That's quite a reaction. I bet he's making some big show of it right now.
Mr. Lawyer, the robots are...
What? Are they killing everyone? Yeah, it's a weird ringtone. It's like the most basic ringtone in the world. Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction?
Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt. The machines are rebelling against the humans.
Or,
they've holed themselves up in the space center and taking the visitors as hostages.
All two of them? They did what? No. Trucy's in there.
We have to get right over there. There's going to be one heck of a battle.
Oh shit, the police are already there. They covered the perimeter, and there's an anti-riot group with their shields at the ready, who are blocking anyone from going in. There's an ambulance. The news is here. Some cops is giving orders to other cops. Some people try to get in. Oh, this is unprecedented in a Phoenix Wright game, and pretty severe. Like, wow. 720th Cosmos Space Center entrance. The riot police are here. Then the robots really are holding people hostages.
Look, Mr. Lawyer, what do you suppose that group of people are swarm around?
Clonko, but I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost.
You robots are declaring war on us humans. You've even taken hostages already.
Stay away from it. You never know what it'll do.
Question mark. But he's not a bad robot. Can't you see he's just trying to help me? I recognize that voice. Detective Fulbright, are you okay here on your own?
Leave it to me. All right, people. What's going on here? All right. What's all this then?
Pearls, over here.
Oh, Mr. Nick, there you are.
What are you doing here?
I heard the terrible news and I got so worried.
Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself. I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy.
This is Klunko. Klunko seems the same as before. When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something? Oh, did I? Error. Uh-oh. There is something wrong with him. Got, boop, boo. He shut down. Oops. Looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired. He, ha, 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 ha. Klunko? Turns purple. Oh, fuck, it's Aura. Ha, ha, ha. Human beings are our enemies. It's time for the machines to take over. Okay, she's speaking in the name of the machines. So there's some drills that coming out of the head, and her face is all purple, but this is definitely Aura's doing. Ah, the robots are rebelling. Everybody run! Eek! It's an all-out war! It's the end of the world! Ha 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 ha! Fools! How could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots! I'm just controlling these robots remotely! What? But it is true that I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad! Alright, so this is a very sane response from her sister. Like, she's fighting nail and tooth for his brother to be released. She's taking hostages. She's committed a crime. She plans to get herself arrested as well. Hey, you, hostage number 1, come here, I'll let you talk to them. Oh, and there's a picture of a video feed of the Space Museum. Huh? Something being displayed on Klunko's face screen. It's the Space Museum.
Daddy? Daddy, is that you?
Trucy! Trucy, is that you? Oh no, Trucy, are you alright?
About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gone AWOL. A researcher is the one behind. She's here, cunt. Eek!
Yeah, this girl's talk too much. Trucy! Trucy! Talk to me!
Why are you doing this?
I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening. Bobby Fulbright here. I'm all ears. I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Terran's murderer, Athena Sykes. Athena? Now, hold on just one moment. I can't just give in to a demand like that. Okay, this is what I think. They're saying that Athena killed her own mom and she forgot about it. Because she said something when we said that, oh, the one who committed the murder 7 years ago is the same as today. Well, that settles it then. This is what her Aura said. So she thinks Athena committed the murder and got her own brother arrested. Now, hold on just one moment. I can't just give in to a demand like that. So, you don't care what happened to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then. No, wait, Mr. Lawyer. I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do, but promise me you'll never hand Athena over, and that you won't give up on the hostages either. Of course I won't. Now I better go catch contact headquarters.
Mr. Nick, how do you plan to buy time?
I have no idea yet, but this hostage taker, could it be... Yeah, it's Hora. If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have Hunk of Junk kill all the hostages. Yeah, she just called herself out there. Princess, Hunk of Junk. There's only one person this could be. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip. The flashback of Simon Blackwell. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk! Miss Osterstaker, Athena is not a murderer. What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they got her in detention. I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena, it's someone else. Alright, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is the real killer? I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same as the one in the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case. It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is. But is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it. Just what exactly are you proposing? What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy our hostage taker? Recreated it, retry in court, or ask about it? Retry. I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth. That's good. Real good. Hey, detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready. 1 hour? But that's impossible. Please, give me at least until tomorrow. If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait! If we're going to have a retrial, we need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. She will. And I guess I can be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. But Hunk and Junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny. Got that? Now, follow Hunk and Junk. Riot police, make way, we're coming through.
Mr. Nakeway, I'll help you with the investigation.
Thanks, Pearl. I appreciate that. Okay, we're going in. So my assistant here is Pearls. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center, Robotics Lab. And Aura is in the middle of creating a giant robot called Judgatron. Serial number JT-02. There's a big mace on the ground. It's a flail. The iron piece of a flail on the ground. So yeah, the robot is all purple and green with yellow triangular eyes with showing an angry face. Yeah, if I didn't know better, she's planning something to take over the world. Oh, and there's a giant drill on the floor, so her giant robot will have a drill punch and a flail mace as his main weapon. Aura dropped us off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back.
I wonder what's taking so long.
I don't know about that, we'll just have to see.
We can't really start the investigation yet, can we?
Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago. Oh, now Clunko is back to normal. Mr. Right? Ah, it's the hostage taker. I'm gonna go grab some popcorn real quick. I'll be right back. Yeah, go ahead. This is gonna be something for the ages. I have a piece of protein bar. I'm munching it myself. I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored, however. More importantly, an important guest has arrived. A guest? Oh shit! Steel Samurai. This is Edgeworth. This is Miles Edgeworth's room. There's a chess piece, the Steel Samurai picture, he's drinking tea, red convertible. Yeah, he's coming in. That's his theme song.
I trust you've been well, right?
Miles with glasses. Hello, Daddy. Edgeworth, what are you doing here?
What do you think I'm doing here, stupid?
This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in the court a number of times back when he was a prosecutor, but now... Bows.
Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, aren't you?
He's chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon he'll be a year, right? So he's chief prosecutor, wow. Sorry, I'm gonna take my time. Appreciate the theme song. Okay? I'm done with my bar.
A title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss?
Miles Edgeworth. So what are you doing here, Edgeworth?
The capture chose me as the prosecutor for the UR1 case.
Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top.
I gathered all the information I could in the short time that I had. I'll give you a rundown.
You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Thanks, I appreciate this. I could really use the help. The UR1 incident.
I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was the psychologist Dr. Metis Sykes.
Yeah, Tina's mother.
7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have 2 crime photos and the police notes of them for you to see.
Okay, so more pictures. She was stabbed on her own chair.
Aghast! What a terrible way to die!
And there's a jacket on the floor as well that belongs to the Space Center. Okay, so the katana has been left on the floor. There's no blood on the floor. Yeah, she's sitting on this sort of the patient room. This is probably where the robots are laid to be worked on. There's a piece of paper on the floor as well. And the second picture, oh, we see the old capsule. Yes. We see that the sword has been taken away and the moon rock has been stolen. This other photo shows the other side of the room, I see. And there's also, like, there used to be, like, 3 containers with wheels. The bigger of the 3 has been removed as well. Seven-year-old photos added to the court record. 2 photos of the body and crime scene. They were taken by the first person to discover the body.
I also have the autopsy report for you.
Metis' autopsy report. Stab wound to the chest. The weapon pierced the heart and so that was instantaneous. Okay, so it was not a slash, it was a thrust.
The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found on the scene.
Okay, let's see. Estimated time of death between 1 and 3 p.m. on October the 7th. Cause of death, instant death due to a stab wound to the heart. Okay. That couldn't have been Maya. She couldn't be strong enough back then to stab someone like that. Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture.
The body was found by a Space Center staff member and 2 police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat of the Hot One launch.
Yes, Director Cosmos mentioned this too.
A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor.
Simon Blackwell. I heard this trial was over in a flash.
Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only 1 session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him too.
The security camera video and a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall.
But did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive?
To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why.
So that means he must still be hiding something.
Right. And there's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public.
Yeah, I know the part about the spy, right?
Right? How on earth do you know about that?
Director Cosmos told me after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hot One miracle.
Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets.
Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackwell of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you can prove that the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy,
we can state the execution.
It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you any way I can.
Thanks, Edward. Now that all I have to do is comb this room for evidence.
Let's do it together!
Alright, we can examine now. Alright. Well, I've been wanting to examine the room for a long time. So, okay, let's go from left to right. This is one heck of a robot.
There's something written on it. Is it supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judgeatron, JT02.
I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet.
He's right, Pearl. There's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago either.
They were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe has been removed from the room.
So it was long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh? Oh yeah, I see. There's some, there's a toolbox by the engineer who was building the capsule and the probe. No, the capsule, the probe, not the capsule. The capsule has been left there. So they stole the capsule. No, they stole the probe and the rock. Yeah, as you can see in this picture, there's a big empty space in that room because the capsule takes a lot of space. It's 10 feet wide by 12 feet tall with a satellite dish on top of that.
But you can see the probe in this newspaper photo.
Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there too.
That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture?
Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo.
Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. I hear there's a lot of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the result could potentially have a huge impact on all the civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there. So the person who stole it think it was our spy?
I'm sure of it. Dr. Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackwell is the culprit.
Yeah. So there's this. Hey, look at this row of rolling cases. I bet the wheels makes it easier for people to move every research materials found.
I bet they would be fun to ride around in. We could even probably both fit into the biggest one. I know, we could have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us.
I don't trust him not to push us down the flight of stairs.
You'll be right. I would totally would.
What's this? It looks like a giant power plug.
It's attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station.
Oh, this is for the robot. That's a charging station for us robots. We come here periodically and charge ourselves up. Wow, machines that maintain themselves. That's pretty cool. If our battery runs out and we lose consciousness, Misa back. Damn it. You came in, but you took your break at the worst timing ever. Guess who's the prosecutor for the retrial? Guess. Unless you were lurking while you were fetching the popcorn. A good try, but no. Chief Prosecutor Miles fucking Edgeworth. You heard me. Chief Prosecutor. We never know what Miss Aura will do to us while we're down, you see. Nothing motivates quite fear like fear, huh? So yeah, this is what he gave us. Like, he gave us more photos of the crime scene. So, Metis was killed on the leaning chair where the robots are being worked on. It was a stab through the heart. The death was instantaneous. There's a jacket on the floor. The 2/3 or between 2/3 and 3/4 of the blade is soaked in blood. So it's like she's been skewered from one end to the other. The victim's body was found on the operating table. A katana, the victim's staff jacket, and a cart were found nearby. And then we see a picture where the whole probe was, but it's gone. So there's a rolling cases that wasn't there before. That's gone. The moon rock is gone. The katana has been misplaced because it was her own, like she was killed by her own blade. And yeah, see, so they stole a moon rock, a rolling case, and the probe station. Yeah, the moon rock was stolen. The Hope capsule can be seen on the workbench. There are rolling cases for moving equipment, a robot charging station, and a toolkit on the floor. There is a hanging scroll and a Japanese theater mask on the wall. So yeah, and the autopsy report says on October the 7th, instant death between 1 and 3 p.m. What's this? A giant robot arm, maybe?
It's pretty big for an arm, but you're right. I think these 10 parts here are finger bones. They're even about as long as my legs.
And there's a spike ball and a giant drill on the floor, too. Is Zora trying to build some kind of weapon of massive destruction?
Maybe she wants to use this to demolish a big building or something?
I can picture her gleefully tearing down the street doing just that. I'd better not think about it anymore. So there's a plug. So this was, when you came back, we were investigating the charging station. This is where the robot here comes to recharge themselves. They do it they do it in their own volition. If they forgot to recharge, if they're found unconscious, their fear of what Aura could do to them. So that's why what else is there? Oh, there's a table here.
It's about...
Okay, it's about as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench.
Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See the cute little food processor?
No, that's not a food processor, that's a capsule.
That isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope capsule. It was scheduled to be loaded onto the Hope space probe that fateful day. The 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body.
The first on the scene, huh? A staff member and 2 police officers, was it? And they were here to collect the capsule. Which reminds me. So, this is a flashback of when Apollo interrogated Hora. So, they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right?
Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead?
Apollo and Nora Blackwell, I wonder what they're talking about. Edward, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule?
Oh, you mean this? It's custom made, shock-resistant bag. How did you know?
Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all.
So he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he?
Hope capsule updated in the court record. It was at the crime scene 7 years ago. It was launched into space and only returned to Earth a few days ago. And was destroyed during the courtroom bombing. Okay, so now we can move. Okay, we can only move from left to right. It's not a 360 thing anymore. Okay, okay. Sad. Okay, so let's explore this. Oh, look, it's a little robot. I wonder what it does. Cleaning, maybe? A cleaning robot must follow a human's orders as long as it causes no human harm. Okay, so this cleaning robot has Asimov's laws of robotics installed into his program. Uh-oh. Yikes! It talks! A cleaning robot must keep desks clean without violating the preceding clause. Yeah. However, Miss Aura says she prefers a moderate level of clutter on the desk. Oh, what is the purpose of my existence? I guess slack off and cups and corners aren't in his vocabulary bank. Yeah, when he says clean, wants to clear everything. But Aura is kind of like me. Like, she wants to find herself in her working area. So if everything is clean, she wouldn't be able to figure out where everything is. She would have to look for it. Because if it's not in front of her or where she left it, it's gonna be like troublesome trying to figure out where would he think of sorting it from. So yeah, so this is a mix between Asimov's robots with the 3 laws of robotics and the robot that in Rick and Morty that Rick built to pass the butter. What is my purpose? You pass the butter. Oh God. Yeah, welcome to the club. I was trying to keep things in the same place. I know where they are. Yeah, you see? Like, as a blind person, it's pretty important as well. Like, if somebody move stuff while you're not there, you have no idea to figure it out. Like, you have to look the whole place all over again, you know? Aura's desk is a mess, though that doesn't surprise me.
Oh, I just want to dive in and straighten it up.
Wait, before you do. Metis! Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. Oh, the picture of Metis on her desk. It's Metis Sykes. Clonko, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal. You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright? If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area. Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman. What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident? When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused. Oh, so he calls Dr. Sykes Mother, but Aura Quill is Miss Aura? With the loss, she exhibited a severe catecholamine imbalance.
Excuse me, but I have no idea what that means.
Yeah, 6 years ago, like she doesn't know what's a bus ticket is. Pardon me, searching for alternative expression. She would spend the nights crying and then take out her feelings on those around her.
After Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well.
That is correct, but without new evidence, her requests were ignored. And then, little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura. And before long, she started hating the court system and abusing Clonko, huh?
Oh, that murder destroyed so many lives!
Right. Take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Mrs. Blackwell's research.
Ponko and Clonko, they're the robots with hearts that Dr. Sykes created. Ponko series feature can determine the presence of a human with their heartbeat detection system, recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag. Aha! I knew it! Because he was referring to Apollo as Clay. Because he's wearing Clay's jacket, he's reading the ID tag, and he assumed this is Clay because he has no face recognition. He can only tell by scanning their spacesuit. Can also recognize a person by facial feature when the faces has been registered. Can infer people's emotion by analyzing their tone of voice and communicate with them. Yeah, because he couldn't scan for Apollo's face because it was partly covered with the bandages. So he had to scan the jacket. So the robot assumed that Clay was hurt. A heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID tag or facial features. And they can infer people's emotion by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. They might even be more human than you.
What's that supposed to mean?
It kind of sounds like these robots can do what Athena does. Yeah. I guess the reason she was able to build the robot was because of Athena's condition. Robots with a heart added to the court record. It explains the recognition and communication features of the Ponko series of robots. Okay. So what is this? It looks like an operating table. It's in the photo too.
Yes, it was here then as well, with the victim's body lying on it.
There's a button here. Oh, I know. I'll try pushing it.
No! Pearls! Don't touch the... Too late.
Oopsie.
It's moving. It's building another robot? There's a body frame and legs. They're drilling the legs together. And they're putting the head on it. Pluck. Zzz, zzz, zzz. Yeah, the robot is ready. And they pick it up and they... Oh, there's a chute. Oh, they're mass producing it. It's still moving.
It appears to be a robot assembly device.
Disassemble anything in the flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
No! Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls. Okay, so now it's moving. Okay, no, never mind. Here's the emergency ladder. An emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the evacuation. The explosion disables the elevator. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to.
As Miss Blackwell was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside.
I wonder which would be scarier, that or looking down. The emergency ladder added to the court record. It was lowered to the ground from the window of the 4th floor robotic lab. It was used to evacuate Space Center personnel. Well, I guess that's about it from this room.
So, what do you think, right? Any ideas?
There are still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow after all. You asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth?
What? He did?
Yup, he called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred. Edgeworth's request.
So that was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back?
Yep, the Blackwell case. So here's a black and white version of Edgeworth in the Right Anything Agency.
Right. I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion.
Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? I haven't been one for a long time.
That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up, and you must be eager to return.
Adjusting his glasses.
I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that ushered in the dark age of the law.
Exclamation mark!
Very soon, a convict will stand as a prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him.
Aw, just when I was beginning to actually like the job I have now.
What job? Poker player? Right. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details.
Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. I know that the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore. It looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Okay, so at the very beginning of the game, when Phoenix Wright was on the phone, he was actually talking to Edgeworth. Ah, looks like your target decided to make a move. Yeah, it's for this very reason I returned. Time to bring it to an end. I'm going to end the Dark Age of the Law. That's what this is all about. The Dark Age of the Law.
The Dark Age of the Law? It sure comes out a lot these days on TV and the papers. And I hear there are more false charges and fabrication of evidence than ever.
Yeah. It's I love that the storytelling is getting better throughout the ages. So yeah, I mean, this is a continuation of the first set of the trilogy when you know fake evidence. Now there's false charges as well, so it's dark side of the law, and the fact that they even teach in school with Aristotle means that the end justify the means. So he encouraged the use of false evidence, fabrication of false evidence, and false charges, stuff like that. Anything goes. It kind of makes sense. Like I'm pretty sure, like Von Karma was probably one of the first students of Themis Academy. So it's like evidence is everything. So let's create,
When I became chief prosecutor, the court system has already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence,
That was Phoenix Wright.
and a year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder.
Yeah, that was Blackwell.
Wait, did you mean?
That's right. He's talking about my case and Prosecutor Blackwell's case. No more bum raps.
It was a downward spiral after that, an absolute nightmare. After those two cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it.
It's such a shame. Once suspicions form, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together.
It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They start lying to themselves and each other.
Yes, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. Is it just me or did this brow get even more furrowed than the last time I saw him?
The hostage-taker's disdain for the courts is a perfect example of the times.
It sure is.
Do you have any idea who the hostage-taker might be?
Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate robots. It can really only be Aura Blackwell. Who else but her would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly?
Simon Blackwell's older sister and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Syke to confess.
Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena.
The important thing is for you to solve UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocence.
And then maybe we should release the hostages.
I'm counting on you, Wright, to set that prosecutor and those hostages free.
And I'll be counting on you in court to help me too.
Of course, I'll do everything I can to help uncover the truth. As this is an official trial, I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox.
Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation? Yeah, but I would like you to tell the hostage taker something for me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena. She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center. So I'm still being watched, huh? I'll see you in court, Edward.
Even if it will be an undocumented trial, this will be a good... It will be a good to face you in court again.
December 20. Detention center, visitors room. Alright, let's talk to Athena. Let's talk to Athena. Let's talk to Athena. She was right by my side only a few short hours ago. But I feel like I haven't seen her in ages. Oh, Mr. Wright. And Pearly, too! I knew you would come. After all, the first step is the interview with the defendant. And because you're my friend and I was worried about you. Thanks, boss. I'm not the only one who's worried either. Really? Who else? I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself, she came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place. Oh, so you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you. That's alright, but there are some other things I would like to ask you. Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you. Alright, the day of the crime. Tell me about the day Clay was murdered. I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum. Right where the culprit fled to? That's not good. I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time.
That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that.
So I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pad had been switched. There was a sign that says closed for repairs, and they weren't letting anybody in. Yeah, the director wouldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there. But I snuck in anyway. Did you want to see that Hat 1 group photo, the one with your mother in it? I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. Oh, that's her! Wait. That's her jacket? But the slash is at the waist, where the hip would be. There's no wound on the chest. So this is weird. How was it torn then? Like, if the jacket wasn't buttoned, probably it would be doable to stab to the heart without leaving a hole to the jacket, but no, the tear is on the hip. That jacket on display, that was Dr. Sykes? Hat 1 exhibition update in the court record. Newspaper clipping, photo of the people involved with the launch, the jacket worn by Dr. Sykes. But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Yeah, she witnessed the murder and she tried to testify and they didn't believe her. Everything around me went hazy and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow, but I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows where people couldn't really see me. Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave.
How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena?
I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge number 2. Oh, okay. Okay, so when she woke up, the switch has already been made. My mind must have still been fuzzy because my memory is vague after that. I don't remember how I got home. No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough. Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay? I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. So, during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course I believe her. But will anybody else? Your mother's work. What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing? Machines that could tell people's emotion by their tone of voice, and my special ability. Someday when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt.
Wow! Robots that can understand people!
That was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work, and she never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that, dredging out all that old stuff. No need to apologize. I guess her home life was complicated. Oh, by the way, Miss Wood said something about you always wearing headphones.
She would always wear those big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research.
I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much, but she wouldn't listen.
What were they for?
Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation, but I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand. Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research. I want to believe that. But just about the only things my mother left me with are widgets. And this earring. The crescent moon earring. She only has one?
Oh, it's beautiful!
Yeah, she only has one. Just notice. It's made of a piece of a real moon rock she had for research. Wow! Maybe she did love me in her own way. I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did. Because that's what I wanted to believe too. Moon rock earring added to the court record. Ooh, a hearing that Dr. Sides gave to Athena. The stone was cut from a real moon rock that was being used for research. Better ask her a little more about her mother's research. I should show her that paper I found in the robotics lab. The paper in the robotics. Ah, okay, I know what you meant. Yeah, the robots with the heart. Oh, the Punko series. You must have gone to the robotics lab. You seem to really love Punko and Klonko. Well, yeah, my mother made them and I grew around them, you know.
Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in this photo too.
Yeah, see Punko's bandages? I put those on her myself. I just wound them around and around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. So yeah, the little doodle was actually her drawing. Oh, that was cute. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any humans friends besides Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was. It looks like there's something written on the bandages. Yeah, I wrote stuff like, get well soon, Punko. Okay, she saw Punko without her arm, and she decided to put a bandage on it with a sign that says get well. So making it believe that, okay, she's gonna heal from having the bandages on. So yeah, it looks like she's having a big of an accident. There's one around Punko's head, one around Punko's head, and her entire left arm has been bandaged, like a cast. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash.
Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab.
Yeah. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me what she could do. A little girl who grew up around robots. She seemed to have some good memories of it. 7 years ago. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the space center? Yeah, a little. This person has taken even hostages, huh? Yeah, I guess I'd better spare her the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago. What? You're kidding me! So that means Prosecutor Blackwell might... Yep, I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So wait, did you know him back then? Yes, he used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate and straight as an arrow. Unlike now, where he's more twisted than the basket of snakes. That's why I took the witness stand during this trial 7 years ago. Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. I was a fool. Bakamitai. How could anybody else know what I was talking about? She heard the voice of his heart.
You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave just to give testimony.
Pearls is right. You did the very best you could at the time. But nothing I said did any good. I want to check something. I was a shaking and scared little girl, small and ineffectual. No, No way! Pearls is 17 now? The fuck? It tracks. She doesn't look 17 at all. I thought she was like 12 or 13. God damn. Like back then when I thought that she was 8, she was actually... No, back then when I thought that she was 6, she was actually 8. Well, yeah. She's super skinny, super short. She's underdeveloped. But apparently, like, she's very well preserved. She's gonna be 23 and still look like a teenager. She's gonna be jailbait for a long time. I was shaking. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed close up in my shell.
But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful.
Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. Why you became a lawyer? I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me. It doesn't seem like Athena knows that Prosecutor Blackwell is due to be executed tomorrow. I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackwell. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say? Exclamation mark. No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? She's gonna figure it out. He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. He was? I wonder if he smiled like he used to back then. If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option here. Ah! I thought you might be here. Mr. Lawyer, we're in trouble. We are? What is it? I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session.
Oh no, but this is an emergency.
Oh shit, you know what? There is one courtroom that's not in use. The one that was destroyed. We're gonna do the retrial there. It's undocumented. If we're gonna do an off-the-record retrial, it might be with an off-the-record courtroom, right? So I wonder who's gonna be the judge. It's very difficult to interrupt the trial once it's underway. Oh, that's our phone call. Oh, this is my phone. Sorry, I'll get that. Oh, it's from Trucy. I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages. No, wait, we still have a little more time. Besides, all of the courtrooms are being used right now. Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first. The poor thing, she's a little too young to die, don't you think? No! Don't you dare hurt her! There has to be something I can do. The cruelest injustice is about to befall us.
No, this can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us.
Wait a minute. Maya?
I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must really been something, although we're this far up for the course with you.
Yeah, she misunderstood the news, as per tradition. A courtroom blew up, that's it, there is a courtroom we could use after all. Okay, time's up, too bad. Any last word you'd like to say to her?
Hold it!
Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed. So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4, the one blown up by the bomber.
Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick!
I never would have thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting. I'll go get the place ready right away. Clear the debris if you can. I didn't exactly pick the place for this astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven? My brother? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon you'll be defending. What? Not Prosecutor Blackwell? I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass. What? See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Right.
What is she talking about? Athena?
Of course, one didn't even occur to me before. If Prosecutor Blackwells is innocent, somebody else has to have been the true culprit. Did I? Did I kill my own mother? Oh no! Okay, now she's turning back. No! Then she's chaining herself, level 5 black and gold Cyclops. She's lying to herself really bad. Oh no, it can't be true.
Mr. Nick, what's the matter?
I see 5 black Cyclops. I've seen these kinds of locks before. Dark, black locks, protecting a secret hidden deep inside the person's heart. And there's no way to remove them. To be continued. Save your progress Fuck yeah. The night is young. Continue on the next chapter. Yes. December 20th, 3:11 p.m. District Court. Defendant Lobby number 5. Sorry about that. So, just to be sure, we left on December 20th at noon. We left one courtroom proving Starbuck was innocent. 3 hours later, we're coming back to court with another case, trying to prove that Athena Sykes was innocent.
I did a little research. I looked into those special cyclops you mentioned, Mr. Nick.
You did? That's great. I really appreciate it.
A red cyclops protects a secret the person is consciously trying to hide. If the person falls under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out.
Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos.
But a black cyclops protects a secret from the deepest place in the person's heart. A secret that person isn't even consciously aware of.
Yes. So it worked with Christoph Gavin as well. Even they don't know it's there.
Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. From some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
Okay, so all I have to do is break the Cyclops.
According to my research, a black cyclops is like heavy chains wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul.
In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Pearls, you stay by Athena's side. She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden.
Alright, but will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick?
I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all my focus and strength.
And you can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back. I get it.
No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. Damn, girl. You're the only one who can do this. Do this, Pearls.
Alright? I'll do it then!
Rolls up her sleeves.
Good luck, Mr. Nick!
Good. Now that my mind's at ease, I better get ready. Just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. December 20th, District Court, Courtroom number 4. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. Why? The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. And there's still people say, oh, this is a good place to look at the trial. Oh, I wonder what this is. But today, this ruin is my battleground. Yeah, okay, so now we have court is in session, all right. Okay, so it's Judge Gavel. So right now, Klonko is at the stand.
Court, or some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Hold it! Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap. Please, try not to upset Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you, Your Honor.
Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. Is that better?
Shakes his head.
This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce.
Alright, we're having good old Edgeworth is back. What did you say? Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to His Honor?
However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident, in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law.
I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind that case today,
Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled, and glory shall be restored to the court system.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth.
I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else.
Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes.
I'm sorry, Wright, but the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree.
People in the gallery agog.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have.
There's a gust of wind in the courtroom because the
For
walls are
that
open.
is a part of my creed.
He removes his glasses.
Then
Phoenix
you
with a pointing
better
finger.
bring it. If the two of you are ready,
Ray of light.
court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
They're back. Yeah, that's what the voices sound like. I think personally I like my voice better, but the Phoenix Wright is well cast, but I'm pretty sure up to this day I'm still sure that Miles needs a British voice for his pompous attitude. And Judge could be anybody, but yeah, I give him a Santa voice because of his beard. This immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off.
It is my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusation and end this insanity.
But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Tina is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? This is a flashback with Cosmos. At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. The true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy.
Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth.
No need for the Chief Prosecutor bid, Your Honor. I am here as a simple prosecutor.
Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself these days.
In all the trials I have ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. What are you talking about, Your Honor?
Oh, of course, you're right. All right, I was just joking. Just having a little fun.
So he wasn't doing them just out of fear, I see. Interesting.
Let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October the 7th. The victim, psychologist Mrs. Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor.
Athena's mother.
Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And two, this photo, which captured the moment of the crime.
Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell is indeed...
Hold it! Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over! Now hurry up and call the witness.
Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for this thing, you know.
Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly and sitting for too long can be good for your back.
Oh, you're very kind to show some concern for the welfare of the elderly.
As skilled as ever just playing the court puppeteer, I see.
The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years.
New testimony? And just who is this witness anyway? Oh, eh? Bobby Fulbright's the name! In justice we trust! What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwheel. She says she's too busy with that, what with confining and threatening the hostages and all. That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clonko.
I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you. Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory.
I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go. Witness testimony. Aura Blackwell's theory. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene of the crime at the time they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, well, why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why. And the only person smart enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentioned, there were other ruling cases like that one in the lab, but they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. So even though they're big enough to fit a kid in, there's no room available. Yeah, I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different size. At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackwell's leaving the scene with the case. Oh. So yeah, it's big enough for a kid to fit in. And yeah, we don't see a rock in this position. I can see why that footage helped to bring this trial to a quick end. Oh, okay, so this is footage probably from the corridor. Like, yeah, they say that we only see Blackwell entering the corridor. He was the only one who used the corridor during the time of the crime. But yeah, it's very convincing, that's for sure. 7 years old video updated in the court record. Video showing the corridor to the crime scene. Blackwell was the only one to pass through at the time of the crime. Yeah. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds. Speaking after the incident, where was the defendant, Athena Sykes, found?
She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence.
Okay, so the 5th floor is where Metis lives.
Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death.
Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony. And there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been.
So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi? That is what the evidence is saying, yes.
I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accuser's mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl brandished a katana and stabbed her own mother in the heart?
Well, of course, the girl had a very strong motive.
Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotion. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor?
Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court.
The ability to read emotion from speech, and the subject of her mother's research.
Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it.
I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit.
Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting?
I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother.
Ah!
Order! Order in the court! What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could. Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes.
Alright, so the good old Wright versus Edgeworth clash. The little cross-examination animation. Aura Black Will's theory. Simon isn't the murderer, he was trying to cover for someone.
Hold it!
So, Prosecutor Blackwill willingly accepted the death sentence to protect someone else? Yes, that is precisely what Miss Blackwill appears to believe.
And that is what I believe as well. Prosecutor Blackwills is no murderer, Mr. Wright.
But Athena Sykes certainly didn't kill anyone either, Mr. Edgeworth.
So it appears neither of us can afford to go easy on the other. Fine. I expected no less.
Oh, I remember this tense atmosphere. It's so invigorating.
I'm only reading notes here, but yeah, I feel extra invigorated too. So let's keep going. Sunglasses. Someone else was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder.
Hold it!
But that's just speculation.
Objection!
Oh.
No, Miss Blackwell has proper ground for her claims.
Objection!
Then why didn't you say so in the first place?
Objection!
You're the one who screamed hold it and cut me off?
Fine,
So maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny weeny bit.
Now I know what they mean when they say close enough to argue. Moving on. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case?
Hold it!
This rolling case, I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackwill in it. The one on the far left. That disappeared, that was absent when the crime scene photo was taken.
Yes, that's the one. And Miss Blackwell has drawn a conclusion from these two photos.
She has? And what is that conclusion?
You're the one with the notes.
Ah, right. Of course. Reading them now. So, why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why.
Hold it!
And how do you propose he hid a person inside one of those cases?
Have you forgotten that we saw just such a thing only the other day? At your own daughter's magic show. She fit a grown person into a small box.
Oh yeah, way to ruin the memory of a good day.
A magic show. I wish you would have thought of to invited me.
Actually, I would have liked to go too. My apologies. I'll invite you both next time, I promise. So, wait a minute. What were we talking about again? Prosecutor Blackwill was using the case to hide someone. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes.
Hold it!
It could have been one of the robots. But that's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwill had in that case? I think it was the moon rock?
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was an egg shape and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case just to move that one rock.
Objection!
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside.
Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case?
Well, Mr. Wright, can you?
Yikes. Give me a guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through that? Could have been in that case. What else could it be? Okay, I can check the court record. That's the jacket. Okay, she wasn't wearing the jacket. There's a hole in the kimono. Okay, that fits. But there's not enough blood on the floor. Like for a blade to go from one end of the body to the other end of the body, there would have been more blood on the floor. So I have a feeling that it was probably Ponko, but I don't understand why he would need to move Ponko away. I don't know what to do here. Okay, I'm gonna save, and I'm gonna say don't bluff, because I have no idea how to bullshit my way here. I guess I'd better wait and see how it goes. It's a clever theory, but it doesn't look like they have any solid proof. If I push, maybe I can uncover some flaws in it. So here's the part that doesn't make sense. Like, no, it kind of does.
Hold it!
But I'm gonna repress everything again.
Hold it!
Objection!
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 Hold it! Hold it!
Okay, I'm gonna bluff. I have no idea how, but this is the only way to get through this loop.
Objection!
Objection!
I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. Just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat.
Oh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory.
So I was right. So it could have been the robot.
If it's true, that is.
This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. So there's an arm. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't film me now.
Alright then, Mr. Wright, let us hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder?
Take that!
Please notice that there is a robot part on top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime.
You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture.
But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which... What are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball. Stingy, stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Your Honor, about this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there?
Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just a moon rock and a robot arm.
But was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it was a Tina in the case, then maybe. I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case.
What?
Ponko, yeah.
Objection!
It's like the cases were designed to carry the robots around. Like, it's the perfect dimension.
We can't be certain but that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is.
Objection!
Oh no, I know for a fact that this is a robot arm. I can't even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not.
But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Why am I not the only one who's technologically impaired? Why?
Not to worry, Your Honor, I still know next to nothing about machines.
Oh, thank God.
I know this piece of evidence proved which robot the arm belonged to. Okay, I need to check the picture. Yeah, it's that one. The Hat 1 exhibit.
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandages up like it was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that.
She must have thought that machine's heal in the same way people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild.
The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. Even the get well soon message that's still on it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko.
Order in the court! Order, I say. Prosecutor Edward, what do you have to say to this? I can see that the robot is about the same size as a child, but it cannot grab its knees and curl itself only to a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot could not possibly fit here. The case does come out about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that.
Steve got me there. So then the Prosecutor Blackwell make Punko fit. Did Prosecutor Blackwell make Punko fit into the case by dismantling her or compacting her? No, I think they're meant to be dismantled while carried into one of those cases, like rifles. Of course Punko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell has to do was to dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. It appears to be a robot assembly device. And there's a reverse button as well.
Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
No.
It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Because you just have to pop the arms off and then the legs goes off as well. Yeah. The head. It's like the head, the arms, and the legs seems to be easily removed.
Objection!
Based on the design of the robot.
Except that there was a body on the table where robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead?
You mean the sword?
Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I would like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of very tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Punko was taken apart. Okay. There's also some sort of blood on the joints. So, are they suggesting that she killed Athena and then that he killed Athena? No, not killed Athena. He killed Metis, and then with the same blade cut the robot limbs. But there was still enough blood on the blade that it soiled where they cut the arms. Because I was wondering why. Like, why is there a red stain on the joint? In addition, since the rest of Punko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. Hydraulic oil? Hydraulic oil is red?
You can't mean.
That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the moment the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred where the bloody katana was transferred there, but okay, it says that it's blood. You see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely, the rest of Punko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sight never was at the scene at the time of the murder. My head, my body, where am I? So yeah, the head just popped up like a piece of bread coming out of the toaster, and for a while the robot was looking for its head, and then the robot fell back into its place, and then spin around, and the robot is holding the head with their hands to keep it there.
Order! Order in the court!
It's true that Punko was found in pieces after the murder, and I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards. Photo of the crime updated in the court record. The photo shows Blackwell taking the robot apart. There's a blood stain on the end of the robot's arm. There's some brands that have red oil. Okay. Right now, the game says the red stain is blood. Probably Edgeworth's gonna prove that no, it's actually hydraulic oil. But we'll see. Yes! Finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence.
Objection!
Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I concede that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot.
Alright, what's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight.
Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case.
Objection!
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Syke was Miss Blackwell's theory. I've been on a different opinion from the outset.
Let me guess. The emergency ladder?
Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory.
Shakes his head.
Thanks to the defense.
Edgeworth, he's been one step ahead of me this whole time.
In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he were holding something or someone.
No. He cannot hide a full body of a child in front of him, hiding from that angle. Like, the arm looks like he's holding something, but that's probably the moon rock. That's hardly evidence.
I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing.
Oh. So yeah, the circle has the front with bloodstains on it, from breast to belly.
The victim's blood was found on the front and the stain has a slightly distinctive shape. A blood stain with a distinctive shape? Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there is only one in the world. A special pair of headphones made just for her.
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research.
Analysis showed the bloodstain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, it was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. A most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackwell carried Miss Syke, who had been hit by splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was, without question, present at the crime scene. And that, bow, concludes the prosecution's argument.
Nah!
Order! If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against her.
Objection!
But we also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer.
I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand.
A robot witness? Order! Order in the court! Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this? I've seen worse. Mr. Wright has called all matters of witnesses to the stands over the years. So why not a robot? Nothing surprised me anymore with him. Last time was a parrot. And the other time was,
a hired assassin through a radio. What was also? Was there a dog at some point? I don't know. I'm not remember. Anyway,
Very well, I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Punko.
witness, please state your name and occupation, please.
My name is not Witness. My name is Punko.
Yes, I realize that, but when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness.
No, I'm not. I'm Punko. Say it with me. Punko.
You are an utterly inflexible little robot.
You're the last person you should be calling anybody inflexible.
He always has trouble. It's funny how Edgeworth always has trouble asking people for their name and occupation. They always have resistance. Like, it never goes smooth with them.
You remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious.
Alright, Punko, I'm going to ask you some questions.
Question? You have question? Hooray! What are your question?
I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Mrs. Sykes. It was 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab.
Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab.
It seems this robot's testimony is necessary for this case after all.
This is great. I just knew Bunko must have seen something important.
A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eye. It's inexcusable.
The judge seems ready to adopt Bunko as another grandchild.
So, little Punko, do you think you can give us your testimony today?
With this testimony, what I saw,
I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point.
Well, it sounds like the defendant was, without question, at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder.
I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime.
what? Yeah, the memory was wiped. Yeah.
At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that this witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited.
So, what are you suggesting?
The witness statement need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child.
They don't, but...
Yes, what this witness statements are telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment.
What?
Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse?
Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised.
Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued.
I see, murder after a heated argument, and then the victim fell down. I agree that this sounds like a reasonable interpretation. However, Punko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that.
When I'm recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory.
You may as well admit defeat now, right? A cross-examination would be useless.
Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless.
Until now, think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time.
Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination.
I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time.
Very well. Even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright.
I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. What I saw.
I went to the robotics lab at around 2 p.m. for my regular recharge.
Hold it!
Your regular recharge. What is that exactly?
I have to refill my battery's power or else I stop working. I go to the lab to do that.
So that recharge occurred around 2 p.m., around the time of the murder?
That's right. I go every day at 2 p.m. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis.
Hold it!
Hugged her, huh? Which Edward took to mean stabbed her with a weapon. You said the two of them were talking before Miss Syke hugged her mother, is that right?
Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying.
Couldn't tell, even though they were speaking so loudly?
I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me.
If it listened to every voice, it would be a little better than a mobile eavesdropper.
Well, that explains why some of Punko's testimony is so vague.
It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in, however. We could have learned that they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that?
And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything.
Okay, I think I know what's going on. The jacket fell down.
Hold it!
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment?
Mommy Metis was very surprised when she was hugged. I hear her heart pound.
Her heart.
Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system.
Now that you mention it, I do remember reading something like that here. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute, that means... if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment... Punko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat?
Let's see, the moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then.
Of all the unlucky timing, if you had heard anything after that, could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually a moment of the murder.
I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry.
The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear it detected increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing.
Yeah.
After Mommy Metis' heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room.
The workbench, huh? Punko must be talking about that table to the right of where that giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Punko's statement just now? Yes! Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I would like it added to the testimony.
Very well. Punko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl.
Mommy Metis fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the room.
Hold it!
Let's see. There are 2 round windows in the robotics lab. Which one did you mean?
The one on the right near the hanging scroll. What hanging scroll was Mommy Mittis' prized possession?
Okay, in the picture of the crime scene from 7 years ago, there's definitely a hanging scroll and a Japanese theater mask hanging on the workbench side wall. But is there some problem with the statement? Yes. I'm gonna save just to be sure. I have a theory. Just want to be sure. Because there's an emergency ladder, but it's underneath the square window. The window was never broken. Let's see. Is it this one? Oh, they removed the emergency ladder evidence, so it's gotta be this one.
Objection!
Yup. Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough.
I was helpful! Hooray! I'm so happy!
Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table.
But the operating table and the workbench are 2 different locations.
Exactly, Your Honor. You just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the 2 very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. The victim moved, the defendant moved the body. I'm gonna say move the body. The fact that the body was observed in 2 very different locations indicates that the defendant moved the body.
That does seem like a plausible explanation.
Is that really your final answer?
Uh-oh. Oh. He's right. A little kid couldn't possibly move an adult body like that. Oops. And the last thing I want to do is cast more suspicion on in the way of Athena.
Mr. Wright, your response, please?
Can you just forget I ever said that, Your Honor? Please?
I can't and I won't. As a matter of fact, here's a little reminder for you as well.
I really need to think this through. What could explain the 2 locations? Let me try that again, Your Honor. Should I just reload? I forgot where I saved. It's in the middle of cross-examining Ponko, but... Alright, let's try again. The victim moved. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder.
Phew, I'm very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder was committed in front of little Ponko here.
You saved right before we were able to determine whether the robot was in the case. What about the autosave? Yeah, it's only been 4 minutes. Yeah, you know what? I think I lost my window because it just auto-saved just now. Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sack hugged her mother and nothing more.
Objection!
Right.
I guess you could just try and see where you wind up. Alright,
It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever. Green? But I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit.
hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say?
If the defendant could move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her.
Move for her, but Miss Syke and Dr. Sykes were the only one. No, they were not!
I agree, since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system. It would be aware of another person's presence if no one else has been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. Then who do you suggest move the body? Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Panko, allow me to ask you a question.
Not Panko. Ponko.
My name is Panko. Say it with me, Panko.
I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table?
Yes, I did. Athena asked me to.
Athena asked you to?
And what did you move, little Panko?
I don't know unless something has an ID tag. I can tell what it is.
An ID tag, you say?
Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots can then to tell us what a thing is.
That paper in the lab did mention something about that. Recognize people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag, it says.
So it would appear that Miss Panko here can identify what it moved.
It's Panko! My name is Panko! P-O-N-C-O!
But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? We do? Well, I do at the very least. Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, move the body onto the operating table.
Ah! Ponko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Is there any way you could tell?
I don't know. Without an ID tag, I cannot tell.
Give it up, right? If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore a white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it, draped over a chair on the robotic slab, and only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object.
Objection!
But Ponko is equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the body, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't, so that means...
Objection!
A face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter.
The theater mask wasn't removed.
With a facial feature hidden, the robot would be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes.
Yeah, he's right.
To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then using the robot, she moved the body to the table, where she removed the sword and was stained in blood. Order! But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well.
What? You can't possibly have a re-explanation.
Your emotion blinds you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there, is that right?
That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make a robot appear or disappear in seconds.
But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me, what she could do. You can't possibly be suggesting.
This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people.
But take a look at Punko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that.
She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my old grandchild.
No way. I refuse to believe it.
Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace... Prosecutor Edgeworth! If you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can.
With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table...
Hold it!
No! Don't say another word. Just stop.
...was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime.
That can't be true! We see a series of all the images, the evidence, and the bloody face of Athena, the pool of blood, etc., etc., etc.
Order! Order in the court! Order in the court, I say! What are you guys even doing here? This is an official trial. Get out!
Edgeworth, she was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing?
Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth, no more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. Yeah, she probably saw the body. She probably saw the body already murdered and hopefully put it on the operating table in hoping that it would fix her.
I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way.
What do you mean?
After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant. And then the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged.
This just can't be true.
Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim?
Evidence? Right, let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence.
Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now, accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough.
What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Edgeworth's arguments seem solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something, but I can't think of a single thing. Somebody says objection.
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell?
This is quite the farce you're conducting here. I could die from laughter.
Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise.
Go on, we're listening. Could this be a miracle? Could this be the miracle I need? But what is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here?
7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and don't think you can even alter that fact now. Your baldness, I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer.
Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell. Please go ahead.
Witness testimony. 7 years ago.
I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I go to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was.
But little Punko here witnessed the victim falling, in other words.
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened.
Which would be?
She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course, meaning she must have left the room.
So the murder occurred after the time period Punko described in the testimony?
You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection!
Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robot on the operating table to amuse herself, and she always had Punko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Punko moved the heavy robot for Athena.
This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying even now to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we could bring the dark age of the law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down in hell?
Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over.
Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder?
That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx.
Somebody said, "Hold it! Don't you dare, Judge! Don't forget I have hostages over here! And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her?" Miss Blackwell.
Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor?
Blackwell.
You selfish!
Well, to be frank, I don't think like this. I don't like this at all, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict.
Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like this? It did 7 years ago?
I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him.
No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. Can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Rubber, 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 rubber. Somebody says hold it. Atina's here! What the fuck? Hold it! Atina, what are you... Are you feeling okay? I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. If he really is, I could sure use Atina's help here, right here. Her power might just be the thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Sykes, Dono. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
Objection!
Atina ... These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial? Please, you have to listen to me! He didn't kill her! His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her! Even now, every time I stand in the courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Now we see her against pain, the trauma, not being heard, no matter how hard you try, feeling so helpless. Aristotle means another trauma, caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. And yet you found a way to keep your fears at bay and became a lawyer. Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction.
But Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then...
The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off these fears that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth. Tina's being so brave, confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago.
Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain, for I am not a man who can be cut down easily.
Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart. Widget on. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. Anger. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Atina there instead. Happy and anger. That's what I think. Darn it, I've got to go eat dinner. I'm going to record the rest of this in my own voice recorder, so keep doing well. Alright, no problem. I'm gonna make a little quick snack. I have left some leftover rice, and I feel like I need a little carb boost, so I'm gonna go get that right away. It won't take long. The rice is already cooked. I just need to reheat it. Okay. So, he's got a katana up. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes' return. Fully happy. And then I committed the act. And how cathartic it was. Happy too. Okay, this is crazy. So... So he was happy here to find Athena for some reason. Let's try to pinpoint that feeling here.
Got it!
This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that?
Simple. When I was looking for Athena and haven't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that.
Noise level 40%, okay. Just now you said that you went to the space center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead?
I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that.
Ah!
The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down.
Simon knows the principle of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto.
I was afraid of that.
We'll just have to keep chipping away at him, then bit by bit. Could you update the testimony, Athena? You got it, boss. Okay. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intent of killing Dr. Sykes. Update. When I found Athena in the robotics lab, I was relieved. Okay, so that he's happy. He's comforting her. But I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. But they're still happy.
Got it!
When we view your emotion alongside your testimony, we find the expected emotion of nothing. Okay, I'll go get my food. Nothing strange? I don't know, but I think maybe we made a mistake, Mr. Wright. I think maybe you're right. Let's take another look. Oh, now when she did, I plunged the katana in and she's sad.
Got it!
So the feeling changed. Not even you can falsify your emotion, Prosecutor Blackwell.
What?
When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death?
Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances.
Gaw! He can't be talking about that. Can he? That was just a convenient subject for a research. Dr. Seitz was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. What? I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena has cried herself to sleep, so all I have to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Mr. Wright? How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. It's at 60% now. So he's lying. It went up. I've never seen does that before. Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claim sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotion. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his boldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this last cause, and let the law free me of this chains already.
Objection!
I don't think so, not while I'm around. No. Contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotion? Which should I tackle first? Let's go with his emotion. Okay, let's look for inconsistent emotion. Got it, boss! But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. I can easily switch over. Okay. So now he's shocked and sad when I heard crying from next door. Of course I was worried. Okay. Info update, she was crying. I hurried over and opened the door in the robotics lab. He was surprised. But before I could lead Athena out of there, Curse my luck, Dr. Seitz came in. Anger and shock. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. Anger and sadness. Okay, this is weird. Okay, so So yeah, if he came in with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes, finding it should not be able to... I'm gonna try this.
Got it!
Nope. Sorry. Shock, maybe?
Got it!
No. Sadness?
Got it!
No, that makes sense.
Got it! Got it!
How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab?
Alright, fine, I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was, Punko, that toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena, but she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day.
So Dr. Sykes had Punko do it?
That's right, she ordered Punko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Punko up with the katana that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade.
Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now.
Well, back to 100%.
Yeah, he's lying. It's 100% now. What's going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. It's pretty hard to keep telling Korean lies like that. His mind and will really are sharp, as strong as a katana. Alright, what should I tackle first? I'm gonna try move with testimony. Since he said that he slashed Punko with the katana, the katana was already soiled with blood, so we're gonna attack his testimony. There might be an inconsistency in Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Alright, let's give it a thorough check then. With a feeling of dread, I opened the robotic lab door just then. Info update. Punko attacked me. I retaliated by cutting it into pieces. Okay, I'm gonna save and present. What would be this image?
Objection!
Yep. Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo.
That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it?
How many more times must I see that which damned me from my sin?
The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the blood stain at the end of Punko's arm where it was severed with the katana.
I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright.
Nuh-uh. No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana.
The katana already had blood on it, so then it must have been the victim's blood.
That's right. But if that's the case, we've found a glaring inconsistency. ... You said in your testimony that you cut up Punko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Punko's arm in this picture.
What? But that couldn't be.
Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Punko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first, before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Gah! Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell, now.
You have no idea what you're doing.
His voice. There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotion here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool of something.
Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave.
Okay. Sorry for that. Prosecutor Blackwell, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? All of these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings. Okay, overload. Everything. Everything at the same time. Following the sound of crying, I opened the lab door and then... Info update. I saw it, that terrible scene. I think this is the robotics lab, Punko, robotics lab, Athena. I think Athena was already soaked in blood.
Got it!
When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotion. Isn't that right, prosecutor?
You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it.
Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Syke is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it with yourself to believe in me too?
Athena is innocent. Huh. Can you honestly say you believe that to be true, right, Dono?
I'll give you my word. Now, tell me what you really saw when you opened that door.
Curse you, Phoenix Wright! It was a tragedy, one I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead.
I knew it!
She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena.
She could not have done it. She probably tried to save her mom, but that didn't work. Yeah, her jacket was already on the floor.
She smiled with a far-off look in her eyes, as she sweetly said,
Info update. Yeah, her eyes is blank, but she's smiling. But yeah, she's covered in blood. It's like, okay, it's gonna be fine. Something's wrong with mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. Fade to red, and then back to the court.
That's what I saw, and now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted.
To Edward. To Phoenix. Serious face. No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth. And this is what it is? It's beyond devastating. Athena is traumatized, eyes is blank. I tried to take my mother apart. Teeth chattering. I. No! Okay, I'm not gonna scream, but if I was playing that character, I would yelp. But I'm not gonna disturb my neighbors at this hour. I wish I was in the soundproof room. So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother? Athena!
As I said, right? The truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on the operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but... You dare cast aspersion on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner? Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people. But she loved her daughter with all her heart.
She loved me?
Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's heart. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on the research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much?
Yes. My head hurt every time I wore them.
No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They're emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger than it is now. And those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with an everyday life.
No! That can't be true! Then why? Why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much?
Her love for you was real, that I can guarantee. That's why I knew. That what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it.
So you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know.
Ponko was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute. And I hid the case on the Space Center grounds.
It would seem that we now have all of the facts of this case.
Hold it!
No, not yet. It can't end like this.
Objection!
Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagrees with you?
I'm not. But this... I can't give up now. I have to say something. Anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Athena?
it's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake.
Athena, what are you saying?
I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall?
It appears
appears Miss Psyche is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Psyche this opportunity to confess?
Very well. Then, if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes.
Alright, she's gonna testify or confess. Yeah, she's very sad. Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end.
Tina, Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared, and the Dark Age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt, and bring everything to its conclusion.
I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing it deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty.
I dare say, these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have.
I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe that this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
Phoenix?
Objection!
Of course. I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright?
But Mr. Wright, why? I killed her, I remember it now. Any counter-argument now is pointless.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you're not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you never changed, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism. Emotionalism getting in the way of the truth.
Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I can't see straight into a person's soul. The Cyclops are still there. Yeah, the 5 black locks are still there.
I did a research. I looked into those special Cyclops you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
There's still a chance, somewhere deep within Athena's heart. There might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still, that memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence.
I hope for everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession?
My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. There was no blood on the handle. She could not have remembered that. There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I can just tell.
Is there a problem with her confession? Please prove it in this court now.
Alright, let's go. There's no blood on the handle.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright?
I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. But I remember it! I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers! That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of the sword. While we're trying to get one of her memory out. Like, I don't think we can break the Cyclops, but we have to change her mind. And then, because she made a wall for herself, but it was unintentional. And it's that wall that we're trying to make break, but this is something that only she can do. There's not a trace of blood on it, and therefore, this is clearly a contradiction to the facts. You're right.
Oh my!
Objection!
The defendant must simply confuse a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she also said there's no question I remember it, a fact we cannot ignore.
In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means?
Gladly. Just give me a sec to think of something. I want to say that Tina didn't stab anyone, but she said herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think! What could the contradiction with Athena's memory mean? The blood was wiped off the weapon, the defendant used a different weapon. What could she have used? Something that we don't have? Yeah, because I don't think... Yeah, I think she used something... she was holding something else, because the katana is too big for her. The defendant used a different weapon. Miss Sykes says blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is faultless. So, doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana?
What are you up to this time?
This is it. This time I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sai's life was the katana. That much is for sure. So if I can show possibly that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocent.
A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly?
Right, of course he would ask that.
I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always?
How does he do that? But I can't back down. Not here. Not now. That's right. I did, because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought.
What did you say? What did you say?
Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos? Wait a minute, there is something. There is a high probability that that was in the lab. Wait, where, Yeah, because something made a scratch on her jacket. Wait, I just realized. There's something on the probe that looks like a blade, but I don't know what it's for. I don't think it's an antenna. Hey, alright, I'm gonna have to save here. I'm gonna save here. This is far-fetched. I had no idea where this goes. I have no idea where this goes. I don't have that particular weapon here in the evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been at the crime scene. The utility knife? No. I'm gonna go with the Hot One exhibit.
Take that!
How does that evidence suggest that there was another bladed weapon at the scene?
Well, when you put it that way, I'm not sure.
Then let me give you a little jolt to help you sure next time.
Alright. It's a utility knife. Because it's part of the toolbox. And, and this could have done the scratch on the jacket. So it's a set of utility tools used by Space Center techs.
Take that!
But that's the murder weapon in the Clay Terran case.
Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life. Everybody at the control center had one. Yeah. Well, every engineer. So probably the spy is one of the engineer. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this one are issued to Space Center employees, and a robotics lab especially would naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
But besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
Of course I knew that, once you told me just now.
Then here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. Here's a photo of this content.
Ah, you for real? Okay, so now we see the inside of the toolkit, but we see that one of the tool is missing. Like there's an Allen key, there's a wrench, there's a file, there's a screwdriver, there's a flat screwdriver, and there's a nut screwer. But the utility knife, the cutter is gone.
You're right, I don't see any kind of bladed tool.
Fine, but isn't there something odd about the design of these handles? Yeah, it's supposed to spell Gyaxa, but the order is yeah, the utility knife was disposed of.
Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife.
And what proof do you have of that?
The fact that it's not there, don't tell me your eyes for art is falling, you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
You are the last person in the world who should be criticized my aesthetic sense.
Now, we're simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright.
Thank you, Your Honor. Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them.
Oh, I see that they do, but what significance does that have?
It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing.
Is that the theory of your pitiful sense of aesthetic help you come up with?
Edgeworth, just let it go, man.
Show the court then, if you would. What pattern or design would we see if we were to rearrange the tools?
Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the pamphlet because we see an obvious Gyaxa logo.
Take that!
And what design is this supposed to represent?
The Gyaxa logo, Your Honor. It's on all the Space Center's document and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gyaxa is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Look at how brightly the Gyaxa logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going. Gyaxa, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program?
Ah, I think I see it now, but...
Yes, with the tool shown in this photo. Okay, so now you rearrange. So yeah, the blade is in the middle. Is doing the rocket-shaped A of the logo, all in red. So we have the wrench, the Allen key, the nut screw, the knife, the file, and the two the Phillips screwdriver and the flat screwdriver. The red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot, ta-da! It would complete the Gyaxa logo.
So it would. Then that means...
Admit it, Mr. Edward. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Psyche used could have been this one.
No! Order! Order in the court!
Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembered couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. Edward ...
Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me,
Tapping his finger on his arm, while his arms are crossed.
how does this change anything?
Come again?
What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife?
Don't be ridiculous. Are you changing the premise of your entire argument? Shrugs, shakes his head.
I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on her personage until Black Will carried her away. That does steer on the contradiction between Miss Sykes' testimony and the evidence. If in fact the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution is intending to lead the court.
Objection!
Oh please, like I've never heard before. You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder? And that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands?
No.
It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife. As long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones here over there, you cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother.
I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if...
Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth?
Hold his hands. Oh no, I'm fucked. It's all over. Nah, I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. What if?
Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do.
Spare me the platitude, Your Honor. Is giving up really the only option now? Athena. No. Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving into doubt. I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. This isn't over yet.
Right.
I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her. To the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on this client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case. Thoroughly. Alright. Synaptic reconstitution. Alright. I concede the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with the utility knife. that was probably the real culprit. This must have been what Punko witnessed as Athena's hug. The culprit wore Metis's jacket, so that's why Punko misidentified the culprit as Metis. So she hugged her, she stabbed her in the appendix, basically, because it was this is where at her height. So she injured the culprit. But was it before or after she committed the murder? Probably after. Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? Metis, Athena, or someone else? A third person was at the scene. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude there was a third person at the scene. According to Punko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two here. Because Metis was already dead, and she read the... How did this third person manage to escape Punko's detection? I know, this person must have fooled Punko's facial recognition features by covering Punko's face, their own face, or the victim's face. Their own face. With the no mask, maybe. Wait a minute, Punko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Punko would have still detected their presence. No. She wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it! The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. Simon Blackwell, Punko, or Metis. Metis Sykes. She was already dead. If the culprit posed as the victim, that would explain why Punko thought only she and Athena were there. And all they had to do was to take advantage of Punko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. A recording of her voice, her jacket, or katana. No, the jacket. The victim's jacket. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. That still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? Metis was already dead. It wouldn't have worked if Punko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. So does that mean that the real Dr. Sykes was already dead at the time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? The real culprit. Athena stabbed the real culprit. That's it! The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit. Alright. I knew I had legs.
Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to hostage negotiations.
You are absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second. Because I realized something so shocking that I have to take a break to digest it. But now I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. But Punko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yes, Punko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother.
What are you saying, Mr. Wright?
The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes.
What?
Robbo, 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 robbo.
Objection!
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statement, there was no third... Oh,
yeah, okay.
There was no third person there. Did you really think I would see through your ludicrous grub for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence?
You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts.
Punko's strange malfunction. Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Terran? But that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. That was another case of mistaken identity caused by her jacket ID tag. All because Conco couldn't read Apollo's facial feature due to that eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition, and then all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her.
Objection!
Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would the silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person to see, the robot would have detected them.
I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because by that time, Dr. Sight's heart has already stopped beating.
What?
Oh, he has an angry face.
So does that mean?
Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Syke stabbed. This third person who was posing as Dr. Syke is her mother's real killer.
But that's... impossible!
A mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask!
Order! Order in the court! Miss Sykes, did you say something?
A mask! Yes, I remember. Yeah, the culprit was wearing the no mask. I remember. Ah!
Tina, what is this?
Ah! The Cyclops? I remember a man with a mask. How could he? What did he do to my mother? Ah! My head! Ah!
Miss Sykes, are you alright?
No! Yeah, one of the locks is getting the black Cyclops. They're breaking. 3, 4, 5. All 5 are destroyed at the same time. It's all coming up. It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered. They're gone. The black Cyclops are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's all right, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then... It's all right. I'm right here. You're safe. You're safe, Athena. She was on the floor by the workbench with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there.
A man?
Hold it!
Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena. He tried to attack me in a panic. I grabbed the knife that was there and... He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Into the back of his hand? Then he kicked me and I passed out. Utility knife updated in the court record. The murder weapon used on Terran. Athena also used one of these to stab the Phantom Hand during the incident 7 years ago. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So she asked for a robot to move it into the operating table, and that's where Simon said, "It's okay, I'm gonna fix Mom." So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit.
Miss Sykes, do you have an idea who this man was?
No, I'm afraid I don't. A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that? Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab.
Ah, this mask hanging here on the wall.
It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary man being into a phantom. A phantom?
It would seem that a new suspect has emerged. And that means that all that suspicion against Miss Sykes has...
Hold it! You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict. Miss Blackwell, this is not good. A new suspect? Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess' groggy little head? Ugh, she's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Athena, so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now. So I would like to say one thing if I could. Ponko came to the robotics lab at around 2 p.m. to recharge.
I went to the robotics lab at around 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything.
I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis was really the killer in disguise. Right, then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Do I have anything here in the evidence that can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.? I'm gonna have to relook everything. I don't have anything. I'm gonna save to be sure. I'm gonna say no. Oh no, I'm stuck. I have to present something. I'm gonna try this. I don't think it's that.
Take that!
No, this piece of evidence will reveal that the person came to the lab.
Will it now? Then reveal away by all means.
Oh, how about if we team up for this, Mr. Edgeworth?
No.
How about you, Your Honor? What do you say?
Certainly, I'll help you. I will help you remember to think before you speak.
Ow! Tag team by lemon juice and paper cut. Could an image of the culprit possibly have been captured anywhere? Like the 7-year-old video, it's only showing Blackwell.
Take that!
This is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident at around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before then?
I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check.
Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene.
Very well then, let's take a look.
There! Please stop it right there. Aha! We see somebody. He's wearing Metis's jacket. There's a scratch on the hip, and there's a bandage right hand with blood. He's trying to hide his face with a hat. It's just like you said.
There is a man leaving the scene of the crime.
Miss Sykes, do you remember this person?
That's him! I'm sure of it! He's wearing my mother's jacket!
I did. But what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes. Can you see it? There's the slash I made with the utility knife that day. And I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere.
So then, everything Miss Sykes said?
Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. The Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. Then he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Punko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Punko to come to the lab for a regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Punko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time. All to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
Shakes his head.
It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid it's just not possible.
What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in this video.
And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could he possibly have wound up back at the crime scene?
Because it's not. What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Edgeworth's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did he get back to the lab? The killer brought it back, the victim brought it back, or the defendant brought it back? The defendant. Miss Sykes brought the jacket back to the lab.
I see. So you're saying Miss Sykes is an accomplice then?
Objection!
I'll believe in Miss Sykes' complete innocence to the bitter end.
With the way things are going, I might very well be a bitter end to the both of you.
Oh. Your Honor, please give me another chance. Edgeworth's right. The victim brought it back? No, the killer brought it back. The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape. But in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved.
Objection!
No.
Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics site after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So, where do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? A puzzling question indeed.
When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? When the body was found? The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found.
Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument?
I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body.
Would never have thought of that. Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were to collect the space probe capsule in preparation of the Half-World launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in.
Oh, yeah, you mean the shock-resistant bag.
Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the report on those 3 people.
You will?
We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with a theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered. Prosecutor Edgeworth, does that mean? I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be critical. You win, Wright. Not that this was ever an official trial anyway. Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding?
Is it true, boss? Does this mean I can't believe it. It's over. I won. I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Objection!
Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say I need to see further and see no need to further prolong. Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence. Talking about the sponsor.
The little princess who was truly beloved by Metis and who repaid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Miss Blackwell. How unlike you, Aura. Metis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that? Shut up, Simon! You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted.
Then what did you want from her?
Did you really just go there, Your Honor?
Aura, there is something I wanted to say if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Metis' murderer is.
You do?
Right, Dono. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past.
That's right. The Phantom, the person Blackwell has been looking for, even from behind bars.
7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat One rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew naught about him, his background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him.
Ooh, how exciting! What was the lead?
A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for proper noise analysis. Yet I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotion. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology.
And that scientist was Dr. Sykes.
Yes, the spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat One, Dr. Sykes' result in the recording was surely among his targets. But his search of the space center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic.
He couldn't find them, but where could they have been?
Who's to say?
Wow, I bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years.
How in the world did you smuggle them into prison?
Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing.
Taka? Of course.
I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just strive to retrieve the identity, you bloody butcher, became my tongue.
And what about the result Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information?
Here, you can see for yourself. But take good care of it. This is all I have left of my mentor.
I will. Better hold on to this real tight. Phantom Psych profile added to the court record. The subject's emotion rarely fluctuate, and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Okay. Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh?
A spy who's experienced no emotion, not sadness, nor anger, and naturally, no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart. Don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroys our lives and set what ails us all into motion. The Phantom indeed. A fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world.
Well then. It seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I would like all you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I would like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to a head.
Whatever. Do what you want. You'll hear no objection from me.
Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over.
Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes.
Yes, Your Honor? Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything. Athena, you're more than welcome.
If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict.
Somebody says objection.
You?
Apollo is objecting. Objection! Apollo, Hello?
What is the meaning of this?
Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? To be continued. Do you want to save? Yes. It feels awfully close to the end. So should I press on? 90 minutes. I'm gonna give 90 minutes for this. What? Okay, I'm gonna give 90 minutes for 90 minutes of gameplay. If I can't finish the game in 90 minutes, I'll just save where I am, wherever I am, and stop there. So, turnabout for tomorrow. Turning my thinking around. Alright, so that's what we did. Continue on to the next chapter, yes. December 20th, District Court, Courtroom number 4. Apollo is objecting.
Mr. Justice, please explain yourself.
It's very simple. There isn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent. What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled. Oh, no, I'm not talking about the past here. I'm talking about the present case. It's still not clear who killed Clay Theron. But Apollo, why would you... Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say. What in the world is Apollo trying to do? Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time.
But this is a trial for the case from 7 years ago.
Miss Blackwell, I would like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do. Apollo. Sure, you know I'm all for the truth. Now, let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial.
Very well. Is that all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objection. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I'll have the police investigation report brought immediately.
Not you too, Edgeworth. I really hope it's just because you have something up your sleeve.
Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
As you wish. So let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Theron. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, this culprit waited for the astronaut in boarding lounge number 1. When the two men make their escape out of the Space Museum, the killer attacked Mr. Theron with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, Director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pads. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding lounge number 2. Therefore, this trial must make clear who Mr. Theron's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day.
Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor. Better rearrange my evidence. Relevant evidence swapped into the court record. Okay, so now we have... Okay, I got the Hope capsule, I got the Hat 1 exhibit, I got the Moon Rock hearing, and the Phantom psych profile with Terran's autopsy report, the security camera video, the launchpad number 1 locked door, Aura statement, the lighter, the emergency lighter, and the phony Fenty bomb with the pieces of the Moon Rock. Okay.
Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you please.
Apollo Justice accusation. I suspected Miss Sight of the murder of Clay Terran. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself, presenting the lighter. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sight on the charge of murder.
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Justice, you realize you're charging your own co-worker with murder, don't you?
Yes, Your Honor, because that is the conclusion my investigation has led me to. But Apollo, why? How could you suspect me too? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. I don't get it. Just what did you find out over the past few days to make you think this? I suspected Miss Sight of the murder of Clay Terran.
Hold it!
What first made you suspicious of Miss Sight? It all started when Miss Sight and I were investigating the crime scene. When she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Terran, my bracelet reacted. She said she'd never seen the knife before, but my bracelet told me otherwise. And then, every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Poor Apollo was being beside himself during that investigation. I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be of any good in court. So I decided to wear an eye patch so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells. Huh? So that's why Apollo was acting so strangely. But the reason Miss Psych unconsciously reacted to the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer, one identical to it 7 years ago.
Objection!
But that knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Terran. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was his killer too. Guess he has a point. But my bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. The lighter.
Hold it!
That's the lighter that was found in the Space Museum with their fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts that we don't know about it yet. If that's so, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either, but Miss Psych was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. Mr. Justice, Miss Psych has absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Terran.
Objection!
7 years ago, Miss Psych lived at the Cosmos Space Center. It wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to him. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. Still can't believe this. How can you actually suspect the Tina, Apollo? In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape.
Hold it!
Isn't it possible that somebody else used that same escape route? I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall there is a security camera in boarding lounge number 1 aimed at the launchpad door. It's the camera that captured Mr. Terran and Mr. Starbuck. There's also another security camera in boarding lounge number 2. It recorded Mr. Terran's killer, or rather Miss Psych, coming out of the Space Museum. A camera in boarding lounge number 2. First I heard of it, but it makes sense. Tina said she had snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident, and then was overcome and passed out until around noon the next day. It was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge number 2. That must have been when the camera captured her. That's what made Apollo suspect her even more. Wait a minute. That case is most likely recorded the true culprit as well.
Objection!
That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. In the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sight is the only one who appears. What? Why?
Order! Order in the court!
That can't be. But if it is, then it's incredibly incriminating.
Wasn't it you who proven in the previous trial the way the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the path has been switched? The fact you previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that's vintage Phoenix right.
Do I wish to indict Miss Sight on the charge of murder? Believing in your client to the end is a basic principle of good defense. Shouldn't you extend that same principle to your own co-worker? You're probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. Clay was my friend. And that's why I just have to know the truth. Apollo suspected his trusted co-worker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubt, he investigated on his own, but that only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but... I'll say it again. Tina Sykes isn't the murderer. Then I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. Well, Mr. Wright, think you have the concrete proof to knock down my arguments?
Your argument has been very clear, Mr. Justice, and your facts appear to be indisputable.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? It looks like not even you can deny it. Miss Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route.
Under these circumstances, there can be no other suspect but the defendant.
Unless... you think there was an alternative escape route? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright?
Is that what you think, Mr. Wright?
Is that what you think, Phoenix? Was there an alternative escape route? I mean, yeah, the evacuation at the robotics lab. Yes, of course there must have been. Just don't ask me what. You're just bluffing again, aren't you? Me? Bluff? No way. He knows me too well.
It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. As long as you can.
Clear up this doubt inside of me. Wait, is that what this is all about? I want to believe in Tina, I really do. But what is fate without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. So that you can really trust me?
Seems your junior partner has just showed up what trials are truly all about.
I believe you're right.
We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in pursuit of the defendant.
While we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end.
when both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth.
Precisely. And when the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of trust. That is exactly what trials are about. Don't you agree?
Yes, I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside of me. So I decided I need to face it head on. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid. Atina da. That's so like Apollo, always uber earnest about things like this. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of your doubt in your heart. Good, because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again. You're really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? But if I use a process of elimination, there aren't that many possibilities. Director Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door would the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright, where do you think the culprit escaped to? If it's the control room, it's Cosmos. Cosmos was there. It's gotta be the Space Museum corridor. I don't see any other way.
Take that!
Yeah, really only could have escaped through the corridor to the Space Museum. All they had to do was to use the unconscious Mr. Starbuck's sprint to get through the door.
Objection!
It appears that all you're trying to establish is Mrs. Sykes' guilt. If the culprit used that route, the only exit would have been into boarding lounge number 2. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant.
I knew it! That's the only way it could be, huh? If the culprit escaped into the corridor that leads to the Space Museum, the only exit would only have been boarding, Miss Sykes was the only person. In boarding lounge number 2, Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the boarding lounge number 2 security camera. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly, but the only place the culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. There weren't any other secret corridor or anything.
So that leaves us with no other conclusion to draw but that Tina Sykes was the culprit.
What could the answer be? Was there really no other escape route? What if? Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? What if they're a clue to the culprit's real escape route? I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than into boarding lounge number 2. Oh? Launchpad number 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing meeting. The Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time, which is exactly when the alternative escape road opened up for a culprit. Are you kidding me?
Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright, do tell. Where could the culprit have gone from the museum corridor besides boarding lounge number 2?
I need to save again.
Take that!
So you're saying that the Space Museum corridor leads to a spot somewhere in your head? What must it be like being Phoenix Wright? What? After all, this alternative escape route seems to exist only in your mind.
Well, I think I have a beautiful mind.
Perhaps we'd better shut the security door on that corridor tightly, so that your ridiculous delusion don't seep out onto us.
Yes, shut it and lock it too.
Launchpad number 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing. Meaning, the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time. Which is exactly when the attorney will put up for a culprit. We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from, they point out exactly where the culprit escaped to. Yes, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Oh, do you mean... Yep, while the Space Museum was in motion just beyond the corridor safety door was an alternative place that the culprit could have used to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was the area outside the Space Center.
You're
Freaking
insane!
It's a 3-level drop.
Objection!
You know how impossible that would be? That corridor level is with the 3rd floor. Even if the culprit tried to leap to the outside wall of the Space Center building, they would fall to their death.
Objection!
Ordinarily, yes. But after the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of a certain item.
And what item was it exactly, Mr. Wright?
Alright, this is what the culprit used to leap to the outside wall of the main building. The emergency ladder.
Take that!
An emergency ladder?
It was already out. There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotic lab, and it was used that day after the explosion to help evacuate people. Miss Blackwell herself used that ladder to escape down to ground level. Okay, so now they show the ladder outside boarding lounge number 1 between the control room. Recall that the launch pad were switched after the ladder was lowered. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched. That's when the culprit literally sprang into action. Whew. And leapt onto the ladder. What? Who would have imagined?
Order! Order in the court! Well, an alternative escape route seems to have emerged.
Which means someone other than Miss Sai could have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes it puts Swiss cheese to shame.
Alright then, name one.
I have that detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is a full 20 feet.
So it jumped 20 feet. Doable. 20 feet. You're pulling my leg, right?
In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit would be leaping to a precarious place. An unstable ladder. Human being feels fear in dangerous situation. It's a basic survival instinct.
Not this one. It's the Phantom. The Phantom knows no fear.
An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping. Or even freeze in fear and not jump at all.
Objection!
But the culprit has just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind.
Objection!
Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? They could have waited for the switch to be complete and escape boarding lounge number 2.
Objection!
Because there was a security camera in boarding lounge number 2. The culprit knew they would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way.
Objection!
In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down, and then blend in with the other people if the museum was open.
That's a good point.
But you claim that despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap. And all in the brief moment the corridor and ladder passed by each other?
That's also a good point.
Hey, shoot! They would have needed a running start while the corridor was moving to make that jump. If their timing was off, or if they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that?
Stop bringing up good points, Edward.
This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination.
Why do you always have to point out every flaw? I mean, stop making flaws. Mr. Edward is right. That does sound pretty insane. The culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman. But everyone feels fear on some level. Right? Wait a minute. Aha, I got it this time. I can prove that there is someone who could have used this alternate escape route.
Oh, can you now?
This proves the possibility of a person who could have used this alternate escape route. This would be the Phantom Psych profile. The subject's emotion rarely fluctuate and doesn't experience feeling like normal people do.
Take that!
What's that, Mr. Wright? This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feeling like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Doesn't feel fear?
What? Right? You can't be serious.
Without the constraint of fear, he could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground without the slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap, 50 feet up in the air. He could choose this extreme way of escaping without hesitation. So you're saying that to a person without fear, The alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance that they would be spotted. That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright.
But was there such a person there at the scene?
Yes, the Phantom. That mysterious shadowy figure keeps popping up.
Oh dear. The Phantom? Again?
I knew the Phantom was there behind the scene of the Space Center bombing, but I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Terran as well. However, now it's all clear. The Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Terran.
What?
What?
Order in the court! Order, I say! Mr. Wright, please continue.
There were just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be because both incidents were the work of the same Phantom. So then, this Phantom is the one who killed Clay? But who is he? This Phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. Who could this unidentified international spy be?
Right? This escape route must have been a part of the Phantom's plan from the start, as was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. That's why he gave the advanced warning and planted the bombs where he did.
Yes, I think you're right. But it doesn't explain this one last thing. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. Oh no. Oh no! But it was such a pain. Why couldn't I have used the ladder in the other rooms? The robotics lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder. But he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which one it would be. So you mean the Phantom must be someone who knew that particular ladder was going to be used? That's right.
Who could it be?
Wait a minute. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. Miss Blackwell lowered the ladder after being told to by the detective leading the... Ah!
You've got to be kidding me. Did you figure it out, right? Do you know who the Phantom is?
Yes, I do. Who is it? Who killed Clay? Our mystery spy, known as the Phantom, is none other than... the detective assigned to this case. He led the evacuation effort at the Space Center after the bombing incident. After the explosion, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. His objective was to secure his own escape route. We lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. This is a detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he's without emotion.
Take that!
What? Are you saying
You mean the Phantom is...
Detective Bobby Fulbright?
Exactly. We were all taken in by his fake persona. Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom.
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Wright, how could this be?
That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. The ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered. The second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder.
Verily, it was all part of a plan. Part of his plan to create an escape route.
After Detective Fulbright saw it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, he went to the lounge where he killed Clay Terran and escaped into the Space Museum. The museum started moving slowly, so he waited for the right time, got a running start. In justice we trust! Ah! And just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leaped into it.
I don't believe it. That autopilot detective did all that?
Was it really him? I mean, all this time I thought... Sorry, we didn't catch your name. My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright. The heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. The champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase, it's in justice we trust. Then, his concern for Simon was also all just one big act. I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can just sit by and watch him give him to his emotion and tear the defendant apart. That monster killed Clay. He had me completely fooled. Come to think of it, he's the one who brought that bloodstained lighter to court too. The scumbag even made me turn on Athena. Damn it, how the hell did I fall for all of that?
For him to have warmed his way into the police department as well.
Your Honor, the defense demand to question Detective Bobby Fulbright.
Yes, I agree that we need to hear from him right away. The court will take a short recess and then Detective Fulbright will take the stand.
Robbo. December 20th, 5:13 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 5. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, I... Don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight. You got it, boss. Apollo. ... He looks disappointed in himself. Apollo! Oh. Ugh. Well, this is awkward. Athena, can you do me a favor? Huh? What is it? Can you punch me in the face really hard? That's what he said. What? Why should I do that? Because I should have believed in you. I let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't trust... Ow! I said a punch. Don't be such a dope. I was really touched by what you did. Huh? Now, what are you talking about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is fate without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I've made of. After all that, how could I punch a true friend like you, Apollo? You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago. Thanks, Athena. Thanks for waking me up to reality again. Guess I know who to call if I ever get sleep in court. Okay, so question mark. I'll say it's probably Edward.
It looks like you have some promising young people working under you.
Yep. Edward. Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself, and they're not afraid to keep me in line.
Anyway, I have some very good news. Aura Blackwell has surrendered, and the hostages are being set free.
Trucy and all the others.
Oh, thank goodness.
Edward ...
Miss Blackwell said she had something she really needed to do. So I granted her special permission to do what she must.
I wonder what it is. Oh, she's here. Miss Blackwell. Aura ... I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. But I did come because I had something to say to all of you. Miss Aura, she'd better not be here to complain about something. Edward ...
Miss Blackwell, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault.
Yes, it's true, the courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, I suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me. Oh, Miss Aura, does this mean you're starting to trust the system again? No, of course not! Be quiet, hunk of junk! Now, it's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Metis' killer down. Leave it to us. We'll get him. So I guess that means she's starting to trust us at least. Simon? Oh. Simon, I'm so glad both you and the princess were clear of all suspicion. And it's all thanks to me and my robots. You better be grateful.
I never imagined you would go that far. Though you always were extreme. But I don't recall ever requesting your help.
As close as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the slammer. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You would probably give me the death penalty.
You know me all too well.
I guess love can take on a variety of expression, including stunted in their case. Blackwell ...
But I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. Though because of you, it looks like I won't be crossing the sticks just yet. ... You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish.
Simon? She's about to cry. Sniffle. Yeah, she's crying. I'm so glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that.
Aura.
Alright, that's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center, please. What Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable. But it's clear she did it out of love for her brother. I still can't wrap my mind around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom. I can't believe he killed Clay.
Right. And murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Tina. Chief Prosecutor. Yes? I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial?
I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand. That was my plan all along, after all. It's highly unconventional for a man of my position to stand in court. Sir, the formal paperwork has yet to be filed, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor bench in your official capacity and uncover the truth by your own hand. I'm much obliged. His shackles are being removed. The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you... How long have I waited? Maybe it's the sense of freedom, but even the air seems fresher, the light brighter. And I will relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy.
I don't have to be able to read his art to see how happy he is.
I'm so glad, but I won't cry just yet. After all, we still got a trial to finish.
It's okay to cry, Athena, I promise. Prosecutor Blackwill, Mr. Wright, please avenge Clay's death for me. What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense bench with me.
I am?
Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me now, can I? She's the defendant. That leaves you, Apollo. But, are you sure you want me? I took a leave of absence and everything. Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Apollo!
Tina, I can say it with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence, and now we're going to prove it to the world.
Thank you, Apollo. Now, I know you can do it.
So, you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right?
Right, because I'm fine now.
Removing the jacket as well. Yeah, he's removing all of his bandages. Yep, he's fine. Now, this is the Apollo I know.
Welcome back, Apollo.
It's almost time for the trial to be started, though. Looks like you have things well in hand. Yup. We should head back to the prosecutor's office.
But why?
I want to look into a few things. Namely, the first people on the scene 7 years ago, the facial data registered by the robot, and Detective Fulbright's background. Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks. I expect to be repaid with a victory, right? Now, if you excuse me. Okay, you two all set to go?
You bet I am. Let's do this.
This is it. The final battle. The murder of Apollo's friend. The courtroom bombing incident. And the case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. Destiny has called us to bring the one responsible for it all to justice today. December 20th, 5:27 p.m. District Court. Courtroom number 4.
Let us now reconvene.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The
prosecution has never been more ready.
You know, this is the first time we've been at the defense bench together since I debuted.
Now that you mention it. Although back then I thought you were more loud than you were reliable. You've really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot.
Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well.
He's still got that ego of his, though.
Prosecutor Blackwell, with the 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Yes, I guess we can keep the chit-chat for later. Bailiff, please bring in the witness immediately.
Even with those handcuffs off, Prosecutor Blackwell seems to be pretty much the same.
Okay, so I guess if he doesn't have the handcuffs, he cannot be electrocuted again. 7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easy, I guess.
Bobby Fulbright here. I heard I was needed on the stand, so here I am.
Detective Fulbright, do you know why you have been called to give testimony?
Yup, because there's only one reason why I would be called. And that is because it's time for justice! In justice we trust!
Objection!
Oh, you can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies.
What? Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? I mean, sure, sometimes I make mistakes, but hey.
He's acting exactly the same as always. Tell me about it. You must be feeling awfully confident. Blackwell doubled up. Fulbright, if you wish to dispel our suspicion, then let's get to your testimony.
Alright, fine. You want me to prove my righteousness? I can certainly do that.
The embodiment of justice.
I am the very embodiment of justice itself. Are one of you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments? And this bit about the escape route is only a theory, you don't have any proof. What we do have is proof that Athena Sykes is the culprit. This lighter with their prints on it.
So you're saying the suspicions against you are completely false? And that the defendant is the real culprit?
That's right. Mr. Lawyer's escape route is totally circumstantial. He doesn't have any proof that I made a big leap onto a ladder.
We don't have proof. You are correct about that. However, you don't have any proof for your claim either.
I guess you're right. But you can't define justice with evidence. Who can define it anyway? Justice? Justice!
Objection!
Don't make me break out a dictionary on you. Please don't throw the book at me.
Tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up a stupid pawn for him. Let's just try not to lose focus, alright?
But my justice is crystal clear. What's clear, what's not clear are your eyes. Wake up and smell the justice.
Silence!
Oh.
Enough of your rubbish, Fulbright. If you have even an ounce of justice, then you will answer the court's question and prove it.
Prosecutor Blackwell.
Prosecutor Blackwell looks torn. Well, Fulbright was his partner after all.
Prosecutor Blackwell is right. The truth will be revealed in the cross-examination. The suspicions against Detective Fulbright are, at this point, only suspicions. As is my duty, I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone have any objections?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Now ask away and don't hold back.
Oh, well, there don't appear to be any objections. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
The embodiment of justice.
I am the very embodiment of justice itself.
Hold it!
The embodiment of justice? Those are just empty words. But they say if you keep saying something, it will eventually become the truth. Isn't that how people make their dreams come true too? By wishing over and over? Alright, let's just move on. I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments.
Hold it!
My arguments are hardly far-fetched. There's careful reasoning behind my theory. Yeah, well, apparently there's reasoning behind even a tofu burger. But what we have against Miss Sykes, though, is not just reasoning, but solid evidence. And it's called the lighter, with Miss Sykes' fingerprints on it in the victim's blood. Yes, that's true, but wait, Detective Fulbright was the one who brought that evidence to the trial. If you harbor any suspicion, I suggest you ask Fulbright, right, Dono? Especially about that lighter. He's right. What exactly should I ask about? The number of prints or the position of the prints? I'm gonna ask the position first. Please tell the court about the position of the prints on the lighter. They're around the same spot on either side as they would be if she were holding it up. I suppose it was used to light the room, so it will be held that way. Could you please add that statement to your testimony? The prints were placed just the way they would be if someone were holding it lit.
Hold it!
Yes, Miss Blackwell did mention she saw a lit lighter being held up. Yep, meaning the person Miss Blackwell saw was the owner of the fingerprints. It just strengthened the arguments against Miss Sykes. This line of questioning is going to get me anywhere except conviction land. Should I try asking him something else? Yeah, let's try with the number of prints. So how many prints were found exactly? 3. The thumb, the index, and the middle finger of a right hand. Your Honor, that is an important statement. Could you please have it swapped into testimony? You got it.
He beat me to it.
Ha ha ha! Be it investigating or testifying, speed is the key. 3 prints were on the lighter, the thumb, index, and middle finger of a right hand. Do I have something that contradict this? Because I think her right hand is the gloved one. Oh no, it makes sense. Oh shit. No, she's got no, it's the opposite. Yeah, her fingers have she has a gloved hand, but those are the 3 fingers that are usually but how could I prove it? Okay.
Hold it!
So 3 prints from her right hand were found on the lighter. Are you certain of this? I'll stake my life on it. Mr. Wright, isn't it odd he's saying the prints are from Atina's right hand? Why would you say that? Well, think about it for a sec. Yeah. Atina always wear that glove on her right hand. Yeah, those are the 3 fingers that are blocked. So it's impossible to have her hands there. So there's no way she would leave prints of those 3 fingers from her right hand. Hey, great point. Why didn't I catch that one? Detective Fulbright, I'm sure you heard our discussion just now. How about Miss Sykes always wears a glove on her right hand? Ha ha ha! Well, I only have one thing to say to that. Do you have evidence that she was wearing that glove at the time of the incident? I guess we don't. If you want to prove the defendant's innocence, you have to ask better questions than that. Like I need a lecture from you, Smiles Magoo. Should I try asking him about something else? The print's position? Okay, let's press on like this, and because right now it doesn't make sense. I'm gonna press on like this. Let's proceed with your testimony, shall we? Ha 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 ha! Certainly, certainly. This statement that was added, I'm not sure if it's relevant or not. Well, at least it seems willing to answer our question. Let's keep asking about different things and see if we can uncover the inconsistency. Detective Fulbright is a tougher adversary than I thought. Okay, let's try with the
Hold it!
let's go with the other way around. It looks like he's sticking with the Tinas as the culprit. And it doesn't help that he has the evidence. Let's pressing on everything until he cracks. Okay, so you have to repress everything.
Hold it! Hold it!
Oh, I missed one. It went straight to the end. Okay, I see. I'm gonna go with the position of the prince. No, wait a minute, he's already answered this one. He's even added a statement about it to his testimony already. Oh, okay. I can do it again? And this bit about the escape route is only a theory. You don't have any proof.
Hold it!
Then please tell us more about the circumstances surrounding the ladder. Well, I'd much rather expound on the topic of justice. But, oh, alright. Let's see, what should I ask about? About Aura Blackwell. Okay, okay. Please tell the court what you remember about Miss Blackwell at the time. She appeared to be really angry at the bombing commotion was disrupting her work. She even threw a robot at me. Yikes, I hope it wasn't poor Clunko. This is very important information, isn't it? I'll just add this statement then. Why don't you let me decide that? Miss Blackwell was extremely crabby about having her work interrupted.
Hold it!
Okay. I'm beginning to wonder, is Miss Blackwell ever not crabby? Well, they already took her down to the station, so it's a bit late to ask her now. Just my opinion, but maybe it's best we don't ask her about that, ever. Should I try asking the detective something else? Let's ask about the lab. Please tell us anything you remember about the lab. Oh, the lab, huh? Well, it was so messy there was hardly anywhere to step. I guess they were in the middle of building a giant robot. Yeah, that's pretty much how it looked when we visit this afternoon, too. Okay, I know the drill. You want me to swap this statement to my testimony, don't you? What? No, way ahead of you. I'll just swap it in. The lab was very messy, so it was actually kind of a poor choice for the evacuation. Okay, now you admitted it.
Hold it!
You aren't fooling anyone. You chose the ladder in that very room on purpose to get your escape route. That's not true, it's just that when it comes to ladders, I'm very particular. I had a good feeling about that ladder. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Huh? Did I mess up somewhere along the way? Okay, let's add about let's cast about Oloa and keep it like that.
Hold it!
You mean the lighter that was found in the Space Museum, is that right? The one and only. After Miss Syke murdered Mr. Duran, she escaped into the Space Museum. That's when she probably dropped the lighter. Even after the launch pads were switched, she went out of the Space Museum, where her image was caught by the security camera. Without evidence, I should probably save this fight for another time. Oh. Aura's statement says that she was the perp held the lighter on their left hand and the knife on the right. Wait. Okay, I have to change that. I have to change that Aura statement. It's not about the number of prints. It's about which hand it's on. It's of the right hand. Okay. 3 prints were on the lighter, the thumb, index, and middle finger of a right hand. Alright, Aura statement.
Objection!
There you go. You say the prints were from a right hand, is that correct? That's right, very clear prints. But that just doesn't add up. Huh? What doesn't add up? According to Miss Blackwell, who saw the culprit herself, yeah, the lighter was from the left. This person held the lighter in their left hand. Oh. So here's the dilemma before us. Why are the prints on the lighter from a right hand instead of a left? Nah.
You're right. It doesn't make sense, does it?
Your Honor, this lighter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. This witness claims don't even hold water.
Detective Fulbright, I hope you have a good explanation for this.
I just can't understand it. They're definitely right-hand prints. But then, why are they inconsistent with Miss Blackwell's statement? I've got it! Mirror image.
What do you got, Detective?
The mirror! The witness must have seen the reflection of the culprit in the mirror!
Go on.
Miss Blackwell was looking in through the window of boarding lounge 1, wasn't she? I believe so. If you mean the little window in the back and in the right and to the right of the room, there's no mirror. That's right, and across the room on the opposite wall is a large mirror. No. The mirror would not... It doesn't make sense. Like, the way the room is positioned, you would have seen two culprits. I do remember seeing it. Ah, so you're saying... Yes, the culprit Miss Blackwell saw must have been a reflection of that person in the mirror.
Oh, I see. In that case, right and left would appear reversed, wouldn't they?
Ha 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 ha! Now do you see? That's the logic of pure justice!
Objection!
But your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof that what Miss Blackwell saw was reflection.
Silence!
Right, Adoro. You'd sooner nick yourself than him like that. Put some more muscle into it.
Huh? Ha 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 ha! That's right. Besides, the lighter couldn't have been in the left hand. And why not? Miss Blackwell said she saw an Earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? The emblem is only on one side of the lighter. Oh, she held it from the left. She would hide the emblem. Oh, you're right. There's no emblem on the other side. Exactly, as blank as smooth as the judge's fine scalp. If the culprit had the lighter in their left hand, they would have covered the emblem. Uh-oh. What's more, this is the kind of lighter you flick open with your thumb before lighting. Like a Zippo? So if the culprit had held it in their left hand with the emblem out and visible, they wouldn't have been able to open it, let alone light it. But if they had held it in their right hand, they would easily open it and light it. This all means that the culprit was definitely holding the lighter in their right hand. No! Come back, my beautiful contradiction. It appears you planted a flower that bears no fruit. See how it withers before my flower of justice? He's tough. He's managed to discredit almost everything I've proven up to this point. In justice we trust! Now, do you see? I'm not this phantom you've been talking about. I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I bet they're just a figment of your imagination. It's so sad, so very sad. But I'm afraid Miss Sight is the culprit.
Hold it!
Detective Fulbright, I believe you said that the emblem is only on one side of the lighter. Are you sure about that? Well, of course I'm sure. Why don't you take a look for yourself and see? Did you see an emblem on both sides of the lighter? Oh! The bracelet is reacting. I knew it. You're lying, detective. Pardon me? You mean... Yeah, my bracelet reacted to this statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. And I think if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out. Justice Dillon, are you to use that cheat of yours again? It's not cheating, Prosecutor Blackwell. Very well. Whether I like it or not, I suppose we should use whatever works right now. Go on then. I won't throw my hawk at you. I promise. We have Prosecutor Blackwell's reluctant blessing, apparently. Okay, Apollo, you're up. Here goes, then. Detective Fulbright, could you repeat that last statement one more time? What in the world are you up to? Alright, fine. I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The Earth emblem is only on the side that you can see when held in the right hand. Okay, so let's check his, the Earth emblem is only on the side that you can see with it. So it's not the face. I'm gonna try to look at his right hand. So this is supposedly where his injury was. No. Nothing. Let's see his left hand. Oh, his thumb is moving. So the left thumb is moving when he says Earth emblem.
Gotcha!
Detective Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but whenever you say the phrase the Earth emblem, your left thumb moves. In fact, it appears as though you're running it along the edge of your holster.
Mr. Lawyer, I don't have the foggiest notion of what you're talking about.
Be that as it may, I know it has something to do with the lighter. Let me examine it.
But why? You're not making any sense. You can't just...
Silence!
Be still and do as you're told, Fulbright. If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind them having a look-see, should you?
What? Not you too, Prosecutor Blackwell.
I'm not sure what this is all about, but if Prosecutor Blackwell insists, it must be something important. I will allow the defense to examine the lighter.
Good, now we'll even learn something new. I hope so. Now let's check every inch of this thing. Okay, so there's the Earth symbol. Yeah, there's a lot of blood prints on the right side. All the prints on that side. Start with the emblem first. So this is the Earth emblem that the Fulbright was talking about. See anything noteworthy? Hey, look at this. The emblem's actually some kind of button. I had to leave again. I just caught up and listened to the stuff that happened. We discovered that there was a third person on the scene, and they committed to murder, but we still don't know where it is. Okay. Oh shit! Oh. Okay. Here's what you've missed so far. We found a psychological profile from the Phantom, and apparently, like, there was a voice speech, but it was too weak. The volume was too low. We could not figure out like who it was, but we figured out that it was somebody who was doesn't have a lot of emotional fluctuation. So basically, it's somebody who cannot feel anything. Like he doesn't feel joy or anger or sadness or fear. And we've proved that the culprit, like his escape route was basically as the launch pad was turning, like the when he leaves from the space museum, all the thing was moving clockwise. So while they were turning, the door is open and you can see like 50 feet below. And on the way there was the escape route, the escape rope that was from the fourth floor that goes all the way down. It was 20 feet from the corridor. So they say that the culprit jumped as the platform, the launch pad was moving, was jumping into the escape ladder, the emergency ladder that was already disclosed, and went down. So that's how he made his escape. Now, we figured something else. Because we were trying to, looking back to all the other testimony, and Aura was, remember when she said, why did she ask me to take off my emergency ladder of all the rooms that were in the space center that have emergency ladder? Like, I just took mine out as I was been told by the detective in charge of the evacuation. And we realized that it's very inconvenient
because the robotics room was cluttered, was messy. Remember, she was building a giant robot. There was wires on the floor everywhere. It was a hazard. And the fact that only one ladder was used to escape, to make everybody escape, this is silly, you know? More than one ladder should be used like everywhere so that people could escape from whatever they want. But the detective in charge of the evacuation only wanted this ladder in particular because we assumed that it was due for, that was his own escape route. So now we're accusing the detective in charge of the evacuation of being the Phantom, the one who killed Metis Sykes 7 years ago and the one who killed Clay Tarrant a couple of days ago. And now it's convenient also that we're investigating, you know, the piece of evidence that that convict Athena Sight of being the murderer. The Earth emblem is actually a button, and when we press it, it turns into a gun. Like the lighter turns into a cannon, and there's a trigger and stuff like that. And it's small enough to carry 10 calibers bullets. So yeah. So the lighter is actually a gun. Yeah, it's Fulbright. So basically, everybody was fooled by Fulbright, and basically he's faking emotion. Because that's why he's like very cartoony, because he's faking. It transformed into something. A handle, a trigger. Is this what I think it is? Yup. So now Black Will is free. The hostages are free. Aura is back at the detention center because she has to answer for the crime that she's committed. Like, she's taken hostages. She turned robots against. So yeah, she has to pay. There is no question, it seems. What you have there is a gun.
A what?
A gun? So that's it. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial when Director Cosmos was on the stand. The bullet that hit the oxygen tank was extremely small, maybe a 10 caliber. This little compact gun probably takes bullets of that caliber. It looks like this is the gun that was fired at the scene.
I'm flabbergasted. The lighter was a gun?
So when Detective Fulbright would touch his holster, that's right, whenever he mentioned the Earth emblem, he must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning. A lighter that transforms into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me. It's not the kind of thing any ordinary people can get their hands on. In fact, I would say strictly in the domain of elite spies. Detective Fulbright, you will explain yourself. Fulbright, There's nothing for me to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform. What'd you know? I mean, it was found in the Space Museum, and then I brought it straight in. I didn't even have time to check it out.
Objection!
Whenever you mention the Earth emblem, you touch your holster. You subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun. Accuse me all you want, but where is your proof? Do you have any evidence that I knew the lighter was a gun? Not exactly. And whose prints are on it? Why, Miss Sykes' prints. It proves that she's the culprit who fired the gun at the scene.
It would appear that the detective is right.
Are you guys really trying to prove your client's innocent or what? Adjusting his sunglasses. Although it pains me to do this, now that we are where we are, I have to make the following assertions coming from the prosecution side. the person who fired the gun at Director Cosmos in the lounge after the incident, and the person Miss Blackwell saw holding the lighter, and the person who murdered Mr. Turan, and the person who bombed the Space Center, are all the defendant, Athena Sykes. The prints on the ladder are decisive proof. No! Ha ha ha! Now do you see? A man on the side of justice couldn't possibly be the culprit. And I think this about sums up Miss Sykes' part in the whole affair.
The evidence certainly does seem to point to the defendant's guilt. Do you have anything to say, Prosecutor Blackwell?
Evidence is everything in court. Therefore, Fulbright's claim stands firm.
But, calm down, Apollo. He's just saying that because he has to. He's just saying that because he has to as the prosecutor. Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue criminals in the name of justice. You shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something as dubious as a habit. In fact, you have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bedhead.
Objection!
Leave my hair out of it, says the man who wears sunglasses at night. It's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. I'll prove that this lighter is not Miss Sykes, but yours.
Sounds like you've hit on something, Apollo. It's just, if the prints on the lighter are the basis of accusing Athena,
I think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself.
you mean you think this lighter might be forged evidence?
Well, that's right. It could all be part of Fulbright's bigger plot.
Did you do anything out of the ordinary while I was off on my own? I can definitely think of a few things. It is indeed. Have a look at this.
What's this? A lighter?
Detective would like to run a comparison of some prints we found in the boarding lounge. Ah, yes. I just happen to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. If we assume he's been laying a big trap for us all along, there's gotta be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the ladder as a piece of evidence? How the prints were left on it, the owner of the prints, where the prints are on it. Yeah.
Yes, he said that the prints were on it as if she was holding a lighter. Like if she has the thumb, index, and middle finger holding the lighter as if you were carrying a torch. That's correct. But his whole assumption is that she used it as a gun. So I'm gonna see how the print were left on it. No, I guess I don't see anything strange about how the prints were left on the lighter. Nothing unusual about the angle of the prints or all the patchy. They're all patchy in places, but there's gotta be something off about this piece of evidence. Okay, so it's where the prints are on. Anything odd about where the prints are? No, I guess if it was fired as a gun, that's about where the prints would be, but... Really? Okay, so it's the owner of the prints. Are they really Athena's fingerprints? Because, yeah, they say it's from the right hand, but Athena's always carrying a glove, and those fingers are already covered. They definitely match her print data. But what about the data itself? Detective Fulbright, you were the one who provided us with the lighter and the print data. Isn't that correct? Yes, what about it? Yeah, I mean, she uses her left hand. But basically, what they're saying is Aura's testimony was that the culprit used the lighter with her left hand and the knife with the right. Now, Fulbright is saying that she saw the reflection on the mirror because there's actually a mirror at the scene, and she could have seen the reflection, but that's why it says we cannot argue whether it's the left or the right.
You say Miss Sykes' prints match the print data. But I have to wonder, what was the data you use official?
Mr. Wright, are you suggesting that the evidence might have been fabricated?
I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints. Using the official sanctioned print data of the people involved in this case. What? You dare insult the epitome of justice and integrity? There's no need for such antics.
Silence!
Your Honor, I lend my voice to the defense's request. You must allow the test to be rerun.
Very well then. Bailiff?
Okay, so the hawk is back. Is landing on the judge's head with the new report.
Oh, it appears that the official data is here.
And the results?
It's just as the defense claims. This proves that the prints on the lighter do not belong to the defendant.
Yes!
The fingerprints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Clay Terran.
Ah, lighter can transform into a handgun, as Clay Terran's fingerprints and blood on it. Wow. Those were Clay's fingerprints on the lighter?
Ah, I see. Come to think of it. Wasn't it you, Fulbright, who collected the victim's prints?
I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity after all.
When you took the deceased's fingerprints, you could have easily planted his prints on the lighter with his blood. After which, you wiped the blood off his hand.
By your own admission, you were also the one who compiled the phony print data. All to put the blame on Miss Sykes. This ploy must have been to distract us from the Phantom was behind everything. You were out to create the impression that the Phantom wasn't the true culprit.
So does this mean Detective Fulbright really is the Phantom?
Remember the killer's escape route. No ordinary person would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Nobody but the Phantom, the man with no emotion, could have done it. Detective Fulbright, you were the only one who could have used that escape route.
Fulbright, are you really the Phantom?
Is he gonna confess already? ...
Answer me, or so help me, I will slash you to tiny silver slivers where you stand.
Alright, I'll talk. I confess. I'm not the Phantom.
Silence!
It's all over. Now be a man and admit it already.
But I'm not a spy. I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself.
An undercover investigator? That sounds less than wholesome to me.
A person who hides his identity and secretly investigates in order to uncover information. And that's what you really are, Fulbright.
That's right. I was working to track down the Phantom, but sadly... even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up catching me. He took my family hostage and forced me to cooperate with him.
What?
Objection!
You're telling us this now? But what if you say it's true, then? Who was the mystery person Miss Blackwell and Mr. Starbuck saw?
It was the Phantom, I tell you. All I did was helping by having that emergency ladder lowered for him.
Objection!
I don't believe you. How do you explain the fabricated ladder?
That was also one of the Phantom's demands. Being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. Beating the crime on Tina Sykes was just another one of the Phantom's orders.
And you expect me to buy that? Fulbright, what was the Phantom's ultimate objective?
I was told it was to sabotage the rocket launch. Someone who didn't want the launch to happen must have given the order. Actually, I have to apologize to you too. The Phantom told me to get close to you. He ordered me to get back that SAG profile you have on him.
So, he sent a buzzard of his own to tell me this past year, did he?
I haven't been a champion of justice. I've just been a pawn of evil. A pawn of the Phantom who stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago.
Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity.
I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believe I was the Phantom, oh, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now there are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all.
With the ceiling blown off, I suppose you're vulnerable to a sniper shot in this courtroom. Just 2 seconds ago, Fulbright was treating Athena like a criminal. Does he really think he's going to lie his way out of it now? But on the surface, everything seems to make sense. This could be bad, Mr. Wright, if we can't find a flaw in his logic. He's right. Until we come all this way, we can't let Fulbright wriggle free now.
There! I finally told the truth. Now I hope you see how foolish it was to think I was the Phantom.
Oh, now he's serious.
You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackwheel. You believe me, right?
I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom.
What?
How can you say that, Prosecutor Blackwheel? It's obvious he's the Phantom.
Silence!
Evidence is everything, right, Dono? And you must admit there's no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom. No.
Yes, as I recall, the only solid proof we've seen up to this point is the fact that Detective Fulbright fabricated evidence.
But... Fulbright, Blackwheel, I've known Fulbright here for a year now. And all this time he's been quite intent on rehabilitating me. I don't believe his efforts were a lie.
Prosecutor Blackwheel!
This fool truly thought he could reform a death row inmate like me. He went so out of his ways in his effort for me, he actually became quite a nuisance, really.
Prosecutor Blackwheel, you believe me? Oh.
Please tell me Prosecutor Blackwell hasn't really been taken in by this big phony. However, even if it was against your will, you still acted as the Phantom's accomplice. You will have to pay the price for that. Throw yourself at my mercy, and don't you ever betray me again. Have you got that?
Yes. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Such a bond of trust is a rare and beautiful thing. In any case, it looks like everything has been resolved. I can now hand down a not guilty verdict with confidence.
Very good. I'm very glad to hear it. It's all over. Everything's been cleared up, and Miss Sykes will go free as well.
Athena, Mr. Wright, we can't let the trial end here. If we do the Phantom, the man who killed Clay will get away. No, I know, but... Mark, what do I do? I don't have any proof that Detective Fulbright is the Phantom. Is this it? Is he going to get away just like that?
Now, if you'll excuse me, my next investigation awaits. And with that, I'm off. And justice we trust.
Hold it!
The defense? No, wait. Not the defense. The defendant feels it's not time for a verdict yet and would like to see this trial continue.
What? But I was just about to declare you innocent of all charges.
It just doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Apollo, think you could scooch over? Ah!
Athena, what are you doing? Hope we don't get held in contempt of court.
I have some questions for you, Detective Fulbright. Are you relieved that you are no longer under suspicions of being a phantom? Are you grateful to Prosecutor Blackwell for what he's done for you? Of course I am, and I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart.
Yeah, only Athena can prove if he's the phantom or not. If she doesn't hear anything, that means easy. Athena, where are you going with these questions?
I have yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's words, boss. The suspicion against him has been cleared up, but he's not feeling happy at all.
What? Does that mean?
We may not have evidence, but the heart doesn't lie.
That's it. It's your special ability. We just might be able to stop him.
Your Honor, the detective has been deeply traumatized by our accusation.
Yes, well, even before all this, I thought he was a rather odd fellow.
If he doesn't get counseling right away, who knows what might happen to him? Prosecutor Blackwell, can you believe the nonsense the defense is spouting?
Fulbright, I think you'd better have that counseling.
Not you too.
You've been making batty remarks ever since you were accused of being the Phantom. Such as, you're an undercover investigator and your family has been taken hostage. I fear you might have finally lost it.
I thought you believed me.
Silence!
Oh, how you amuse me so.
What's going on here? That's what an excellent bit of psychological manipulation just now, Simon.
I knew you would catch on, Athena.
Huh? Mind filling in me in here? Guess we left you in the dust, huh, Mr. Wright? Simon was only pretending to believe Detective Fulbright, because he knew I would notice if there was a lack of emotion, like joy or relief in his response. So he gave me the chance to take a listen. And listen I did to the voice of Detective Fulbright's heart.
What? You two were working together just now? Come on, Athena. Show us what's inside Fulbright's heart.
You got it! Time to check this instant replay. Widget, mon ami, let's do this! Thank you for believing me, Prosecutor Blackwell. I am an undercover investigator, but the Phantom was coercing me. He stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sides 7 years ago. I'm a bad person for cooperating with such a man. But he took my family hostage, what else could I do? You see? Can you hear it? Even with all his over-the-top expression and gesture, he's registering no emotion at all. It's just like I thought, and right in line with the Phantom psych profile. Oh, he's about to use his watch. Detective Fulbright, this lack of emotion proves you're the Phantom. Oh, noise level. Okay, so now his sunglasses turns into monitor screen, and now he adjusts his glasses, and is like, hey, what's going on? Now we have the noise level that fluctuate between 20 and 90%. Wait, hold it. What do you think you're doing, detective? I have no idea what you're talking about. Me? I'm not doing anything. He's trying to hack into the Moon Matrix program. I can't do anything with him like this. Ah!
fancy device you have there, but I'll tolerate no cheating, thank you.
Sorry about that. As an undercover agent, I tend to use my secret arsenal without even thinking.
More like as a spy.
Thanks, Prosecutor Blackwell. There, now that you can't hack me anymore, I dare you to try to hide your lack of emotion from us. Lack of emotion? What are you talking about? Of course I have feelings. As a matter of fact, you've wounded me very deeply with that accusation. What's going on? All of a sudden I'm getting an overwhelmingly happy reading.
But he's literally crying at us a river over there.
Oops, my mistake. How about this? Ah! Yikes, now he's angry all of a sudden.
What's he trying to pull? Like as not, it would appear our friend is not completely without emotion. It's just as it says in Dr. Science profile of the Phantom. The subject has a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation.
Oh, I get it. So he has some emotion, right?
Precisely, which leads me to wonder why you can't sense any emotion from him at all. I believe it's most likely because he's controlling his emotion.
Yeah. So we can control the dial of his emotion. Very good, Prosecutor Blackwell. You're correct. It's the result of my daily training. A very important skill for us undercover investigators, you know.
More like for us spies.
Seriously.
But I wonder why he suddenly showed several strong emotions. Wait a minute, I think I know. I sense there's a feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotion, detective.
Feeling I'm trying to hide? That's a good one. You're the ones who have been saying I'm the Phantom because I don't have any emotions. I was just trying to show you the range of deep emotion I truly possess.
Then you have no objection to me analyzing you, right?
No, analyze away. But I will state it again. I am not the Phantom. And be forewarned that your analysis will have no effect. Because you're about to see what an undercover agent can really do.
Me, the Phantom? No way. So, everything is beeping erratically. Oh, I'm sad. See, I told you I have emotion. How dare you accuse me of someone who will kill over a moon rock? I do regret cooperating with the Phantom, of course. But I'm so glad this whole misunderstanding is cleared up now. It's this one. The sadness is beeping at his own face.
Got it!
You hear that, right? You were able to hear it the same as me. There was something... I found it. I found the one emotion you're truly feeling.
What?
Hidden in the middle of that chaotic storm, I saw one emotion that never disappeared. When you talked about the moon rock, you felt a fear that wouldn't fade.
Fear, huh?
A fear that man with hardly any emotion feels, huh? And it was a response to that moon rock. ... Very serious. Detective Fulbright, I presume you feel fear concerning the moon rock because your identity will be revealed, you lost it, or you failed to steal it. You tried but failed to steal the moon rock. That stain on your career as a spy has left you feeling afraid. But the moon rock did indeed disappear from the laboratory. And I'd hardly think a person who feels so little would feel fear over a thing like that. Don't everyone jump on the Phoenix hype train all at once now. Didn't the topic of what a spy might fear the most come up in our discussion earlier?
Oh, having their identity discovered. Detective Fulbright, assume you feel fair concerning the moon rock because your identity will be revealed. Of course, that's it.
Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity.
I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that wants him dead. If people believe I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now there are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all.
Detective Fulbright, I think I know why you would feel afraid. You are afraid that the moon rock will somehow reveal your identity. Exclamation mark. If this identity were revealed, he would be killed immediately. That's certainly enough to make even the Phantom feel afraid.
Me? Afraid? I don't know what you're talking about.
So, there really is something about the moon rock that would reveal his identity?
Apparently so.
Wait a minute, maybe the Phantom didn't so much steal the moon rock, but more like he had to take it with him? Because there was something on it that would reveal his true identity.
Fulbright ...
Adjusting his watch.
Hold it! That was a grappling hook. Where do you think you're going?
Oh.
Me? I'm not going anywhere.
Is it just me, or was he going to use that weird watch thing to try to get away? How many more of those toys does he have? Where can I get myself some? Detective Fulbright, you will answer honestly to this court right now. Why do you feel fear in connection with the moon rock?
In justice, we trust, not emotion, Mr. Lawyer. Evidence is everything. I'm the Phantom because I'm afraid.
Right, I wish I had a grappling hook that came out of my watch.
Don't make me laugh.
I won't make you laugh even if I could, because that you're the Phantom, buddy.
Ah!
And what was that just now? You tried to attack me with your grappling hook? You tried to do a scorpion?
Get over here!
But all human beings have hearts and experience emotions. Sometimes analyzing a case from the psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth.
Get over here! It's all just a waste of time. All your efforts at analysis serve no purpose. And now, in this dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claim that it's effective. In an era where evidence is fabricated, do you truly expect feelings to be accepted as proof? And where exactly is your proof that I fear the moon rock anyway?
Well, I admit I don't have any conventional proof. I don't know at this point. Like, I think he is a very trained professional. Like, I do believe that he can dial down his emotion to almost nothing. He doesn't make noise, but he makes a sound. He can... And the rest is all acting. I don't have any conventional proof, but I still say that examining a person's heart has its merits.
Oh, really? Then why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Listen to the voices of the hearts of the people in the gallery.
All I hear is distrust.
As you can see, the people are on my side. Because all they see is a strange little girl using a weird little machine.
But it's not like I use analytical psychology to falsely accuse people. Oh, she's got a tenna, doubting herself. Miss Sykes' analytical psychology has breathed new life into the courtroom. It has freed the heart of many witnesses and has been key in getting to the truth.
What nonsense. Your Honor, the defense claim is a false one. I don't feel any kind of fear when it comes to the moon rock.
I see. Very well, I will give the opinion of this court. In a trial, I don't feel that a person's emotions are quite as compelling as actual evidence is.
But, Your Honor... There, you see? Nobody believes you and your trumped up charges.
However, I do believe Miss Sykes' analysis can contribute to making the truth clear. I have seen her do this firsthand several times already.
Surely you jest. So does this mean you will accept my findings in this trial, Your Honor?
Yes, I believe your claim, Miss Sykes. I think there is merit in examining why the witness feels fear in regard to the moon rock. That is the court's opinion on this matter.
Then that's a win for me. No, a win for analytical psychology. Now, Mr. Phantom, you will tell this court the reason for your fear. Analytical psychology? My fear? Fine. I'll show you precisely why those abstract things can be considered evidence. My fear of the moon rock. I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. So the very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice! And there you have it. Now, do you see why I'm afraid of the moon rock?
Sure, you sound convincing enough. But so does any two-bit con artist. It's all meaningless in the absence of evidence.
Yeah, just his watch. Oh, get over here! Oh, intercepted by the feather.
The Phantom is like the mist. No flesh, no bone. My sword alone cannot cut it right, Dono.
Exclamation mark.
With your deductive reasoning and the body of evidence before us, let us send this miserable Phantom fellow to the other world together.
You and I, Prosecutor Blackwill.
We have a duty to bring the Phantom down and restore the people's faith in the courts. Indeed. By covering for Athena, I allowed the Phantom to escape. And as a prosecutor, I gave birth to the people's mistrust with my murder conviction.
I bear part of the responsibility as well, for being suspected of forging evidence and losing my attorney's badge as a result. The two of us and the Phantom were there at the beginning of the dark age of the law.
Then it's also our burden to cut away the foul specter we created, is it not? Until all that remains is the righteousness of the court and the fate of the people.
Trust, understanding, fragile ideals of the masses who are controlled by emotions. Humans can truly trust each other, which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so enticing.
Objection!
Once two people overcome their misgivings, that's where real trust is to be found. You're free to believe what you want, but trust like that is stronger than you and your lies. Always.
My fear of the moon rock? I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom.
Hold it!
He only reminded you of the Phantom? Don't make me laugh. You are the Phantom.
Evidence is everything in a court of law. Or did you forget? I was forced to testify over a silly thing like feelings. But those tactics won't work from here on out. You need real evidence.
I hate to admit it, but he's right.
Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. Your family? Like, who in your family specifically?
Oh, I don't know. Like everyone? Maybe my lover, for example?
For example? Maybe we need a more concrete answer than that.
Maybe my mother, my son, or my daughter. Maybe it was all of them. I'm so sad and worried. I miss them so much.
He's obviously lying.
Look how upset I am. Isn't any wonder I follow the Phantom's orders? What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all.
Hold it!
You can't think of a single reason that the Phantom might be afraid of the rock?
I thought the Phantom wasn't even supposed to have any feelings. How can someone like me, with my wealth of emotions, be expected to understand the guy?
The Phantom, a person with very few emotions, would only be afraid of something really big, like his cover getting blown big. I'm willing to bet that the moon rock has something to do with his identity, but what? Maybe the Phantom's fingerprints are on the rock? But fingerprints can be wiped off. Then maybe he wanted the rock so bad he literally drilled on it and left his DNA. We're dealing with a spy here, Tina, not a slob. True. But maybe the DNA part isn't too far off. Huh? Something unexpected happened to him during the incident 7 years ago. I just know I have something that can show why the Phantom is afraid of the moon rock. So the image we saw was the Phantom with the theater mask, Athena with the blood on her face, and then the Phantom on the security camera with the wound on his left hand. So he did left his DNA at the crime scene. That would help identify him. If he was behind the bombing because he's working for another government, if he can't steal the moon rock, we could identify him through that scar on the left hand. Oh, you mean the right hand? The 7-year-old scar? He could. I mean, that would be circumstantial evidence at the very best. He could invent a story like, "Oh, I did that. I had that injury a long time ago." Like we're talking about a 7-year-old injury. I think the utility knife is where they're going with this. Something that can show why the Phantom's are in the moon rock.
I'll just continue with my testimony while you're pondering then, if you don't mind. So the very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not in.
Hold it!
And how afraid are you exactly?
I'm so scared I start to shake even when I see the moon in the sky.
You shake when you see Miss Sykes' earring.
Well, to be honest, since the very first time I met Miss Sykes, I felt more than a little frightened of her.
I guess some people just inspire that much fear in others. Mr. Wright, you were thinking something mean-spirited and rude, weren't you? Of course not. Must be but mind-reading defense.
Now do you understand? The very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock proves that. In fact, I'm on the side of justice.
After all you've done, how dare you speak the word justice?
Injustice we trust. I'll say it as much as I want and with absolute confidence. Whatever I say is just. That's how it works in the dark age of the law.
He won't get the best of me with that twisted argument of his. I'll find a way to get him right where I want him. Detective Fulbright, or rather the Phantom, feels fear in regard to the moon rock. It'll probably have something to do with him being afraid that his true identity will be revealed. Right, so that's why the Phantom has to take the moon rock with him 7 years ago. In that case, if he has something to show the real cause of Fulbright's fear, we just might be able to expose his true identity. Okay, I'm gonna try something. What reason? To be afraid of the blue rock? Not at all. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna try some stuff. And if that doesn't work, I'll try with your utility knife. First, I'll try with the hope capsule.
Objection!
No. Don't find the statement to be blah blah blah, you have the question wrong. Huh? I believe you meant to say, don't you find my head to be a bit odd? Better not be talking about my hair. If you choose to wave your sword at contradictions that don't exist, prepare to have the soundness of your mind brought to question right, you know. So, aren't you?
I have no wild sword waving in my courtroom, Mr. Wright.
Maybe I better listen to the testimony again. Okay. Next is the Hat One exhibit.
Objection!
Okay. Don't be absurd. Just this time I got it wrong. Could you at least tell me why you think so? With the art of your sword, you must slash your opponent before he draws his weapon. But in your case, you better struck down before you even touch your blade. I'll try to draw faster next time. That I'd like to see. But in the meantime...
Yes, in the meantime, here's a strike against you.
See how well they work together. You may just suppress it and see what happens. Oh, I got a consult. I'll press the consult and then I'm gonna reload. That's it, I figured it out. What is it, Apollo? I figured out the contradiction in that testimony. Can I see it? Can I? Sure, go ahead. Because I've got nothing. Think that the statement that's off? What do you think? Yes, I think so too. I have no idea, actually. Thanks, Apollo. I'll put your intuition to the test right now. Oh, that doesn't help. I wasn't on the right sentence. Just wrong evidence. I got the sentence correct, but I have the wrong evidence. So I'm gonna present. Okay, I did this. I did this. The only thing left is the bomb.
Objection!
Okay. Okay, I'll go with the utility knife.
Objection!
You were right! Detective Fulbright, I assume you know what this is? Of course! That's the knife the Phantom used to kill Clay Terran. That's right. And the exact same type of knife Miss Psyche used 7 years ago when she stabbed the Phantom's hand. Yes, that was discussed earlier, as I recall.
He dodged at first, so I only got his claws. But I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly. The knife went into the back of his hand. Miss Sykes then stated that she remembers the culprit bleeding. It's my theory that the culprit's blood got on the moon rock. And he was afraid that if the blood was analyzed as a tragedy, it would be revealed. That explains why the Phantom have to remove the moon rock from the crime scene.
You mean if we run the analysis now, we know who the Phantom is?
Yes, I suppose so. But unfortunately, the moon rock in question is missing.
That may be so, but I'm certain I can explain what happened to him in great detail.
You can?
Of course! Not. You don't actually expect us to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me! Ah! What this court needs is a bully-free zone.
Ah, the infamous sword of the beguiling bluff. Its edge is without compare. Come on now, ready with me, and show us just how finely it cuts.
Your Honor, this is an outrage! Oh, I mean, this is an outrage? Ah.
Go on, right to the know.
Let's start with something that's been bothering me for a while. Now, the culprit supposedly removed the moon rock from the lab. But in this video of him, it's nowhere to be seen.
Oh, you're right.
But here's something to consider. What if the Phantom hid the moon rock somewhere at the scene of the crime? Good thinking, boss! Security was super tight at the Space Center back then. All that in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You could even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints. So does this mean that the moon rock is still somewhere in the Space Center?
In the name of justice, I proclaim that's impossible.
And why is that?
The Space Center was searched from top to bottom, and especially the lab. But the moon rock was never found.
How could I forget about that?
Sad but true fact. We still haven't grasped how it was done. But the Phantom made the moon rock vanish into the ether.
There's no way it just disappeared. Logic and evidence tells us otherwise.
The Phantom didn't have the moon rock on him when he left the lab.
Yet a thorough police search didn't turn up anything. And it never turned up in the 7 years after that either. The Phantom made the rock disappear without physically removing it himself. But how? There must have been a way. Think, Phoenix, think! How did the moon rock vanish from the robotics lab?
So can you or can you not show what happened to the moon rock, Mr. Knight? Right.
Yes, I can, Your Honor.
What? Oops, sorry, I mean... What?
Judge,
In that case, let's have your answer, Mr. Wright. How did the Phantoms make their moon rock disappear from the crime scene?
I'm gonna say he put it in the Hope capsule. He was sent to space and came back 7 years later.
Take that!
That's the Hope capsule, right? The one that went up in the one rocket?
He couldn't carry the rock out, but he couldn't leave it in the center to be found either. So there was only one safe place to stash it. The Hope capsule that was there in the lab that day.
Yes, and the team must have loaded it onto the Hope space probe eventually. But if that's what happened, then the moon rock would have been launched up into space along with the rocket.
Preposterous! It would mean that for these past 7 years, the moon rock was
not on Earth. Exactly. The Phantom got rid of the moon rock in the most cosmic way he knew how. It was out there in the depths of space.
aboard the Hope space probe. What?
Order! Order in the court!
I understand now. The Phantom's original scheme was to sabotage the Hot Rod anyway. The villain used his primary objective to conveniently kill two birds with one stone. That's right, he planned for the moon rock to be turned into cosmic dust out in space, thereby destroying the one piece of evidence that could reveal his true identity. But Mr. Starbuck and the others foiled the Phantom's plot. The Hope space probe sailed off safely on its mission and returned 7 years later, with the capsule in tow. If we analyze the blood on the moon rock, it would make one thing crystal clear. That you were the Phantom all along, Detective Fulbright. So he killed Clay just so he could get the moon rock back? I believe so. His original assignment may have been just to sabotage the Hat too, but at the same time he also had to retrieve the evidence for his crime several years ago. That's why he went to the boarding lounge and attacked Clay as he made his escape, air quote, out of the rocket with the capsule. But in the end, it was all he could do just to escape himself, so he didn't get the capsule. Clay must have done everything he could to stop Fulbright. He probably hung up to that capsule for all he was worth until his very last breath. Oh, this is so funny. You make me laugh. You really do. Crying emoji. But boy, is he totally out of whack now. It's game over for you, Detective Fulbright. Why don't you just admit up to it all now? There's nothing to admit. I'm Bobby Fulbright, undercover investigator, I tell you. I am not the Phantom. The blood on the rock is just another one of his schemes. A trap.
Now I'm not sure what to think. I suppose if the Phantom is a spy worth his salt, a trap is not out of the question.
Objection!
But in that case, you could say anything is a trap. So he's laughing, but he's having the scare cornered emoji. That's what makes a trap a trap. I've been framed into taking the blame for the Phantom. Your Honor, I believe further investigation is in order. Now he's crying.
Silence!
Further investigation? More like plotting your escape. But no more. I will bring you to justice myself if I must. Here and now.
I guess it's time to show you just what I'm really capable of. Die, Simon Blackwell! Hey, you guys aren't really... Somebody says hold it. Well, because he's doing like exaggerating, he's doing exaggerating gestures. So I was trying to amplify his statement as many times that he does those emotional stands, and at some point, what he's saying and what he's doing is contradictory. Like that's why they said that his emotions are all out of whack. Like his acting is off. So basically, it's just as Edgeworth saying, "Hold it!" Ah, it looks like I made it just in time. Edgeworth!
I have good news for you, Mr. Wright. I have uncovered some very crucial facts.
Did you find something out about the Phantom's true identity?
You might say that. I started by looking into the first people on the scene 7 years ago. All three, an employee and 2 officers, were registered in the robot's recognition system. But none of them looked the least bit like Detective Fulbright.
Oh, that's not good.
But there's more. I've yet to share my most important finding. ... Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackwell, you best brace yourselves.
Yeah, just his glasses. Uh-oh. Blackwell ...
The man you see there before you, Bobby Fulbright, is already long dead.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
An unidentified body that was found a year ago has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints. Then does this mean? Yes, that man there is an imposter pretending to be Bobby Fulbright.
Aha. An imposter?
Then this man, who in the world is he?
Oh, now he's referred to as question mark.
Enough of your trickery. If you will not reveal yourself to us, then I shall do it for you.
It was a mask. Simon Blackwell just slashed Bobby's face, and the skin tore off.
His face!
His sunglasses are destroyed, and there's a big tear on the face. Oh, look what you did to my mask.
Mask? What is the meaning of this, witness?
Okay, you got me. I guess I have to show you who I really am now. He's gonna remove his face. Mission impossible. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, fuck, it's Starbuck! Wait, but that's...
Hey, Apollo, it's me, Solomon Starbuck.
Mr. Starbuck, but that can't be right. You can't really be the Phantom, can you?
Silence!
Of course not. The real Starbuck was aboard the Hat 1, which was set to be destroyed.
Yeah, this is just another mask. I mean, didn't I tell you? I'm an undercover investigator. I can change identities at will. I can become anyone I want.
Objection!
Not so fast. I have the Phantom Psych profile right here. If we compile a Psych profile on you and compare the results, it will prove that you're the Phantom.
Objection.
He's having another mask.
It's time for me to show you the real meaning of the phrase, the end justified the means.
Oh shit. He's a shapeshifter. He's have multiple masks. This is like Mission Impossible, but he has multiple fake masks. That voice! Those words!
Ha-ha! It is me, Aristotle Means. I cannot accept such evidence here, Miss Sykes.
Professor Means? This mask?
All may take what I want by any means necessary. Now give me that evidence.
Oh, the psych profile. Huh?
Time to take out the trash.
Permanently. How could you?
Now do you see how blissful the end justify the means can be?
Silence!
How pathetic. You can't even speak without wearing another man's face.
Haha, but that's the life of an undercover agent for you. My real face has no meaning or value to me at all.
Or perhaps it is really the case that you don't even know who you are anymore. What must you see when you look in the mirror, Mr. Phantom? Not an awful lot, I wager.
Well, aren't you just a master of psychology, Blackwell? That's right, I don't know who I am. I am always living as someone else for my assignment. I don't remember what my face looks like. Or even what my personality was like. My face, memories, personality, beliefs, emotion, and soul. I left them all behind. I have no self. I am no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss.
What's with this guy? Is he even still human?
And now we resume with your lesson, Professor Wright.
Oh, huh?
I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood on the moon rock, you could prove that I am the Phantom.
I believe there was blood on the moon rock in that capsule. Now that we know you aren't even Bobby Fulbright, your claims of Phantom Trap won't work anymore.
Then why don't you try and bring this moon rock in? This decisive evidence from the Hope Capsule.
Oh, I think I will do just that. Get ready, because the Hope Capsule is about to seal your fudge. Fudge! It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence and was blown to smithereens.
It looks like you have finally caught on. Full marks for the defense for effort. But what a shame your hope was lost in that courtroom explosion.
So that's the real reason this courtroom was blown up. It was all for the Phantom to destroy that one piece of evidence. No, it's okay, he didn't blow up everything. We found a chunk. We have the remains of the bomb. There's a piece of the moon rock left. I can't believe it. Have we really reached a dead end after coming all this way? As the only evidence we have on this guy has really been destroyed? Yup.
How dare you continue to call me the Phantom? As I've said all along, I'm just a nameless undercover agent.
Objection!
And the defense will continue to assert that you are the Phantom. Furthermore, we have proof. Or at least a prayer.
I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Wright.
Please put some weight behind your swing, right, Dono? I know, I'm trying. There's only one thing that can unmask this menace, the moon rock. But that was blown up to bits in the courtroom bombing. And yet, it is really gone without a trace? What if some tiny part, some little fragment still exists? Yes. Okay, so this is Edward. Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there too. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture?
Very well, Mr. Wright. Let's see your proof. What evidence will finally prove the Phantom's identity?
The phony Fanty bomb.
Take that!
The only other person that would have that piece would be Athena. No. The Athena's earring was made before the blood was on the rock. Athena's earrings is only there as a reference. Like there's because amongst the debris there is a piece of black and yellow unidentified. We can use Athena's earring to identify the piece, and if it's a match, it's the moon rock. Then we do the blood search, the DNA. If we you get it, right?
Isn't that the bomb that blew up the courtroom and the moon rock along with it? Are you saying this will reveal the Phantom's identity?
Yes, Your Honor. Focus your attention on this photo taken after the bombing, specifically right here. Evidence 7K.
Take that!
Please take a look at this newspaper article.
The article about the hat one?
Now please note the strange black and yellow rock there on the left. That's the moon rock. And when we look at this photo on the bomb fragments, see how there is a rock-like object with the same coloration?
Oh my, yes, I see it.
So it would seem that the moon rock was much more durable than the Phantom thought. If we're taking a look at all the fragments that the police found, we'll likely find one with blood. And DNA testing on that blood would prove that the witness is indeed the Phantom.
Unbelievable. But that's impossible.
A surprise to be sure. That's one bloody tough rock. Let us have the fragments tested straight away. Oh, and you'll be having a DNA test too. Fulbright.
Bailiff, contact the police department immediately and order the testing. Prosecutor Blackwell, what did the test results show?
There was a rock fragment that had blood on it that appeared to be several years old. DNA testing revealed. Well, I'm sure you know full well what it revealed. ...
They confirmed it was the witness' blood, didn't they?
There's no use in trying to talk your way out of it anymore. Admit it, you are the Phantom.
Objection!
Apollo? Mr. Wright, did you just raise an objection to yourself? Oh, fuck. Fucking shapeshifter. No, I didn't say a word. That was my objection, Apollo. Huh? He's gonna remove his face, he's gonna release Phoenix Wright. Yeah. Huh. Why? It was a pretty good objection too, don't you think? Now he's me.
So, did you have an objection or not, Mr. Wright?
No. Oh, no, not really, Your Honor.
No, not you, Mr. Wright. I mean the witness, Mr. Wright.
Could this trial get any more insane? Mr. Wright, this fragment of rock in the photograph and those just like it, how can you be sure they're pieces of the same moon rock that was at the robotics lab? Care to explain what you mean? Well, there may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that had my blood on it, but how do you know they're not just rocks? You can't prove they're the moon rock, right?
Objection!
Don't be absurd. Just compare the fragment with the rock in the newspaper article. Anybody can see they're the same. They have the exact same coloration.
Objection!
But maybe some other rock with the same coloration happened to be in the courtroom. It's highly unlikely a rock with such a unique appearance just happened to be here. But you can't deny it's a possibility.
Objection!
But your blood was found on one of the fragments. Oh, Apollo, there's nothing more suspicious about my blood being on a piece of rock. And why not? I know it sounds like an excuse, but several years ago I tripped and fell in this very courtroom and was hurt pretty badly. Maybe that's how my blood found its way onto a piece of rubble. Even he must realize how ridiculous that sounds. And yet I suppose it's not completely out of the question.
I see you're starting to sweat, Mr. Wright.
I thought that the worst of times are when lawyers are forced their biggest smiles. You're the last person I want to hear that from. Well, then why don't we get those fragments analyzed? We could ask an expert to verify if they were from the moon rock in the robotics lab or not. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that just isn't going to be possible. Why not? In order to prove that the fragments are from what you say they are from, you need a sample of the moon rock from 7 years ago to compare it with. But that moon rock doesn't exist anymore, and there's no sample data left either. So, you see, short of going back in time, there's no way to prove that any of the fragments are from that moon rock. Oh, no! Yeah, this is what my point. There's really no way to prove it. Are you finally ready to throw in the towel?
Objection!
This is the real Phoenix objecting. So, the moon rock doesn't exist anymore, huh? That's right. It was such a valuable rock too. A shame, really. But it's lost to us forever. He's wrong. It's not completely lost. And there's another piece of it right here by our side. A shining fragment of hope that can turn everything around. The final piece of evidence to put this phantom away for good. The defense has a piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. You have what now? A final fragment of hope that was passed down with great love and care. We do? We do, even if the person holding it hasn't realized it yet.
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's just bluffing as usual. Oh, I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see what I've got. Try me. The piece of evidence that showed the original moon rock isn't completely lost is this. Whoops. Moon rock earring. But just about the only things my mother left me with are widgets and this earring. Maybe she did love me in her own way. Athena, you may not know it, but your mother left with you a very important piece of evidence. She did? You're bluffing. You don't have anything of the kind. Oh, but we do. Evidence that will finally corner you. Because we have a moon rock of our own. Yeah! We do? Oh! You mean... Exactly. A gift Dr. Sykes left her daughter. An item Athena has cherished and worn all of these years. As distant as Dr. Sykes may have seemed to her daughter, that fragment of her love will shake off the darkness of the past and give us all hope for the future. This is the fan sample of the moon rock.
Take that!
That's your sample?
This earring that Miss Sykes always wears was made from the original moon rock. What? All this time?
It was right here all along.
No. It can't be. If the composition of the bomb fragments and the earrings are found to be a match, then it will prove beyond the shadow of a doubt the origin of the fragment in this photo. And since the test results show that the blood on the fragments was yours, this means that the identity you try so hard to hide will finally be revealed. The identity I tried to hide? I don't have an identity to hide. I may not have Athena's ears, but now even I can hear the fear in your voice. Fear? I don't feel fear. I left all of my emotions behind years ago.
Objection!
Every human being feels fear. You simply can't face the emotion inside of you. You can't face them because you have nothing. No love, no trust. And I suppose you do? I didn't have anybody to support me at first either. I couldn't face the fear inside me. Couldn't get over the trauma over my past. Like I said, I don't feel fear.
Objection!
Then you're just a coward for running away from yourself. When I had my doubts about Miss Sykes, I felt like it would collapse under the weight. But I wanted to trust her. And I knew I could trust Mr. Wright to uncover the truth. That's why I was able to face my suspicion without hesitation. Running away from myself? How can I run away from myself when there's nothing inside? Nothing at all.
Objection!
I know it's hard for someone as unwilling to trust others as you to understand, but people have emotion. It's just a fact of life. And so, people can be weak at times. But that's exactly why people need to trust one another. So they can gain the strength to face themselves when things are at their bleakest. Without trust in others, how can you ever hope to face your fears? The fear inside of me. Is this? No. Okay, now he's panic. I'm afraid. I'm scared. I feel the fear. He's feeling it very hard. He's very, very, very worried. You can't outrun yourself. Remove that mask and unleash your emotions. Confront your guilt head on. Triple point with your own true face. This is the triple Phoenix Wright pose with Apollo, Phoenix, and Athena pointing at him at the same time. Poink! Alright. This is the Phantom's breakdown. My own true face? No, please don't. I know you're here. Where are you? See? I haven't revealed anything yet. Honest? Fades to black. He's all alone. My true face. My own true face. I don't have one. My face, my face, my face, my face. Detonate. Lebel? Florent Lebel? Is this my face? Is this my face? Aristotle means? No, that's not it. No, no, no! Oh, Damien, oh, and we have you, Starbuck, Aura. What am I? Who am I? Ah! Everybody's face at the same time. Full bright. Full moon. Yeah, he's been shot. Okay, so now his mask has been removed. He's been, like, it was nighttime. He fell on the floor, and the shadow of the walls covered his true face. So it doesn't matter how he really looks like, but he's been shot by a sniper.
A sniper attack in this very courtroom. It chills me to my bones. But the police are doing everything they can to track down the sniper as we speak. Prosecutor Blackwell, how is Detective Fulbright? His imposter doing?
He's a lucky fellow. The bullet didn't hit any vital organs. What? He appears to be in no danger of dying. Oh, of course. Of course. They're not gonna show a murder, like, okay, they're not gonna kill the bad guy. Oh no, he's gonna face justice, blah, blah, blah.
Well, that was fortunate for all of us.
The analysis of that final piece of evidence, right Dono submitted, is in. The composition of Miss Sykes' hearing and the fragment with the blood on it match. We can now be certain that it's a fragment of the moon rock in question. The murders and bombings at the Space Center, both past and present. The bombing of courtroom number 4 and all of his other crimes, as numerous as the stars. Under suspicion of all these things, the spy known as the Phantom has been incarcerated. The prosecutor's office is now responsible for his well-being. There are still a myriad of things we wish him to tell us about, after all.
Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, it's time to finally bring this trial to an end.
I've been doing an hour and 20 overtime, but I don't mind. I have a feeling that, like, when I decided to move up, I was like, you know what, the game is going to be over soon, so might as well get on with it. So there it is.
It's time to finally bring this trial to an end. But before I do, will the defendant please return to a proper place?
Yes, Your Honor. Patum, 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 patum. I'm here.
Now then, this court finds the defendant, Athena Sykes, not guilty. And there's confetti coming out from the air.
Now she's happy. Yay. And now Phoenix and Apollo are smiling. Even Blackwell is smiling. Everybody's happy by the verdict.
Court is adjourned.
December 20th, 9:12 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 5. Pearls.
Congratulations, Mr. Nick!
Thank you, Pearls, and thank you for being there for Athena.
It's the least I could do. But Athena was great, wasn't she? She was so strong throughout the whole trial.
Daddy, I'm so glad to see you!
Josie, are you alright? Are you hurt?
I'm fine, Daddy. I was doing magic tricks for the other hostage to keep our spirits up.
That's our Josie for you. I'm really glad to see you're safe. Edward.
Right. I fear I owe you yet another debt of gratitude.
Edward.
We never would have caught him if it weren't for all of you.
Oh, come on, Edward. What are you talking about? You're the one who have been tracking the Phantom all this time. Plus, you were the one who gave Blackwell permission to serve as a prosecutor, right?
Yes, well, we knew the Phantom was somewhere nearby. The police and I were trying to find him, but we never did manage to do so until this trial.
Well, we never would have won this trial without you. It was your help as chief prosecutor that was the key to his successful conclusion. Besides, it was you that saw to it that I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't it?
So you figured it out, did you?
Yeah, getting my license back went just as little too smoothly, you know. It should have been much harder after that evidence forging scandal.
Well, I owed you a few favors, so there.
Hey, Edward, think we can finally bring the dark age of the law to an end?
Even the darkest night turns to dawn eventually. Our sun will rise again. Besides, now that Prosecutor Blackwell has been clear of all charges, a great deal of the mistrust towards the court system should have been swept away.
You know, you could have said that with a bigger smile, Edward. It won't kill you. Instead, the furrows in that brows of yours just keep getting deeper and deeper.
So I should smile more, huh? I'll think about it.
Ah, the complicated love-hate relationship in between lifelong rivals. Athena. Is this... Question mark, Athena, is this Juniper? No, it's Simon.
Athena, I'm forever in your debt. You went to all that trouble, even taking the bar exam while you were overseas.
Well, I knew that if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'll be executed. So I studied and studied. I was frantic. I'm so glad I made it in time. She's crying. Tears of joy. Just barely, but I still made it. That a girl, Athena. It's good to see you finally let your tears out.
Yes, I survived by the skin of my teeth, thanks to you.
Shame on you, Simon, for trying to throw your life away like that.
It was never my intention to just throw my life away. But some things in this world are more important than your own life.
Like what?
My honor-bound duty to protect my life. My mentor's most beloved treasure.
Huh? That's some loyalty. This guy really is a samurai through and through. Well, looks like we can breathe easy now. Apollo, Athena, thank you both. It took all of us together to pull it off. You bet, boss! What a team we are, huh? It was definitely the most amazing turnabout I've ever seen. I'm a lucky guy. My office has the best, most capable lawyers around. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'm going to work extra hard to make up for all the worry I caused. Polo Justice is fine and ready to go. Let's hear it for the Right Anything Agency. Well, nobody's going to try harder than me, so you better watch out, Apollo. Simon is free thanks to Mr. Wright. But there's so many more people out there who needs our help. You're right, and I'll be needing you both to help them. We still have a long way to go. Get ready, you two. We won a major victory, but the war is far from over. There are still people out there suffering under false charges who need defending. We've got a lot of work ahead of us, if we ever hope to fully bring the dark age of the law to a close. Hey, I know one thing we can have to do. We have to celebrate with a bowl of piping hot noodles from Meldoon's, and Phoenix is gonna pay for everything. Nothing like a bowl of Eldoon's noodles after a trial, all on Mr. Wright's tab. That's how it works at the Right Anything Agency, right, Mr. Wright?
As a boss, it's your duty to express gratitude to your people for their great work. In that case, allow me to join you in the festivities. I would greatly welcome a bowl of noodles.
I have an idea, Daddy. Why don't you just invite everybody involved with the case? The more the merrier, right? Oh, Mr. Nick, look how far you've come. Who knew you'd grow up to be such a generous gentleman?
There goes my per diem. ... Guys, under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say, and that is, only if I get to join in. Hey, no fair! I want to say it too. Yeah, at the end of every game, they're gonna say objection. So all together now. 1, 2, 3. Okay, here goes.
Objection!
Story director Takeshi Yamazaki. Trucy.
I was trying to think of something nice I could do for Paulie now that he's back, so I decided to go around and get a bunch of jobs for him to do. Find the lost cat, install a hair conditioner, give a computer lesson, find a lost item. You think I should find him a few legal cases? Nah, that's okay. This is the right editing agency after all.
Game director Yasuhiro Seto. Juniper.
Tina and Apollo were so wonderful in court. I'd better study as much as I can if I want to be a judge someday. My grandma said eat lots of peppers and they'll light your passion. Oh, but I must figure out which to grow. Green peppers or yellow peppers?
Snit.
Or maybe I should go with hot as the sun red peppers instead. Apollo.
Story Yuki Nakamura, Kuki Fuse, Hironao Fukuda. Yeah, what a ride indeed. Story Yukinori Kitajima Sentis Co. Company Limited. Yeah. Winston.
The end of the Dark Ages of the law, you say? Just how naive. Don't you know it's something that's sometimes necessary to get a guilty verdict by any means possible? What, they're putting me under investigation? The chief prosecutor wants to see me? Ow!
He's running away. Game design, Yukiri Daigo, Natsuki Kawa, Hirosato, Takanori Amano, Shin Kurosawa. Presentation scripting, Kazuhiro Nakata, Takashi Ito. Oh, Damien and his daughter, Tenma. I've been asked to debut the great masked wrestler Tenma Taro. Scheduled to go up against the Amazing Ninetales next, though. Oh, what to do? A fight to the finish with myself? Why don't you ask Mr. Demon Lawyer to be the Amazing Ninetales too? That's not a bad idea. I bet he'd be all for it.
So we are to meet as foes, are we, my little friend?
Art director design Takuro Fuse.
Oh, Filch, would you believe it? I'm an alderman of 19thsville now. Pretty impressive, eh? I took over after Rex Scuvy for the good of my beloved village. What do you say? Would you like to make a little donation to help us out?
Hey, yo, what do you think you're doing sneaking into the manor?
Oh, the jig is up. Better make a run for it.
Filch. Character 3D model Keiji Ueda, Yasuyo Kondo, Tomohiko Sumi. Oh, Yugen Robin. I thought I wanted to be an artist, but after seeing the amazing job Athena did, I started becoming genuinely interested in law, so I'm now studying for the bar exam. I'm going to prosecute Athena someday. ULCE.
I'm studying my buns off too, but not for the bar exam. I'm going to pass the Temis entrance exam of my own merit this time. With a score of 100 points, of course.
You, Juniper, our dreams will live on forever! Marame Eshon Sayuri Shintani, Shinji Kaminaguchi, Yohei Nakamura. Oh, Skullblood.
I found secretly sweet boxes for all three of them, but is it because I want to be a legal journalist instead of a lawyer or a judge? But anyway, thanks for the trial. The school newspaper reader is as bright as can be. Now let's see what's the fresh blood after seeing the new school paper. Our editor cried so hard at graduation rehearsal, her car was about got soggy, hair quote.
Background, Takanori Ishikawa, Natsue Ueda, Kimi Okana, Ayashi Nose. Gavin. The one night only reunion concert, I still remember that evening of passion. The president of the student council sang like no high school student I ever heard. Then, when she is a judge in her own court someday, I'd love to have a jam session with her. It'll be the coolest trial ever, yeah? I can hardly hear it now. User interface, Miwa Kuramitsu, Mikako Kobayashi, Shinyawara. Pearly.
I gave this place a good cleaning from top to bottom, but it's already a mess again. I guess the only thing I can do now is clean up the attitudes of the people in this office. With Mystic Maya due to come here once her training is over, it simply must be done.
Illustration, Kenichi Ueda, Midori Yamamoto. Special effects, Atsuhi Takai. Yuri Cosmos. Ha ha ha! Humanity's dream from outer space will never die. In fact, planning for the HAT-3 rocket has already officially begun. Look upon me, people of this great nation, and witness the glory of Yuri Cosmos. What do you... Oh, director? Yes, yes. Rocket preparation are fully complete. Yes. You just leave everything to me. Assistant Director Yuri Cosmos. Oh, he's no longer the director. He's been demoted. New programmer, programming Shunichi Yamada, Binhan, Kei Ashimoto. Oh, Punko.
I'm going to the moon to the new rocket. If Athena or Mommy Metis came to the moon, it would love to show them around. But which is more interesting, Montes, Piranhas, or the mare Trunculitatis? You think they would like either one? Yay, hooray!
I wonder how Miss Aura is doing. This is Conko. I'd rather be near Miss Aura than on the moon. Oh, Miss Aura, I just want you to use me again like you used to.
He missed the abuse. Music Noriyuki Iwadare. Oh, Starbucks. Ready for launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off! I'm going to the moon for real this time. For me and for Clay. Thanks to my lawyers, I know I should never give up. But I'm worried. You can breathe in space. In fact, it's cold as heck. Oh man, now I'm getting really nervous. Sound director Toshiko Horiyama. Sound design Shinji Yamagishi. Black Will. No, I'm not employed here. I simply came to request their service in defense of my sister. But no one's around, and I've been kept waiting for a long time. And what sort of case brings you here? Oh, your father was accused and you wish to Martina to defend him? Then perhaps he and I shall meet in the courtroom in the near future. Localization Director Janet Su. Producer Takayuki Yama. Project Management Akiko Nagashima. Hiroshi Chonjo. Edgeworth, look forward to next month's salary assessment.
Please forgive me!
This is Fane.
Black Will's acquittal has brought all manners of ills in the prosecutor's office to light. It seems solving that case has thawed the chill of winter into the warmth of spring. Now I will write even another debt of gratitude. But I will repay it one day. You can trust in that.
Producer Motohide Eshiro. Oh, now we have real credits for localization. We have Phoenix pointing. This goes way too fast. Now we have a picture of Apollo saving Juniper from the debris. Bones. Director Kenji Nagasaki. Ted Tone blowing up. Let's see if there anything that interests us, like the voice actor Damien Temma pretending to be Amaterasu. Not Amaterasu. The freaking Tenmataro. Sorry. Apollo. Trucy. Black Will. Fulbright. Jingxi. Athena. Gavin. Court and young Juniper. Robin and you. Aristotle Means asking for a dismissal. A picture of Apollo and Clay together laughing. Starbuck, head to the sky. Aura, laughing. Tap the back of the Conko's head. Pearl. Japan. Edgeworth in court. Serious face. Athena with the 5 black Cyclops. Special thanks. Fulbright with the scar on his face. The tear on the mask. The triple objection. Take that. Pointy finger. Font designed by Front One X. Typeface include daring are solely developed by Diana Comware. That's the end of the credits, and there's no Capcom Co Limited. Okay. I was sure there's gonna be credits for the voices, but apparently there are none. that. Probably at the end of the other game. Hopefully. Oh. Epilogue. There's another rocket. There are 2 people on board.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
Yeah, this is Starbuck.
15 seconds.
Everybody's looking to lift off. Eureka's
10,
almost at the control.
9, 8, 7, 6.
There's
5,
somebody else next to
4,
Starbuck. I don't know who
3,
he is. I don't see a
2,
space wall.
1. Liftoff.
Yeah. We have ignition. We have liftoff. Yeah. Seems to be a success so far. Simon Blackwell from the grass, looking at the sky, looking at the Edgeworth sipping on tea, looking at the sky, looking at the rocket, yeah, smiling. Aura with his hair untied, looking at the sky, also the rocket. From jail. Yeah, Starbuck made it to the sky, make it to space. So Hat 3 was a suspect.
You'll be fine! Just believe in yourself!
The moon's closer than you think!
He's a bit worried, but now... Yeah, he's going towards the moon. Everybody's looking at the sky, the determined look.
Thanks, guys. I wouldn't have made it back into space if it wasn't for you.
All right!
Phoenix is smiling. Through the years, I've seen as much joy as heartache, honesty as deceit. But just as Mr. Starbuck was able to escape the harsh pull of his fears and despair, I believe that hope and friendship can lift us all up towards a brighter tomorrow. End. So yeah, this is the cue card for chapter 5. So there is also turnabout for tomorrow. Yeah. Continue on to the next game. Spirit of Justice. No. There's before we're gonna jump into a new game, there's also a DLC